First they want something, then they need you. It's not easy, but it's how the game goes. But I go on and let you feed it. It's the freak in me that likes the way you make my name flow. If you think it's alright, then please let it go on. I know you're feeling me a little too much. But you're risking your pride, trying to take control of something you never had before. Oh, I need your love. Only if it can. I need your love. Only if it's for the taking. Quick check, I remember it. All the drugs and shit, all the partying was just a flex. Fun but such a mess. But I held your hand through every problem that we met. Now you making me choose one. All that good loving gone. Try to exploit me when all you did was respect me wrong. Wrong. I know you're feeling me a little too much. You're risking your pride, trying to take control of something you never had before. Oh, I need your love. Only if it's for the taking. It's up to me. I need your love. If it's for the taking. Only if it's for the taking. Love, I need your love. I need your love. Only if it's for the taking. No, 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 no. I need your love. Only if it's for the taking. No, 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 no. Oh, I need it. I need it. I need it. No, I need your love.
So distinguished guests, may I request all of us to please rise as the guest of honor is in the room. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Mkundwe. We are more than delighted to have you with us. DJ, usiache kuweka mziki basi. I like the sound of that. Please take your seats. So distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I really am truly honored to first and foremost welcome and introduce our guest of honor this morning. This is none other but, let's put our hands together for Dr. Mkundwe Moses Mosaga, the Director General for ICT Commission, standing on behalf of the Minister for ICT. Let's give him once again a round of applause. We are very honored, guest of honor, to have you in our midst this morning as we contemplate and ponder, DJ Sauti Kidogo, on Africa Innovation and Technology Forum 2026, Africa Innovation and Technology Forum 2026, which is guided by the theme Governing the Digital Future. Governing the Digital Future, integrating internet governance, data governance, cybersecurity, and strategic technology policy in this space. Guest of honor, I'm also delighted that with us is none other but Dr. Godwill Wanga, the Executive Secretary of TNBC. Let's give him a round of applause. For those of us who do not know what TNBC is or why are we so delighted to have Dr. Wanga with us this morning, TNBC is Tanzania National Business Council. So they structure and give us the guidance to where the government goes and its operations. So thank you so much, Dr. Wanga, for being with us this morning. I'm also honored to introduce Mr. Andrew Lentz, the Charge d'Affaires from the U.S. Embassy here in Tanzania. But we also have with us the host. This is none other but Asha Abinala, the Chief Executive Officer for Tech and Media Convergency. Asha Smama Basi. I really like to celebrate women because you really, make the world go round. Guest of honor, I'm also delighted to recognize the presence of Dr. Milton Mueller, Professor and Program Director for Master of Science and Cybersecurity Policy. Dr. Mueller, please. I'm delighted to also mention with us my very special friend. Allow me to keep on flipping the pages, but in her capacity, I would really like to recognize all the government officials present in the room. I would really wish to recognize in a very special way Dr. Angelina Miso, who is the Assistant Director for Information Systems and Compliance Services at the Ministry of Communication. But we have colleagues from the U.S. Embassy. May I request all of us from the U.S. Embassy to please rise. Asante sana. Guest of honor, we have the sector players in the room. When I say sector players, I mean the brains behind the digital future. We say Tanzania's future is digital. I beg to correct this statement. Tanzania's present is digital. That is why we're meeting here today with the future ahead of us. So all the sector players present, I would like to recognize distinguished panelists. We really look forward to all the wisdom you have for us in these coming days. invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Good morning. There's very little energy in the room. When we had a session briefly this morning with the guest of honor pondering on what is happening across, we concluded, and we all know and agree, that ICT is cross-cutting. So if I need energy in the room, this could not be the better place to have energy in the room, because ICT is cross-cutting. So once again, good morning. Guest of honor, allow me now to welcome without further ado, Miss Asha Abinala, the Chief Executive Officer for Tech and Media Convergency, to come and give us her welcoming remarks, as well as introduce those few that I've not introduced. This will then be followed by the welcoming remarks again by the Charge d'Affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania. Let's all put our hands together for Asha Abdallah as she comes, Abinala, as she comes for welcoming and introductory remarks. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, Director General ICT Commission, Dr. Nkundwe Moses Masaga, U.S. Ambassador Andrew Lentz, directors from the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, our esteemed visitors who have traveled from all the way from the U.S., Dr. Muller and Dr. Daniel Castro. Esteemed policymakers, innovators, researchers, members of the diplomatic community, civil society leaders, private sector, representatives and colleagues, it is my privilege to welcome you to the Africa Innovation and Technology Forum. So this gathering is not just ceremonial, it is strategic. It brings together actors who in different ways shape the trajectory of Africa's digital and technological future. The decisions, ideas, and partnerships formed here will influence how technology is governed, developed, and deployed across our societies in the coming years. We meet at a moment defined by accelerated technological change. Artificial intelligence is reshaping productivity systems. Digital platforms are redefining communication and public discourse. Cybersecurity threats are becoming more sophisticated and more frequent. At the same time, questions of inclusion, access, and digital rights remain unresolved for large segments of our population. The central challenge before us is not whether Tanzania and Africa participates in this transformation. Africa is already participating. Tanzania is already participating at a very great race. The real question is under what conditions and with what level of urgency, equity, and preparedness do our nations engage in? The Africa Innovation and Technology Forum is designed to engage precisely with this tension. This forum provides a platform for policymakers, researchers, innovators, civil society, actors, academia, media practitioners, and private sector leaders to engage in structured dialogue on digital transformation and emerging technologies in Africa. It is not only about showcasing innovation, but interrogating the systems that shape innovation's outcomes. We must deliberate in how we approach 4 interconnected domains, which I mentioned below. First, artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. We need frameworks that support innovation while ensuring ethical safeguards, transparency, and accountability. The question is not whether to regulate, but how to regulate in ways that do not stifle creativity while protecting public interest. Secondly, cybersecurity and digital resilience. As our communities digitize, the attack surface expands. Cybersecurity can no longer be treated as a technical afterthought. It is a national and institutional priority. Building resilience requires coordination across government, private sector, and technical communities. Third, digital governance and rights. The expansion of digital systems must be accompanied by protections for privacy, freedom of expression, and data protection. Without these safeguards, digital transformation risks deepening inequality and enabling new forms of exclusion and surveillance. Fourth, digital inclusion and skills development. Technology that is not accessible is not transformative. We need to invest in bridging the digital divide, not only in infrastructure but in human capacity, ensuring that citizens are not just users of technology but active participants in its creation and governance. So the forum is part of a program. This program is known as the Tanzania Digital Collaboration Program, which has been integral in strengthening ecosystem linkages and deepening multi-stakeholder engagement between government and private sector. We've really had great conversation and collaborations with the Ministry of ICT. Over the course of its implementation this year and continuing to the present, the program has reached over 6.5 million Tanzanians, particularly vulnerable communities, through initiatives focused at media information literacy. In parallel, we have worked consistently with over 26 civil society organizations under a collaborative platform known as the Internet Governance Tanzania Working Group. We are advancing advocacy, coordination, and awareness building on critical digital issues. Our collective efforts have also reached over 5.6 million Tanzanians with cybersecurity resilience and digital literacy programming. In terms of thought leadership and policy engagement, we have contributed to the ecosystem through more than 14 advocacy briefs spanning over cybersecurity, e-governance, content creation ecosystems, the state of private financing for digital creators, taxing the clicks, and broader analysis on economic impacts of digital transformation, among others. Today also marks a very important milestone within the forum. We officially launched the report, which we produced in collaboration with Internet Governance, the Internet Governance Project, titled The Political Economy of Digital Governance in Tanzania, Pathways to ICT Sector Growth. This report contributes to an increasingly important conversation on future of Tanzania's digital economy, the structural and regulatory environment shaping ICT sector growth, and the opportunities and constraints facing digital transformation within our national context. We are honored to have with us Dr. Muller, who has traveled all the way from the United States specifically for this occasion, where he will give a presentation for us to get to have a glimpse of what the report brings on board. TMC has consistently emphasized these intersections, particularly the need to integrate internet governance, digital security, and inclusive innovation into national and regional development agenda. This forum builds on that broader ecosystem of work and collaboration. I'm really happy here that when I look at the faces of the people seated in this room, they're the right key stakeholders who are living and walking the talk. We have a panel of presentations and from experts who will share their experience. We get to learn from them and get to explore these topics that we've just mentioned. However, no single institution can address these challenges alone. The complexity of Tanzanian digital transformation required coordinated action across sectors and borders. Regional cooperation, including alignment with continental frameworks, will be essential if we are to avoid fragmentation and build interoperable systems that serve citizens effectively. Over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, this forum will explore these issues through dialogue, presentations, and collaborative exchanges. We are not here to arrive at final answers. We are here to refine questions, challenges, assumptions, and identifiable action pathways. You will see through the timetable that we have discussions that have been divided. We'll have like 2 parallel conversation and panels that will be happening during the day, in which a person might select which conversation they feel they need to connect to and listen the most. I encourage all participants to engage with integral rigor and practical focus, move beyond abstract discussion and toward implementable outcomes. Ask what policies need to change, what partnerships need to be formed, and what capacities need to be built. Let this forum be remembered not only for the discussion it hosts, but the clarity it produces and collaboration it enables. On behalf of Tech and Media Convergency team, I thank you so much for your presence, for your time, for your dedication and interest into pushing forwards the conversations that will be happening these 2 days. Welcome to the Africa Innovation and Tech Forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been invited, so let's really accept the invitation by another round of applause. Asante sana, Asha Abinala. Asha, you doing doctorate by any chance? You know, if we had Dr. Asha, would have been so nice. So it's a challenge to you, like Dr. Moses. You know, you're seated with doctors on the table, so you should. So thank you so much for that invitation. And guests of honor, allow me now with great honor to invite Andrew Lentz, the Charge d'Affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania, to come and do us the honor of the opening ceremony. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to talk to us. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Austin. Great pleasure. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Habari za asubuhi. Karibuni sana. It is a great pleasure to be here at the opening of this Africa Innovation and Technology Forum. To the Honorable Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Director General of Tanzania's ICT Commission, and our guest of honor, thank you for your leadership and for your vision. And I have to say that I'm deeply impressed and excited and optimistic based on our conversation that we had downstairs to see your deep knowledge in this field and your passion about driving progress, Tanzania's progress, into leadership in the digital future. So thank you. Dr. Godwa Wanga, to you too, thank you for your leadership in the space. And again, excited on the way up, so that everybody is aware, on the way up we had a conversation about how do we link American companies, American chip makers, American innovators in cloud computing and AI and the digital technology with Tanzanian partners, so that Tanzania has the partners and the innovation and the technology that it needs to be able to seize the opportunity here in the digital space. And to the team of the Tech and Media Convergency, to the working group members, to one of our very own Mandela Washington alumni, Asha Abinala, thank you for your leadership. And it's amazing what you've achieved over multiple iterations of these fora over the years and continue to do today. And we at the U.S. Embassy here in Dar es Salaam and on behalf of the U.S. government, deeply proud to be your partner in supporting your work. To our American experts, Dr. Milton Mueller and Daniel Castro, thank you for your time and energy and investment in helping Tanzania seize the opportunities and for coming here all the way from the United States of America for this forum and for, you're going to be here for the rest of the week, I think, and have been here before today engaging with multiple stakeholders and trying to see and identify what the opportunities are for collaboration. So thank you very much for your time as well. To the innovators, the regulators, the academics, the civil society leaders, the entrepreneurs, all of you in this room, you are exactly the people and the group that Tanzania needs at this very moment. And today I want to talk about what this moment is and where we're going. First, why this moment is a defining moment in Tanzania's digital future. The second, what the United States believes about the kind of digital world that creates security, prosperity, and freedom for all people. And the third thing I want to talk about is what we can build together if we get the governance systems right. So 3 things I want to cover, and you can hold me to it. So why this moment matters. First of all, I really do think, and I think the reason that you're all here is because we believe and we know that Tanzania is at an inflection point. Bless you. Tanzania has a young and growing population. You've got an expanding economy. You have an ambitious Vision 2050 blueprint. And the digital economy, if governed well, could be the greatest single accelerant of everything Tanzania wants to achieve. And the numbers are quite striking about what that digital future for the African continent could look like. Under the right conditions, Africa's digital economy is projected to contribute up to $712 billion by the year 2050. Just let that number sink in. That is not a small number. That is really a generational opportunity. Yet Tanzania and many other African countries face real obstacles to capturing that opportunity. Internet penetration across Africa remains too low, I think around 43%, according to some statistics, and that's below the global average. Cybercrime costs the continent nearly $4 billion annually. Internet shutdowns have immediate economic costs that disrupt a nation's economy. And more than 30 African countries have adopted data protection laws, but implementation, cross-border harmonization, and institutional coordination remain uneven. And perhaps most importantly, the government frameworks currently in place here in Tanzania that are covering internet governance, data governance, cybersecurity policy, strategic technology regulation, and AI policy have not yet helped spark the new industries or revolutionize the way that we live and work, but instead have resulted in regulatory fragmentation, investor uncertainty, and gaps in protection for ordinary citizens. So this forum happening today and tomorrow exists to address issues exactly like this. And we heard from your opening that that's the intent of this group. And I cannot think of a more important conversation for Tanzania to be having right now. So what are the stakes? Why is it so important to have this conversation now? The digital world is not neutral, and we were talking about this downstairs with the Director General. The digital world is full of all sorts of opportunities and also concerning and threats. You've got bias, you've got government control. So it's really important for members of society like yourselves, for the experts, for civil society, for government officials who are really concerned about this space to work together to figure it out. But it's not a neutral space. The internet you build, the infrastructure you choose, the governance frameworks you adopt, the standards you embrace, they reflect the values of the society that creates and governs it. And right now, there are fundamentally different competing visions in the world that seek to influence the internet's future role across Africa, in Tanzania, and the world. One vision, the vision that the United States of America champions, holds that the internet should be open, free, global, interoperable, and secure. It holds that innovation flourishes when people can speak, create, and connect without fear of surveillance or censorship. There is another vision that is promoted by predominantly authoritarian states that holds that the internet is a tool of state control. This vision promotes systems designed to monitor citizens, suppress dissent, and distort the information environment. Supposedly low-cost digital infrastructure carries high social costs as it embeds censorship, surveillance, and ideological bias that threaten sovereignty. The United States believes technology can and should be used to address society's most pressing challenges, to create jobs, to improve health outcomes, to connect communities, to empower individuals. And I believe the path to Vision 2050 runs through an open, rights-respecting digital ecosystem. So what does this good digital governance actually look like? And let me offer 3 principles that I hope, and it sounds like they're already embedded in the actual structure of this forum, but I hope that all of you will grapple with over the days of this forum. The concept note for the forum puts it well. Decisions made in one domain as you craft the internet governance systems routinely produce cascading consequences in other domains. So Tanzania can benefit from a coherent national digital policy framework that aligns internet governance, data governance, cybersecurity, and strategic technology policy into a single integrated architecture. The conversations you will have over the next 2 days are exactly the right starting point. Second, governance must be multi-stakeholder, not top-down. The United States has long championed what we call the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. The idea that governments, the private sector, civil society, academia, and the technical community all have a seat at the table in developing the future. This is a commitment to the idea that the best digital policies emerge from open, inclusive, and transparent processes, not from government decree. I'm encouraged that this forum embodies that very principle. You have all the relevant stakeholders together in this room. That is exactly the right composition for the conversations that need to happen. Third, the internet governance and the government that develop it needs to be rights respecting. Investor confidence depends on regulatory predictability and the rule of law. The confidence of citizens and businesses that their data is protected, that their communications are private, that the platforms they use are not weaponized against them, that is a prerequisite for a thriving digital economy. The United States is invested in achieving this, both through the digital connectivity and cybersecurity partnership programs that have reached more than 35 African countries, and through our support for the Tanzania Digital Collaboration Program and this forum. Tanzania has a voice in the global conversations that will shape the future of the internet, not just in Tanzania, not just in Africa, but around the world. At the ITU, at the Internet Governance Forum, at the African Union, I encourage you to use that sovereign, unique Tanzanian voice to support rights-respecting models of data governance that enable innovation while protecting individuals, and to resist models that use data sovereignty as a pretext for surveillance and control. So let me close with this well-known Swahili proverb, and hopefully you all will help me if I get it wrong. But umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni udhaifu. All right. Unity is strength, division is weakness. This forum unites the voices that need to be in conversation. Government, regulators, industry, academia, civil society, and international partners, like us, the United States of America. And it creates the space for the integrated dialogue that Tanzania needs. The United States is proud to support this work. We are ready to bring our innovation, our technology, our expertise, and our partnership to Tanzania's digital future. I am optimistic, genuinely, deeply optimistic, that the conversation that begins in this room today will contribute to a Tanzania that is more secure, more free, and more prosperous in the digital age. A Tanzania that is not just a consumer of the global digital economy, but a shaper of it. That is a future worth working for together. And I'm honored to be doing it alongside you. Asanteni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, umoja ni nguvu was one of the statements that has been mentioned by the Charge d'Affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania, Andrew Lenz. Let's kwa umoja wetu all put together once again for his candid remarks. Asante, asante sana. Guest of honor, before we know more about the report, a fantastic presentation which will be made by Dr. Milton Mueller, the Professor and Program Director, Master of Science in Cybersecurity Policy. Let us first unveil the report. For the unveiling, allow me to bring you, guests of honor and the members of the high table, kindly onto the stage. If you can all please join me on the stage. Mila, we request you to also join us on the stage, kindly. We're only coming to witness the launch of the report, which is going to be very swift. Karibu.
Up there?
Yes, up here. Let's face the audience. We're not actually facing the audience, but we're looking onto that screen on the left-hand side from where you're facing the guest of honor. Can we all please stand? The rest of us remain seated. Just us on the high table. Is the guest of honor at the center of the attention? We have to make sure that is at the center. Fantastic. Okay, so we are going to do a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we shall have a display of the name of the report, which is going to be launched. And thereafter, I will invite now Professor Milton to take us through this report. Are we all ready? Ooh, are we all ready? Yes. Excellent, excellent. So I'm only waiting for my technical team to give me a green, and we shall pass. So all our attention will be on the screen. For those of us facing the stage, the screen is on the right-hand side, on your right-hand side. Technology has the way always. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. Technology has a way always of showing its presence. Have you noticed? Usually the time when you need it most, it tells you that I'm present. So let us all do the countdown, starting with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Political Economy of Digital Governance in Tanzania, Pathway to ICT Sector Growth Report has been officially launched. Let's all once again put our hands together. Asante sana. Now I will request members of the high table to kindly take your seats as we have Professor Mueller take us through this report, to be followed by brief group photo session, and we shall all break for tea. Karibu now, Professor Mueller.
Okay. Thank you. It's great to have such a dynamic moderator. I've never had an academic report with such a dramatic introduction. Normally it's, kind of plops out there onto an academic journal, and everybody falls asleep. So I am Milton Mueller. I'm at the Georgia Institute of Technology. I run something called the Internet Governance Project. We have been around since 2004. How many of you have heard of the World Summit on the Information Society? I see a hand or two. All right. So we formed it during WSIS because of this gap between technology governance and economics, political economy, policy, basically. And there was this interaction between understanding technology. We still don't have a picture here, but Okay. There we go. All right. So what was happening in the World Summit was there was a big controversy about the origins of a global internet, particularly around the domain name system. And what was a domain name system? Well, it was a structure for naming computers on the internet that had to be globally coordinated. And many people who wanted to regulate or control or at least manage this system discovered that they had to know something about the technology in order to do it properly, such as how to project a computer. Nope. Yeah, we're still not getting an image. Here we go again. So let me continue with the background. We at the Internet Governance Project and as academics have tried to bridge this gap between, in order to actually understand and control or govern a technological system, you need to understand both the technology and its fundamental economics and the political systems that interact with it, right? So that is the approach that we take. Duplicate. Out of range. Is it wireless? Yeah, you're not getting it. Can we do without pictures? Some very nice slides here, and some of the concepts and graphs and data would be nice to have. But anyway. Let me continue under these conditions. So the purpose of the study again was commissioned by the Tech and Media Convergency. Appreciate Asha and her organization in working with us on this. And the goal was to identify the economic development implications of digital governance and recommend any policy changes if they were needed. So we have, as you saw with the dramatic countdown, we have published this. It is on our website, and the title of the report is A Political Economy of Digital Governance in Tanzania. Now, how many of you have heard the term political economy before? All right, that's surprising. Normally I have to explain what that means, but fundamentally political economists look at social systems not as, a purely political thing or a purely economic thing, but we look at the interaction between public policy and the state. And the economics of an industry, and we notice how development and growth of industry is affected by things like the way you define property rights and the way you regulate or don't regulate an industry. So we regarded, in terms of preparing this study, there were three streams of data collection and analysis. One, we took economic development indicators for Tanzania over time from the World Bank, the Tanzania National Bureau of Statistics, and the UN Commission on Trade and Development. The other thing we did was we looked historically at the evolution of policies we look at the analysis of the evolution of policies in Tanzania from about 2003 to the present time, focusing particularly on the period from 2015 to the present. And we also looked at the DTI, Digital Trade Indicators Database, which has trade-related policy measures across 150 jurisdictions. And we looked at the degree of restrictiveness of digital trade relation measures in Tanzania. And finally, as a third stream, we interviewed stakeholders. Some of you may have been interviewed. We interviewed stakeholders from the media, from industry, and from civil society. So normally what has happened in Africa and the rest of the world is that when you start to liberalize the ICT industry, and that is something that happened starting in the 1980s, continuously in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. Some of you may know in the old world, the pre-digital world, telecommunications and media tended to be run by state-owned monopolies. Something called the Post Telephone and Telegraph Monopoly was the key institution for communications from about 1900 until the 1980s. And so in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, we started to introduce competition, privatize those state-owned monopolies, and try to make information industries more of a normal, competitive, market-driven industry. And when that happens, the normal path is you see the growth of a digital infrastructure leading to the substitution of information services for hardware goods and physical labor. That is to say, your economy shifts its allocation of resources to informational activities, which makes everything a lot more efficient. And you see the service sector growing as a percentage of value added in the overall economy. And of course, you see manufacturing and farming shrink, not in terms of the productivity of those sectors, it's just that fewer and fewer labor resources are needed. For example, the US in, let's say, 1890, about half of our population was engaged in agriculture. And now it might be 2%. And that's not because we're doing less agriculture, we're producing more food than ever, but it's simply because the industry is more technologically productive and efficient. So you see this shift into a service-related economy, and liberalization tends to accelerate that. So expanding connectivity, and here's where I wish I could show you a graph, should generate growth in service provision, but this isn't happening in Tanzania. It's kind of a mystery. It's very interesting. It is not happening as much as you might think. So here I have a graph that shows you connectivity measures in the region. And you see, of course, South Africa is like 78% of its population is an internet user. Kenya, 35%, Rwanda, 32%, Tanzania, 31%. And then you get to the lower levels of internet penetration in places like Uganda and Malawi. Uganda, in particular, has suffered from some really bad and very restrictive policies. So in terms of overall internet penetration, Tanzania is right up there with the rest of the region, as you might expect. But if you look at the amount of services in the economy, the general proportion of the service sector in the overall economy, you see a big gap between Tanzania and other countries, particularly Kenya or even Rwanda and Zambia. So what you see in Tanzania is that the contribution of the service sector to overall economic value add has actually been declining since 2015. And in the rest of the African region, you see that number increasing as connectivity increases. So for example, in Kenya, the overall contribution of services is 55%, with their 35% internet users of the population. And in Tanzania, it has gone from 45% to 29%. It's gone down. And the same thing in Rwanda. You see 32% connectivity and 48% value add of services. And again, Tanzania, and that number is rising a bit. And the same with Zambia. So you have a statistically significant positive correlation between the growth of internet users and services value added in most economies. And the exceptions are Tanzania and Uganda. And Uganda did something particularly disastrous, which was the OTT tax, the idea that you're going to make people pay for accessing social media services and other online services. So what is the reason for this? This is what we tried to investigate in the report. Why is Tanzania lagging in this respect? And we identified 3 factors, and they were actually interlocking factors. We're going to call them Factor 1, the digital sovereignty mandates, and that is the idea that data localization and local ownership caps, in other words, this idea that you will try to build a wall around your national digital economy and reserve it to local players, thereby reducing foreign investment and foreign trade flows. And that basically artificially raises your operating costs without really enhancing national security. We can get into the security aspect in a bit. The other factor is what we call censorship or various kinds of restrictions on the digital economy, and that is things like content licensing, the ban on virtual private networks, the internet shutdowns, and all of this suppresses economic activity in the digital economy, tends to crowd out small creators and destroy the general reliance and growth of the digital economy. And the third factor, and really one is interlocking with the others, is what we call cronyism. And that is to say, when you have a government that controls entry into the business and licensing and government and regulation of the business, that can create cronyism in the sense that the people who are allowed into the industry tend to be supporters of the government, people who are approved by the government and won't rock the boat. So you have these 3 interlocking factors. We traced the history of legislation from 2015 on. You have this, what we call a continuously tightened architecture of control. So beginning with the 2015 Cybercrimes and Statistics Act, you have a broad criminalization of digital speech. In 2016, you have the Media Services Act that requires mandatory SIM registration. In 2018, you introduce blogger and content fees. You have a prohibitive $900 barrier to entry for creators. In other words, you're charging people to put things on the internet and try to develop online services and businesses. Then in 2020, you have your first election intervention where you have targeted internet shutdowns. And in 2025, you have a complete information blackout on election day and certain kinds of platforms are banned altogether in the country. So an example of the linkage between all of these things is the assassination of an opposition leader, Tundu Lissu, in September of 2017. Here you see the intersection of surveillance capability, the telecom operator obligations, and human rights risks. So a network operator provided call and location data on this opposition figure to security agencies in the weeks leading up to the attack. So there is this big dissonance between the vision, Tanzania's DIRA 2050 vision, the $1 trillion economy, and the regulatory reality. On the one hand, you have this lofty vision of a 60% digital literacy target, AI and blockchain integration, and a digitally empowered society. And weighing all that down on the other side are things like VPN bans, data localization, election blackouts, internet shutdowns, and licensing restrictions on who can actually enter the business. And our contention in the report is that you cannot build a modern trillion-dollar digital economy with an infrastructure that is designed to contain and control people in the digital economy. So let us then propose some pathways forward. How do we get out of this? We think there are particular changes that can be made that really do not threaten the government. In other words, we don't agree that the government needs these kinds of restrictions to stay in power or to avoid chaos in the country. We think that those are unnecessary, and if you actually have this rising tide of growth and wealth in the digital economy, that both the government and the civil society and business will be better off. So let's take arbitrary, we call it dismantle the toll booths, right? So currently you have these arbitrary local ownership caps. They don't seem to be based on any strong economic rationale or security rationale. So we think you can replace those with market-based competitive assessments. That is, if foreign or domestic actors are dominating the market in a way that is monopolistic, then yes, you look at it from a competition policy perspective, but you don't just have a simple no foreign ownership or limited foreign ownership cap. You allow foreign investment to come in and aid competition when necessary. The other thing you have to get rid of is the unpredictable and prohibitive licensing requirements. So post a very graduated fee schedule that actually declines over time over a multi-year roadmap, and lower the fees considerably. And finally, infrastructure monopolies. We would like to see TTCL operate on open access, non-discriminatory terms, governed by a reference offer in which people know exactly what they can get from this wholesale provider. And there are models for that. I think Singapore has a similar model. So we're not saying completely get rid of TTCL as a monopoly government-owned provider, although that might be a long-term goal, not to get rid of it, but to demonopolize or privatize it. But in the short term, or the intermediate term, you can simply say, you are a monopoly, but you're going to operate on a very non-discriminatory basis in terms of the offerings, and you're not going to exploit that monopoly power in ways that are designed to extract higher fees. So pathway number 2 is, we say, free the data architecture. So recommendation 1 and 2, we say you should revoke these costly data localization mandates in tax and payments, actively foster cross-border data flows, particularly in the region. This is going to be a regional economy. You're going to be lots of integration and lots of interaction with neighboring economies. And we also recommend that you amend these forced and warrantless data disclosures to restore trust in digital services. So arbitrary surveillance, and we know all about that in the United States. We would like to see that become more regulated and predictable and trustworthy. And finally, we say in terms of freeing the data architecture, we'd like to see a domestic market fostered for end-to-end encryption rather than penalizing the use of encryption. Encryption is a significant part of human security, not just national security, but businesses and end users all need to be secure in their communications, and they should be able to implement and use things like VPNs at will. There's no reason to have that be restricted or prohibited. So in terms of restoring civic infrastructure, or our third set of recommendations, we want to end VPN registration requirements. It's just it's a bunch of mathematics operating in your computers. It's not dangerous, other than, you know, it just protects communications, so you don't need to register that. It's a standard business infrastructure and privacy security technology. Eliminate content licensing. Remove the financial barriers that silence domestic creators and digital entrepreneurs. Again, if people promote or publish illegal content, you can go after them after they've published it, and you can recognize that there's no reason to introduce these restrictions before they publish anything. And finally, amend these arbitrary takedown rules under the Cybercrimes Act to prevent political abuse and regulatory harassment of digital users and digital businesses. So I have a very beautiful slide here, which you can't see, about the vision for $1 trillion Tanzania. We think that true economic leapfrogging for the country requires an institutional environment that permits iteration without prohibitive regulatory friction. Tanzania has the connectivity. It's time to unleash its digital economy. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to send anybody who wants these slides, or of course the final report. Thank you very much. Sure. Yeah.
Guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Professor Muller a big round of applause. I will take, if there are any questions, but not more than 3. Catherine, mwingine mwenye swali kwa professor? Anyone with any question? Okay, so we have one question for you, Professor. I think others are still digesting. Chris, Catherine?
2.
Sure. Thank you so much for really insightful. I think all of us would love your incredible slides. I think my question was around something you mentioned earlier around productivity and efficiency, and how the US kind of, in terms of service, went up, but then of course, and you used a great example around agriculture, which is the backbone of Tanzania, quite frankly, right? So I think it's around over 70% of people work in the agriculture sector. And when we think about automation and efficiency and technology, we know there's going to be jobs lost in that process. How do we balance that with one of the youngest and fastest growing populations on the continent? How do we balance automation, efficiency, productivity, and technology versus the jobs that are lost, right? And so where is the balance for a country like ours? And where can we learn from? Are there any other models we can learn from to leapfrog? Thank you so much.
Let's take if there's any other question. Is there any other question? Okay, Prof, over to you, I think.
All right. So yeah, so you shouldn't think of it as jobs lost in agriculture. Rather, you should think of substitution, right? So you are shifting resources from one sector to the other as the agricultural sector becomes more labor efficient. The people, also generally that is associated with the growth of demand of services in urban or other sectors, right? So even in the agricultural sector, you might see people who used to be out digging, in a farm, becoming merchants or intermediaries or some kind of supplier of products or services to the agricultural sector. And that really is a highly natural process. The farm economy is not just people planting things and digging things, but also people who are selling seeds and fertilizer and people who are building tractors and other kinds of industrialized farming equipment. So it's not really that jobs are lost, people are thrown out of work. It's more of a gradual transition in which people, the whole economic production structure shifts towards more informational and service-oriented activities. Now, in some developing countries, particularly China, which I'm pretty familiar with, as well as the US, you do see this natural tendency for people to migrate to cities, right? And sometimes developing country governments try to discourage that because the cities are too crowded and the infrastructure can't handle them. And that is indeed something you have to keep up with, right? It's like I was noticing, I won't say who, but as we were driving around Dar the other night, it's like, somebody was very concerned about the buildings going up and whether the water infrastructure and the traffic and road infrastructure was actually going to keep up with all of this building. So there are huge challenges in these transitions, but I'm saying is overall, the overall economy is going to be a lot more efficient rather than people doing subsistence farming forever. The division of labor evolves and the industrial equipment evolves and the agricultural sector becomes more efficient, but there will have to be reallocations of people and essentially constructions of public infrastructures that support that transition. So it won't be easy, right? But it will be, I think, necessary, and overall it will be a gigantic progress in terms of the overall economic development.
Thank you, Professor.
All right.
Thank you so much, Professor. Once again, a round of applause to Professor Mueller. And regrets on behalf of the hotel. They couldn't provide us with the facility to enjoy the slides and the graphs. But again, as he said, I believe we've all registered, so we'll request, Professor, the presentation so that we're able to share it with the participants so we all receive the presentation. Before I invite the guests of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on your badges, which I believe we all have, there's a QR code. When you scan that QR code, you will now be able to see the report that has been launched, and Professor was pouring his heart and mind onto it. Once again, let's give him a round of applause. As I now take a singular honor to invite for his keynote speech, Dr. Mkundwe Moses, our guest of honor this morning. Karibu sana. Let's give him a big round of applause. Karibu, Dr. Mkundwe.
Thank you very much, Austin, for your kind introduction. And I would like to start, for those who have come a little bit late, my name is Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga. I'm the guest of honor for this event. I must say, Professor, I'm very moved by your report. And the findings you have articulated for us, they make a lot of sense. But in my speech, there are some of the things I'll bring a little bit of clarification, especially from the vantage point of the government. Just for introduction, I used to be in academia before, so I think you understand very clearly, academicians, we like to offer alternative thinking in most of the things. Some people, they say we like to argue, but in actual fact is we like to debate. That's how science has evolved. That's how many things has been able to reach the level that they are now. So you will bear with me in some of the things that I'll bring a little bit of clarification and maybe questions. So to start my address, Mr. Andrew Lenz, Charge d'Affaires ad interim, U.S. Embassy in Tanzania, Dr. Milton Muller, founder of Internet Governance Project, Ms. Asha Abinala, Chief Executive Officer, Tech and Media Convergency, distinguished guests, esteemed journalists, ladies and gentlemen. Kazi na utu? Kazi na utu? Distinguished guests, first and foremost, allow me to thank Almighty God for the gift of life, good health, and the energy that have brought us together here today. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to organizers for excellent arrangement and for entrusting me to officiate the African Innovation Technology Forum 2026. And also, an opportunity to listen the findings of the research and the recommendation from Professor. I know that the goal of the research is to provide ICT policymakers in Tanzania with an analysis of the relationship between Tanzania ICT policies and the country economic development. The government of United Republic of Tanzania recognizes the rapid pace of global technology advancements. It is for this reason that our nation has both established a dedicated Ministry of Communication and IT to provide oversight of ICT sector, and also to create ICT Commission that I had to promote ICT in our country. And through the promotion, we foster investment, and just like the way I informed Charge d'Affaires, Mr. Lenzi, that we would like to invite as many private companies from the United States as possible to participate in our digital economy so that we can be able to grow together. In the ICT industry of the world, the currency is partnership, and we know that partnership is a very important thing. This is a testament of the visionary leadership of our President, Our Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, to accelerate digital transformation of our country. Esteemed guests, the theme of this forum, Governing the Digital Future, Integrating Internet Governance, Data Governance, Cybersecurity, and Strategic Tech Policy, is relevant to the ongoing direction of growth of Internet AI. And I would like to give a definition of Internet AI. Internet AI refers to integration of artificial intelligence into web systems, search engines, and network infrastructure. And any initiative to tamper with Internet AI will compromise the inclusiveness and the global economic growth. Esteemed guests, I would like to talk a little bit in the issue of Internet outage around the world, just like the way they've been articulated in the report. The temporary incident of internet outage do happen around the world. The reason for this ranges from national security concerns, technical malfunction, natural disasters, geopolitics, and measure to curb disruptive protest. This is evidenced by statistics from 2 platforms which they keep track on internet outage. One platform is called NetBlocks. This is a watchdog organization that monitors cybersecurity and governance of internet. And Internet Society, which is a global charity working to close the digital divide and advocate for secure and open internet that people can trust. Esteemed guests, according to Internet Society, the total number of internet shutdowns around the world since June 2025 are 105. I would like to repeat these statistics. According to the Internet Society, the total number of internet shutdowns around the world since June 2025 are 105. And I'll give one example. To curb disruptive protests, in 2019, British Transport Police in London shut down in some of the city tube stations in an attempt to disrupt actions by climate change protesters in the city. In 2004, although Communication Authority of Kenya issued a statement that they don't intend to shut down access to internet in reaction to extended protests for the next day against the government plan to increase taxes and outage of detected, but the shutdown did appear. As such, the recent development of US government issued directive for export control requiring Anthropic to suspend access to Fable 1 and Mythos 5 AI model for all foreign nationals globally fall under internet shutdown in line with US national security concern. The point I want to stress here, these events do happen, and they happen for reason. And there are many reasons that countries have. And we do understand national security concerns, they have context. Every country has their own way on how they define it. Ladies and gentlemen, AI sovereignty we are pursuing as a country has 3 pillars. Pillar number 1, AI technology sovereignty. Pillar number 2, data sovereignty. And pillar number 3 is value sovereignty. So when we enact any model or we start to work with any company startup that is pursuing AI solution, we do look at these 3 things so that we can safeguard our sovereignty. In line of this, in Europe, the Cloud and AI Development Act will strengthen Europe's sovereignty and competitiveness in the cloud and AI ecosystem. The Cloud and AI Development Act in Europe is a key part of European Commission AI Continent Action Plan, which reinforces EU leadership in cloud and AI by strengthening its ecosystem, strengthening investment, and strengthening infrastructure. Here in Tanzania, we are pursuing the same thing. We are not pursuing sovereignty to exclude ourselves. We are pursuing sovereignty to safeguard our values. And we do want to work with the international partners because the Vision 2050 have articulated the economy of $1 trillion, of which 70% of it will be delivered by private sector. In delivered by private sector, we do need investors from abroad, but we want to keep our values up to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the report, which I read it very thoroughly, I accessed it yesterday, it did refer that the shutdown that happened last year in Tanzania, which it's been estimated by TMC, amount to $250 million US. And I would like to say, like the way I articulated when I started this opening speech, I'm academicians, so you allow me to ask questions. Our neighboring country, in comparison, the Internet Society estimated in 2004, such an outage was supposed to cost Kenya $6.3 million per day. My question is, how come 6 days amount to $250? So as academicians, and I know that there will be a panel, we need to discuss how this value was calculated. And the report of Kenya did indicate that $6.3 million per day is attributed to services like mobile money services, credit and debit card transaction, e-commerce platforms, which were not accessed in one day. These are the same services which are accessed in Tanzania. So $250 million, I give you as a challenge to discuss this so that to understand which methodology was used to calculate and come to that value. Distinguished guests, in line with the report, we recognize ICT is an enabler and driver of economic growth for our country. Globally, communication sector plays a pivotal role in driving economic transformation, just like the way it was indicated in the presentation of the professor. As a driver, this sector already directly contributes approximately 1.5 to 1.6% of our national gross domestic product, that is GDP. And the report has compared us to Kenya, which in Kenya it contributes 2.4% of their GDP. Allow me to explain much further. How do we calculate and come to 1.5 or 1.6% of our GDP? As an enabler, we have seen potential of contributing even more when we factor in ICT-enabled services in all sectors of our economy. Our calculation of 1.6, we don't factor any enabling factor of ICT in other sectors. Our neighbor does. The exercising of measuring enabling power of ICT in other sector is underway, and I would like to take this opportunity to explain what are we measuring. We measure our digital economy in 4 measures. There is a core measure. Core measure is the one that contributes 1.6 or 1.5 that the report have indicated. But there is a narrow measure of which we are underway in measuring. And there is a broad measure, and the final is digital society. So there are 4 ways on how you can measure the contribution of digital economy to the economy of a country. We are in the process of measuring narrow measure, and then we can go on broad measure, and then the whole digital society. The 3 GDP calculation approaches that we do are in production approaches, expenditure approaches, and income approaches of our people. And this is going to give us a clear picture of how the digital economy of our country is contributing to our GDP. We know our digital economy is bigger than 1.6 because when there was an outage, there was a paralysis of our economy. But now we are looking for a figure to know exactly how it is. So allow me to explain in a core measure. The way we measure core measure is digital economy as an output produced by firms that are intended to fulfill or enable the function of information processing, communication by electronic means, including transmission and display. These include computers, devices, parts, connecting devices, digital communication services, software communication, digital internet services, digital content, and electronic data services. So you can see 1.6 is coming from core, because this is what we have been measuring all along. But there's a narrow measure. The narrow measure includes core measure, which we measure, so it's 1.6 or 1.5, plus economic activity reliant on digital input. So you look at all the sectors, which economic activity that is relying on digital input. And this includes smart devices. And we know that most of our meters are smart, and many things are smart in our country. Electronic commerce, platform services, business services, transportation services, like rapid bus transport that we have and the other measures that we have in our country, travel and accommodation services, financial and insurance services, educational services, health services, entertainment services, sports, recreational services, and those in the digital transmission. So you can see it very clearly. In a narrow measure, it's all those things that touch our life, which we are not measuring them. So in actual fact, our digital economy contribution is not 1.6. The only thing is we don't measure narrow measure. And then once we measure narrow measure, we are going to be having the value which is much bigger than what is indicated in a core measure. After that, we are going to measure something that is called broad measure. So broad measure, you are measuring narrow measure plus activities significantly enhanced by digital input. These include industrial productions. We have industries which are using robots in our country, and many people, they know about it. Agriculture production. There are many people that nowadays they employ drones, sensors in agriculture. General business activities, all those enhanced by digital input. For example, electronic digital devices, automation, robotics, those become engaged or substitute human resources as a factor of production or service for customers. Then the final measure is digital society. This is a broad measure plus other activity reliant on or significantly enhanced by digital inputs. This includes free digital services such as internet platform activities, which we are not measuring them whatsoever. That is health knowledge sharing, information experience exchange by individuals and organizations, public information sharing, Wikipedia, and other services that we know are important to our people. The truth is clear. Tanzania seeks partnership with United States companies. Our Vision 2050 will be delivered by private sector, like the way I said, by 70% of it. Only 30% will be delivered by public institutions. The US company should be partners in our country so that to enable business to embrace digital transformation so that we can be able to thrive together, take advantage of opportunities which are here. Recognizing this, the government is steadfast in effort to foster environments that empower innovators and entrepreneurs to transform their ideas into reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to explain our journey. Our journey of digital transformation as a country started year 2003. The goal has been to transit from digital infrastructure, which we worked from 2003 to 2024, transiting to digital economy. That's why we have a framework for digital economy of our country. But finally, the goal of our transformation is to reach digital society. We understand that digital economic growth happens as a result of digital inclusion, and this has been articulated very well by Professor, and active participation of digital users. Our duty is to transform our population, which is almost 64 million, to participate in digital economy as digital population. And the effort the government have done in this measure is to provide digital ID number, which is a national ID number of our country, is to make system to be able to talk together, or technically they call interoperability of the systems. And 10 years ago, we create instant payment systems which enable our people to participate in digital economy. All these efforts have been done by government to ensure that our digital economy become vibrant and our people are going to participate in digital economy not only as consumers, but as producers. The goal in many countries in the world right now is to create what they call in a new term prosumers, population of the country that they are consumers and at the same time they are producers. And using AI, we have started to see these things. We have started to see people that they consume platforms and also they innovate to create things. Acknowledging the critical role of ICT in national development of Tanzania has taken deliberate measure to support the sector. In 2020, the government established, like I say, Ministry of Communication and the IT to lead in fostering digital transformation. The digital transformation of Tanzania has 5 pillars. Pillar number 1, digital skills. Pillar number 2, digital security and trust. And in the trust part, it talks about data protection, privacy, consumer protection. Pillar number 3 is digital telecommunication services. Pillar number 4, digital economy. And pillar number 5 is digital research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I know the discussion that will follow in this forum, they will discuss many things in relationship to that. And I would like to contextualize these pillars to see how they're affected in AI. In AI, we want our people to have skills in AI. And when we look at the skills in AI, we look at the 3 levels. Level number 1 is basic skills of AI, to make sure that our people are able to use the platform so that they can do their daily activities. Level number 2 of digital skills is intermediate skills. We want to create cadre of the people, especially the youth, who are going to be able to maintain these platforms. And the third pillar, the third section of digital skills is advanced skills of AI. People who are able to create models, or they can understand models, they can see how a model is acting based on our values as our country or the issue of the ethics of our country and things like that. Then AI also need to be trusted, and we need to be able to look at the issues of security. So the trust part is to ensure that once you use the platforms of the AI, but that platform need to adhere to data protection laws of our country. They need to uphold the privacy of our people. And also, we have to have the capacity to protect our consumer when they are using these platforms. Another pillar in relationship to AI is digital telecommunication services. We are upgrading our infrastructure, and I think you can remember that our president has contributed to this pillar by upgrading and building new telecommunication towers, because mobile telecommunication is the one that includes a lot of Tanzanians. And most of them, they are 4Gs, and some of them are 5Gs, so that they'll be able to withhold the workflows of AI of our country. Then we want to build the AI economy. And then to strengthen the AI research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We do understand when you strengthen research and innovation, you'll be able to grow your economy. And when you strengthen innovation and entrepreneurship, you grow the competitiveness of your economy. So these are the things that we want to do. In August 2003, we were in the process of approving the National ICT Policy of 2027, which aligned with Digital Economy Strategic Framework of 2024, 2035. This policy underscores our vision of digital transformed and competitive national economy, one that encourages innovation and entrepreneurship. And it is through such initiatives that we are aiming to position Tanzania as a hub for digital solution in our region. To top up with a recommendation that you have given to us, we are sure that we are going to achieve the goals that we have articulated for the development of our country. Because in a vision 2050, digital transformation has been articulated as a driver of our vision. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers once again. You are the torchbearers of Tanzania innovation journey. I encourage you to work diligently, make the most of opportunity presented to you in this forum, and inspire your peers to seize the opportunity that is available here in Tanzania. Digital economy is about number of people. If you have fewer people, you have smaller market. Tanzania have more than 60 million people. We have a bigger economy, and discussions like this are very important because it gives us a platform to be able to work together. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Andrew Lenzi, Charge d'Affaires ad interim of U.S. Embassy in Tanzania, Dr. Milton Muller, Professor, Founder of Internet Governance Project, Ms. Asha Abinala, Chief Executive Officer of Tech Media Convergency. Your organization has been true partners to the government of Tanzania, and various initiatives you have been implementing support the achievement of our national plans. I reaffirm the government commitment to supporting initiatives that empower our youth and drive national development. Together, we can create a future where innovation flourishes and Tanzania become a beacon of progress and opportunity. I thank you all for your attention. I declare this event is open. Thank you once again. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to Dr. Moses Nkundwe for officially inaugurating the 2026 Africa Innovation and Technology Forum happening here in Dar es Salaam at the Hyatt Regency Hotel. Distinguished delegates, guests of honor, allow us to do two more things. One, group photo. Then we shall go for break, for a tea break. And then we shall break into respective panel sessions. So I will announce first of the panel, and then we shall take photos, and then we shall go for networking tea break. Right after tea, right after the tea break, which will follow momentarily, we shall go on to two parallel sessions. Number one, in here, which will be moderated by Catherine Barreto, co-founder of Binary Labs. We'll be looking on to artificial intelligence governance in Tanzania. Artificial intelligence governance in Tanzania. The session will take place in the room, looking on to advancing ethical innovation, inclusion, skills development, as we had remarks by the guest of honor, one of the pillars, and strategic competitiveness. We have Farhan Yusuf, Daniel Castro, and Engineer Bahati as the panelists for this session. This will take place in here. When you go out, right across, similar side, but across the room at Lake Victoria, we shall be looking on to cybersecurity readiness in Tanzania, protecting critical infrastructures in hyper-connected era. Cybersecurity, this will be moderated by Miss Esther Mengi. Esther, are you in the room? Esther? Okay, she stepped out. She's talking on the phone. So Esther will be moderating the session across the other side of the hotel, same floor. And she has Yusuf Kileo, Matthew Mdeme, as well as Noah Maina as panelists. These sessions will take an hour. Okay? An hour and 20 minutes plus Q&A. After that, we shall now switch into the second parallel session. In Mount Meru, we shall have Iku Lazaro moderating e-government and public sector innovation in Tanzania, advancing efficiency, transparent and citizen-centered digital governance in here, right from 12:20 up until 13:30, and at Lake Victoria with Navina Mutabazi, we shall be looking on to building a coherent national digital governance, looking on to the architecture, onto aligning ICT regulation, data protection, cybersecurity, innovation, and trade policy for sustainable growth at Lake Victoria. So kindly let's take a note that these sessions will take 1 hour, 20 minutes, and we shall be coming around into your rooms to ensure that we adhere to the time. Without further ado, guests of honor, allow me now to call for group photo, a few groups. They will first come, line up, and then I will invite the high table. So to begin with, naomba panelists, tuko wengi sana, but those doing panel for day one as well as the moderators for day one, please come onto the stage. Panelists and moderators for day one, please come onto the stage. To be followed by panelists and moderators for day two. TMC team, that will include board members and staff. And the final photo will comprise the Internet Government Tanzania Working Group. DJ, naomba ongeze sauti kidogo. Panelists and moderators for day one, please come onto the stage. On top, yeah, tunaomba tusimame juu ya jukwaa. Tuchangamke kidogo. Day one. Day two, naomba mjiandae. Tusogee to our left so we can all fit. Asante sana. Can I call now the panelist and moderator for day two? Can I request those of us coming out of the stage, let's just proceed with the permission from the guest of honor for tea. Those of us coming down off the stage, let's just do tea. Moderators and panelists for day two, I'm not sure if I'm seeing anyone. I think we've taken all of it. Now can I ask Asha's team on the stage? Asha? Oh, the moderators and panelists for day two. Okay. Moderators and panelists for day two. If we can stand at the back. Panelists and moderators for day two. Let's line up at the back. If you're also doing day two, join again for day two. Hatua moja to your right. Perfect. Can I call onto the stage Asha's team? Asha's team on the stage. Professor, please remain back. Asha's team. Yeah, including the board. Including the board and staff of the TMC, Tech and Media Convergency. Yeah, let's go up, kindly. Yeah, the board can say down, but others on that side. So we have the guest of honor at the center. Yeah, can I have one of you to go that side as well? Yeah. Fantastic. Asha, but this board only has women. We need to talk. This board is not gender sensitive, or it is gender oversensitive. And finally, can I call onto the stage the Internet Government Tanzania Working Group. Internet Government Tanzania Working Group. Naomba twende tusimame nyuma ya mgeni rasmi. The working group for the Internet Government Tanzania. Tusogee, let's move to the left. Yeah. Naomba kaka umlete dada katikati hapo ili tunafunga wa baba. Beautiful. So it is now 10:36. Let us go at our respective groups at exactly 11 o'clock. Guest of honor, members of the high table, karibuni networking tea. Asante. Let's go for tea. Let's be at our respective groups at exactly 11 o'clock. Naomba tukanywe chai. Itakapotimia saa 5 kamili, naomba tuwe kwenye hizo groups mbili, Lake Victoria and Mount Meru.
If you're staying for the session on AI and governance, please move to the front 3 tables. Don't be shy. Don't leave us alone. So just move up to the front 3 tables. Since the professor is not here, I can say this. This is not UD. We don't do backbenches. Please, please move to the front. Farha from Celcom, grab a seat at the front, please. Don't be shy. Harry Mbiro, thank you for joining us. Grab a seat at the front tables. Unacheke, Harry. We don't allow backbenches in this room. Thank you so much for coming back. This is the better session to be at. Can we fill the front 2 rows, please? Can we fill the front 2 rows? Ladies, to the front. Faith, to the front. All of you in the back, in the corner, don't be shy. To the front. Front 2 rows. I promise you, you will have fun, you will laugh, you might cry. It's okay, we allow all emotions in this room. Are they going to tell us when we can start? So we can start? Okay. Don't leave. This is the better session. You don't want to go to the cybersecurity part. It's not as fun. Okay, enjoy it. Ladies, row 1 and row 2, not row 3. Thank you. To the front. There's seats right here on this table. Imagine this. You can sit with one of the directors of Celcom and have a conversation with Farha. You could sit next to one of the foremost technology lawyers in the country, Harry Mbiro, and learn about something in IP law. So I would suggest you grab a seat at the table. You could sit with the co-founder of Shule Direct and learn how you build a startup, no longer a startup, now probably a unicorn that's taken 15 years. Ladies, I want to suggest you sit at this table. The board chair of TMC is there. You're looking at 25 years of development knowledge seated right here. When Austin said network, this is exactly what he meant. Take a seat at the table. If you are seated at a table with only women or only men, you need some gender parity. So can you please ensure you have gender parity at your table? Yes.
I'm missing panelists in the other room, and I suspect. I saw Noah.
Noah's outside, gray shirt. He should be in the room already.
I thought you wanted the app. I'll find him.
Are you sure? I can call him if you'd like.
No, it's fine. Daniel?
Daniel is my panelist. You can't have Daniel.
Daniel, you can't be at 2 places at the
Daniel
same
is,
time.
Daniel is here. You cannot move him.
But it's also the other panel.
I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. He's here. You may not remove Daniel. No, you can't remove him.
I just did.
No, you can't because I only have 1 panelist, 2 panelists. So you may not remove Daniel. You may take Dawson instead.
I can take this.
Yes, you may take it. Okay. feet in. Okay. Good morning again, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Please only sit in rows 1 and 2 unless those tables are full. Then you may proceed to row 3. Make sure you have some gender equity on your table. If you sit on this table right here, you could be sitting with some of the powerhouses in our tech industry. If you sit on table 2, you could be sitting with somebody who might or might not be related to the greatest detective in the world, Sherlock Holmes. You could also be seated next to one of Tanzania's foremost IP lawyers, Harry Mbiro. If you sit on the table over there with Daniel, our panelist, Daniel, give them a wave. If you're seated with Daniel, then you could be seated with somebody who's got more than 15 years of experience in financial inclusion. If you're interested in that table, take a seat at the table. So to all the women young women that are seated together talking to each other, you have an opportunity to sit at the table with a man or a woman with a ton of experience, lived experience, practical experience, somebody that you could have a conversation with that helps move your product or move you into a different role. I'm saying it again. To the young women seated together, get up and move to another table. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Asha. Well done, Navina. So, my name is Catherine Rose Barreto. I'll be here today and tomorrow in case you want to say hi, but I'm a strategist and ecosystem builder focused on human capital and inclusive growth, and a constant student of how technology reshapes both. I'm a little nervous, so please bear with me. If I speak too fast, please let me know. In the room today, we have government, we have regulators, innovators, technologists, academia, and civil society all together in one room. And that's the whole point, and we've heard this the whole morning. This is the whole point of the diversity that we have today, is because the technology we're here to discuss doesn't respect the silos that we govern through. So why are we talking about AI governance in Tanzania this morning? I think, and we heard this throughout the morning, that we're talking about this because the stakes are high. Africa's digital economy could scale to $702 billion by 2050, if governance frameworks are strong enough to carry it. And AI, as we've heard this morning, sits at the center of that growth, expanding human capability and our capacity to solve our own problems. As we've heard this morning, reactive pre-approval mandates instead of collaborative frameworks risk stifling local innovation that we're trying to grow, and we risk isolating ourselves from global competitiveness. We don't have to look far to see why governance is the deciding factor. The Political Economy Digital Governance in Tanzania report that was launched earlier on this stage sets the framework and makes it more concrete. Tanzania has the connectivity, 85% we heard. Yet our ICT sector only contributes to about 1.5% of GDP. Our neighbors to the north, Kenya, with similar connectivity, get 2.4%. Connectivity alone clearly isn't translating into economic value. So the question we're going to try and grapple with today on the stage is, for AI in particular, it's simple, but really urgent, we feel. Do we repeat the pattern or do we break it? And we don't have to speculate about where Tanzania stands on AI, to be quite frank. We've already measured it. According to the 2025 UNESCO AI Readiness Assessment, which was launched in Dar es Salaam last June, co-authored by some of the colleagues you will meet today and tomorrow, and somebody who we have on our panel as well, the picture that we have really is a paradox. On the strong side, we have a Personal Data Protection Act already in force, mobile broadband reaching 83% of our population, and a place in the top 5 of Africa on the Global Cybersecurity Index. As we've heard from Dr. Moses, we have interoperability of systems. We value sovereignty, both on data and AI sovereignty. People can participate in the digital economy, not only as consumers, but producers and innovators. So we're not starting from zero. But on the readiness, in the same assessment, we find that 60% of Tanzanians still lack basic digital skills. R&D sits at around half 0.5% of GDP, and the gap is sharply gendered. Women hold mobile internet access at 17% against 35% for men, and just 4.4% of tertiary STEM enrollment against 21.6% for men. Real strengths, real gaps, real opportunities, right? So this is how we're going to navigate the discussion. We have two experts who will join me on stage. I'm going to say rock stars because they are. We will start with somebody who's come a very long way from Washington to join us. Can we give a round of applause to Daniel Castro, please? Daniel, you get to pick your seat. Daniel Castro is the Vice President of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, an internationally recognized expert on AI regulation, cybersecurity, and global trade, and former IT analyst at the US Government Accountability Office. Joining Daniel on stage, we have engineer Bahati Zuberi. Can we give her a round of applause? Engineer Zuberi is the principal engineer at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. She is actively shaping the government's approach to ethical AI frameworks, cross-sector collaboration, and public engagement. These are some big chairs. Short people issues. So I'd like to jump in and kind of explore AI governance and frameworks, what protects our rights and institutions, and what can we do without smothering local innovation? Because I know we have innovators like Iko in the room for what this is something really at the heart of what they're trying to do. But also, what can we do to make the framework real? So I'd really like when we talk through kind of practicalities, what's tangible, what's doable for us. And at the heart of that, I think something we really need to discuss and drill down to is the skills. What are the skills we need to be able to get to the future that we want? We heard from Asha this morning, from the Charge d'Affaires, from Dr. Moses, that Tanzania isn't starting with a blank page. The ministry is already leading a draft national AI strategy that I believe, Engineer Zuberi, you're helping to shape and implement, that has been shaped by UNESCO ethics recommendations and the AU's continental strategy. We have a Data Protection Act in force, a Data Protection Commission. I believe we have somebody from the Commission here as well with us in the room, and that's up and running. So I think our question today is not whether to govern AI, it's the how fast, without losing the innovation that we really want to grow and the innovation we know we need to grow. So with that, let me ask, I'll start with you, Engineer Zuberi. Considering the projection that the digital governance could unlock up to $712 billion across the continent by 2050, could you walk us through where Tanzania is landing in that space? What is the framework trying to protect? Where are you drawing the line so that it doesn't smother innovation that we're trying to grow? And what are the efforts that you and the team are putting in to be able to, as Dr. Moses said this morning, build this thriving roadmap for us?
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to join this panel. The topic is very critical for us as the ministry, and we really appreciate the effort done by my sister Asha to convene this forum, because for us it's a part of a space where we can learn and exchange the ideas, and also some of our colleagues here to know the progress that are being done by the government, but also to get the feedback from you guys, because as the ministry is the co-drive of digital transformation, but we cannot move digital transformation. It's a long journey. We need an intersectoral collaboration, and you're part of this journey. So I loved how you presented the issue of UNESCO AI Readiness Assessment Framework, and the report that was done by UNESCO really created a foundation for Tanzania to develop a national AI strategic framework. And what I remember, the AI community were the key champions driving the findings that were put in the report. For those who have not accessed the report is online. If you go to UNESCO website, you can find it. And through the UNESCO report, we as the government, we understood the maturity of where we, Tanzania, we are in terms of AI adoption. So the report showed that Tanzania, we're still in level 3. I remember the conversation we had with Daniel, and I said we are still a little bit low. So we are in level 3 of maturity, where we see a lot of innovation in the space. But we can still say they are experimental because each sector is doing its silo initiative in AI adoption. But coming back to the essence of this panel today, when we speak about the AI innovation, the government is visioning that the innovation should be driven with the focus to secure the data. People have to trust, but also they need to bring the major issue of inclusivity. How far are the public, are they engaged in the development of the AI, whether it's a system or any innovation? So through the UNESCO reports, there were several key concerns area which they pushed us, the government, to look upon it. And one of the key area was the issue of infrastructure. Today, we are speaking of AI models, but how far are we ready in terms of infrastructure? So it was the government role to ensure that we have those infrastructure, whether it's a data centers, whether it's a government AI data center or it's a private-driven data center. We need to have adequate cloud infrastructure, but also there is the concept of open data sets for AI. Like for us, the government, we really originate or we really produce data, but are they available to innovators so that if they develop the AI modules, do they address what as the country we really need to address? Another issue, it's part of the data set. Bakita, let's say now they're producing almost, they have 64 million Swahili data sets, but are they standardized? There are some of the universities also, they have the Swahili data sets, but how far are these data sets being standardized and accessible to any innovator or research institution? So that is the vision of us, Tanzania, especially the vision that is driven by our ministry, is to see we leapfrog from the experimentation maturity now to be a country where AI really bring a transformation impact according to our social, economic needs, but without forgetting the values of Tanzanians. I can say a little.
Thank you so much, Engineer Zuberi, for laying the groundwork for what we're looking like in terms of internally. Daniel, once again, welcome back. Welcome to Tanzania for the first time. And what a welcome, right? You come in and we're launching a new report. You're meeting some incredible people in this room. And then we ask you to dig a little bit deeper. So from some of the work that you've been doing at the Institute and through kind of our conversation prior to this, you bring in the view that the protective instinct can quietly become the problem in the room, right? And this morning, Dr. Moses raised it when he talked about Fable 5. So we're here today to not just hear about the warnings. I think what we'd like to do is talk through opportunity, talk through what we can do next, what can we put into our roadmap. From what Bahati's described, from the report, and from what you've heard this morning from our speakers, where have you seen this done somewhere else? What would you keep? What's the learning for us? What can you push back on? Where have governments walked this path really well, and what positive aspects can Tanzania take from that learning?
Well, first, it's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm really excited to have this conversation with you and Engineer Bahati. I'm when we look around the world at AI, and we recognize that just like the internet, just like mobile phones, just like social media, we are, in the middle of another really significant technological change. And whenever we have these moments that occur with technological change, there is that opportunity to not only do things differently, do things better, but as you mentioned, leapfrog. I mean, this is really an opportunity for, the chairs are being rearranged, and globally in terms of the economy. And there's opportunity to rethink not just the digital sector, right, but it's every sector of the economy that can leverage the technology, in this case artificial intelligence, to compete in ways that it couldn't compete before. And so I'm first of all delighted to hear more about the Tanzanian AI strategy, because I think a lot of countries aren't actually taking that step of developing strategies. They're developing a strategy that's meaningful, right? Some have a couple of documents that say we have a strategy, but the challenge is always in implementation. How do we make sure that the technology gets out to people so that it can have an impact? When I was listening to Dr. Mueller's presentation, part of the question I had when I saw the report was, are the problems he identified in terms of internet outages and some of the internet and digital policies, are those the symptoms or the disease? That is, are the problems that need to be fixed, just the technical issues of, well, if we change this law on social media or this tax that's being done here, that will fix the issue? Or are those just symptoms of a political economy that led to those types of decisions? And so to me, one of the most important questions that countries should be thinking about is, what is our motivation for the policies that we're implementing? And how does that reflect in the AI policies that we're going to be pursuing? So I think the countries that are most successful, or going to be most successful with AI, to get to the point of your question here, are those that are really looking at disruptive innovation with AI. Those that are saying, this is going to be a change. It's going to be a big change. It might be a hard change, but here's how we're embracing it with enthusiasm. Here's how we're making sure it's inclusive so that everyone will benefit, and that we're not going to see resistance because there's certain maybe losers in the transition. Here's how we're going to make sure that we are actively addressing all those components: the education and skills, the infrastructure, the training that goes into that, the access to the technology. That we're working on all of those points so that as this opportunity arises, we're able to move forward quickly and efficiently. And so, that's where I think there's some really exciting opportunities. But I think one of the challenges I see is, when we had the internet rollout, countries recognized that they had to invest a lot into it. It wasn't just the private sector. They had to build the infrastructure. It was laying copper and fiber and building the cell towers. With AI, it's going to be something very similar, but it's hard to see it in that same way. It is building data centers, but it's also going to be paying for compute. Those tokens, that's the new, that's like bits today. And we have to figure out how we actually pay for all this. And I think in some cases, we're going to have to think about government subsidies, and we're also have to think about how do we lower costs. Just like we see that taxes on internet access can decrease internet use, anything that raises cost of compute in a country will be a factor. And so that's not just looking at data centers, it's looking at the cost of energy, the construction, everything that goes into that, including questions of permitting and siting, everything that goes into building these data centers. So lots of really interesting things governments can do to really work on that entire AI stack.
Thank you so much. Engineer Saberi, would you like to weigh in?
Thank you, Catherine. And maybe I pose a challenge to everyone who is here. AI in Tanzania is still a low-hanging fruit. And there is a lot of areas where the innovators, startups, they have the opportunity to explore and make a tremendous impact for us to understand that AI is a tool and not something to be scared from. So for us, in collaboration with the regulators, the government needs somehow to govern the AI, the adoption of AI, but The intention is not to have a full control of the modules, but rather to create the enabling environment for them to create the AI innovation or application that are useful for our community. So, like the issue of regulatory sandboxes, these are very key for us, noting the maturity of Tanzania. So there are several initiatives which are done by regulators. We much appreciate BOT. We are the first one to develop the regulatory sandboxes, but TCRA. But now we are glad several regulators are coming up to make sure they develop this regulatory sandbox. So for the innovators and startups who are here, it's an opportunity. We are creating infrastructure where they can experiment their innovation and avoid those bottleneck. Maybe sometimes if they enter into the market, they say this, the regulations, they hinder our acceleration or commercialization. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Zuberi. Just a quick show of hands. How many innovators, entrepreneurs do we have in the room? Can we just see, be proud, raise your hand up high. Okay. How many people working to build this enabling environment that Engineer Zuberi talked about? If you don't know if you're building an enabling environment, if you're from a financial institution like Cellcom that offers gateways, you're doing that. If you're working in the legal space, if you're working at any of the commissions, if you're working in infrastructure, that's what we consider enabling environment. Anyone here in any of the sandboxes, TCRA's sandbox or BOT's sandbox? Anyone have a product in the sandbox? Okay. If you go online, Google the Swahilis. Please, I'm not going to tell you about them because you should know them. They're one of the first startups, I think, that have been able to secure an incredible deal through the sandbox and with the regulator, but that also means it opens up an entire pathway for other innovators, right? Very exciting for us. If you don't know them, you need to be knowing them. I'll take one question on what we've talked about so far. I'm going to give you plenty of opportunities for a question, but if you have a question on the foundation, infrastructure, foundation, regulatory environments, if you want Daniel to expand on something that he said. Do we have a question from anyone? Fantastic, we have 2 questions, I like that. Please let me know who you do. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Zuberi, and Daniel and Catherine Rose. I think for me, my question was around AI talents. I'm a young person who uses digital platforms to inform ethical and responsible use of AI, but using Swahili, because one of the gaps that I noticed is localization. So as I was going through again our AI readiness report, I noted that as much as there's an acknowledgement of the AI skills gap in Tanzania or talents, most of the talents that have been mentioned, they're hard skills like statistical analysis, AI engineering, et cetera, et cetera. But I see globally, there's a very big opportunity of non-technical young people, including myself, that can harness opportunities in other intersectional AI areas like ethical and responsible use of AI. So how can we move forward and how can we bring others to understand that the AI future-ready opportunities does not rely solely on technical skills? Thank you.
I'm Joan Kimirei, and I just, you talk about AI levels, and you say Tanzania, we're in level 3. For some of us who are not in the technical jargon of AI, can you tell us, we're in level 3, where are we heading? Where are we coming from? Thank you, that's all.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for the nice question. If you go to the international framework, like the one they are being developed by IGDC, they have tried to categorize the level of maturity. Almost there are 5 levels of maturity. In maturity 1 up to 3, it's when they measures where if the government or a certain national has policy framework, there are some awareness on AI, there are some of the innovation around. That's why in level 3, they term it as an experimentation maturity. So once you go to a digital space of a certain country, you can see innovation. I don't need to mention some of examples of AI innovation in various sectors, fintech, agriculture, and health. So in Tanzania, we are still in that level. But once, if you want to reach to level 5, where AI now brings a transformative impact, it's when all the AI system are full integrated. Let's say a certain business or entrepreneur can operate in an environment where the AI system, they can exchange data, they can share data, they can interpret so that he can either do an analysis or a prediction based on a collective mode of analysis. So for us, if you recall the existing agenda where our Madam President, he always speak about mifumo kusomana. Sorry, Daniel. So kama tunataka kwenda kwenye full-fledged AI transformation, first of it ni kwamba mifumo lazima isomane. Kwa hiyo ina maana kama ni mfumo wa sekta ya afya, lazima uzungumze na mwenzie labda wa sekta ya afya from private sector au hata sekta ya kilimo, because we are expecting kwa kutumia AI we need to make a collective decision. Huwezi kusema una base labda na mfumo mmoja kufanya analysis ya data. No, we need a collective means ya kufanya hiyo integration ya mifumo. Kwa hiyo tukifikia kwenye hiyo level, ndio tunasema kweli AI imeweza kufanya ile required transformation kwenye nchi. Kwa hiyo sisi bado tuko kwenye level ya experimentation. Tunaona innovators wetu hapa wanapotengeneza mifumo, but those mifumo, they are still standalone innovation. Nadhani umenipata kidogo. Asante.
Thank you so much, John, for the question. Navina, I'm definitely bringing your question up. Just a quick translation for you, Daniel. Engineer Zuberi talked about the interoperability and how systems speak to each other. At the moment, it's very much a siloed approach. And what we're looking to do, and this is a national, I would say, imperative, is to build a system that's more nuanced, intentional, and more collaborative. Dr. Moses spoke to interoperability this morning, and I think that's something we're definitely working towards so that we're not so siloed. Thank you so much for the questions. So the morning report, and I think it's something that has been in a lot of chat groups that I'm in. If you've been in a chat group this week that's talking about Anthropic and Fable 5 and sovereignty, can you raise your hand? Yeah. I mean, this is something that's really interesting, right? Cutting edge. Asha, I don't know if you did the forum at the right time or Anthropic decided on things at the right time, but it just feels like it's come together. And we talked about this morning when we had coffee, and we said, you know what? We should talk about this, right? So the report looks really hard at data localization, rules requiring data to be held on local servers. And what we've seen through the report is that it raised costs, in some cases reaching billions of shillings for a single firm to build redundant infrastructure without clearly delivering the security that it promises. Daniel, you've done some work with this through your institute, and actually some of your work is cited in the findings. So make sure you read the report. And AI raises those stakes because a competitive AI sector needs cross-border data and computing. So from your experience, for a country like ours that's on level 3, right? Nascent, experimenting, trying to figure out the way forward. For a country that wants both sovereignty and a competitive AI sector, where is our balance? And is there a model in the world that we can draw from that has struck this? Sovereignty without strangling the computer power and data that AI needs.
I think this is where the focus should always be on how do we get more adoption and use of the technology. So, one way of thinking about AI that I think sometimes some governments default to is saying, we want to build everything here, and we want to make sure that we're using the technology that we're building, that we need to develop this digital ecosystem of local compute, local models, local applications, and that's how we're going to be successful. And I think the problem with that is that, especially in a fast-moving area like AI, where if you follow the benchmarks of these models, I mean, it's the curves are incredible, and you're also seeing that those frontier labs are really able to accelerate progress. When you see that happening, you don't want to be using old technology. The most important thing you can be doing is using some of the most, the latest technology. Now, the latest technology doesn't necessarily mean, the most expensive frontier. It might be the latest, highly efficient technology, but it's still, using something that's at the leading edge. And so the goal isn't necessarily to be that leading developer. It's to use what's best out there. And the only way to do that, as you mentioned, is by having that data portability, the ability to, take your data, send it to whichever model is best for this particular application, and then get the results back. And so I think when we look at some of the policy in this area, that's where what is important is that countries look at their regulatory environment and say, are we creating the conditions so that when a company launches a new model, they want to launch in our market. They want to make sure our market is included. What you've seen recently is that even in large economically wealthy countries like in Europe, some of the major US tech companies are not launching their services there because the regulatory environment is so risky for them that they say it's better just to avoid that market for now. So for example, Apple has said they're not going to launch some of the Siri AI products in Europe because of those concerns. And we're seeing this from some of the other companies as well. And so when you look at different markets, the question they should really be saying is not, let's not create regulations in this space. It's, let's follow the models set by the countries that are, having early access. Singapore, United States, Japan, Korea. And what can we do to emulate that so that, when Anthropic releases their new model, we're going to be on that list because there's no concerns that there might be some kind of data protection law or data sovereignty law or something else that creates a business risk for them that they say, you know what, it's just not worth it.
Thank you, Daniel. So I know not all of us are techies in the room. I'm not a techie. I actually work in human capital. So Daniel used the word frontier AI, and I know Engineer Zuberi is going to use that as well. What is frontier AI? It refers to the most advanced AI models in existence, the ones operating on absolute cutting edge of what technology can currently do. Did anybody get up at 3 a.m. to watch some guys race around a track in Monaco recently? No Formula One in the room. Okay, okay. Anyone get up to watch some guys race around a track in a tin car? Okay then. So think of frontier AI kind of like a Formula One race car versus the regular car that you came in today, right? The everyday AI tools, the chat box that answers customer questions, the app that suggests your next song, those are all in regular cars using reliable, well understood frontier AI, right? But in this Formula One car that is zipping around that track in Monaco, that's the fastest, most powerful system being built by engineers, pushing limits of what's possible, right? And so that's just like an F1 car, literally. The extra power is exactly why it needs careful rules and oversight. Are we good on frontier AI technology? So the next time you hear it, you're going to know it's like a Formula One racing car.
Can I just add on there?
Yes.
I think that's a great analogy, but for example, I can drive a regular car. I don't think anyone should get me near a Formula One car. And I would just say for frontier AI, it is a little different in the sense that anyone can drive it. And so, it's like a Formula One car that we can all drive.
Yeah. You see this? We could all be in Monaco. Thank you, Daniel. So, Bahati, Daniel said something that I think that's really critical, and of course we've heard it this morning. We can't let sovereignty rules choke our computing data and kind of our data AI needs, right? But you're in the ministry and partners that are also in this room, like the Commission, the Data Protection Commission, you're the one who turns all of this into actual practice. You have to weigh that against real concerns: security, trust, and control. When a frontier model arrives, how does the ministry actually balance those three things? Can you walk us through what happens?
Thank you, Caroline. Maybe I can say the vision that we have toward those frontier models of AI. Noting the level of maturity we have, our thinking is that within Tanzania to have a capacity of experts that will be able to create maybe some of AI models, but also to have the ability, let's say when a certain enterprise come and bring its AI solution, we really need to have the human resource that can be able to analyze and predict the risk of a certain AI solution or wherever that is coming. So for now, we are really focusing on building the capacity, the internal capacity of our people here, so that they can really be key players or driver to make sure that the user, because at the end, wherever system it's being put in place here, we must align on the key issues that you said. We need to see how the customers are being protected, the issue of data, the issue of cyber security. So for us, our major concern is that we capacity our people so that they can be able to analyze, even to participate in developing these AI models. And maybe one time we can be the frontier like others. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, anything to add?
Yeah, I think developing the capabilities are really important. I think it's important that we think about everyone that can benefit from this. And I think for example, a lot of what AI can do is I mean, as we all know, especially when you're looking at some of the chatbots that are very popular right now, right? It can do translations and editing. It can do website creation. It can do some coding. So I think one of the things we should be thinking about is who is immediately affected by some of the changes and capabilities, and those are probably some of the people we should start with and saying, well, how do we make sure that it's not that we're necessarily training them to be AI developers, but are we training them to use the AI tools in ways that they can stay competitive in the fields that they're already working in? They already have customers, right? And we want to make sure that they're able to continue to compete and that those jobs, those services that they're providing don't go somewhere else, that they're not going to either another country or they're just being replaced entirely. The other part we want to think about is just the new wave of students that are also coming through our education systems. Are they graduating being just like we had internet natives? Are we having AI natives? People that grew up and went to school and have learned this is how we use AI in our schoolwork, and this is now how we're going to be using it in the workplace. We want to make sure that schools are not saying, AI is a problem, don't use it because we're worried about, cheating. We need to embrace it because I know as an employer, I don't want to hire someone who hasn't used AI. In fact, when I hire new people, I hope they have more experience with AI than the people that didn't grow up with that, and that they should come in and teach us more things. So I just think that idea of, being enthusiastic embracers of the technology is one of the most important things we can do, because that's how you innovate, right? That's when you say, I see that this is enabling new opportunities and embracing that.
Thank you so much. As we go into the question around human capital, Dr. Mboni, I'm wondering if you would be willing to share what you're doing at the university and how academic institutions are grappling with students using AI.
I had to check the time. It's good morning. Good morning, everyone. Yes, this is a very interesting question, and it's a question that we are continuously interacting with on a daily. Like it's bothering us, but it's also creating an opportunity for us to think outside the box to see how we can evolve, because we now know that it's here to stay. So now it's actually forcing us to think about how we assess. It's forcing us. It's like coming to us really hard. It's forcing us to change the way we assess. We are thinking about, are we doing it correctly? do we even need to have the means, the methodologies in which we use to assess? We have dissertations coming in that we know directly are coming from ChatGPT, and it irks us so much. It really does. Like if you have like 17 students you're supervising, and you know that everything is coming from ChatGPT, and you're tempted to use ChatGPT to assess the ChatGPT, you know. So I do not have answers, Catherine. I don't have answers because it's something that we are battling with currently. We are discussing it. It's in the front. It's a frontier right now. So we also have a generation at the very top who are born before computers, and they really think that we should be fighting the AI. And then you have the millennials. I think I am a millennial. Do I look like one? And so we have us who are thinking like we are closer to the Gen Z. We understand how they think, and we can give them a break. We can cut some slack. We can actually find ways to help them future ready for, you know, like prepare them for the future. So we are also like in the middle, and we are like, so the top will look at us like, what are you talking about? Why you're trying to destroy the institutions we've built for years and years and years? So it's a constant battle, and it's easy to jump off and say, you know what, I give up, but then we're in it and we're thinking, we don't have answers. Okay, that's the, we don't have answers, but you know what you were doing? Like, I appreciate these conversations because these conversations will open those doors. Gradually, it will become the norm to discuss them, and then it will be the norm to think of other ways of assessment, because right now you have to get an A for memorizing. So that's like a mindset shift, yeah? We have to change the way we think, and it comes from the bottom, from the top down. And possibly maybe the millenniums will come up to the top and have better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing your vulnerability and honesty, because it is the human capital question for us is often the elephant in the room, right? How do we build the capital, the talent that we need? One of the UD departments, for example, has changed how they actually write exams. So they're trying to test knowledge versus regurgitation or copy and paste from ChatGPT. And it's interesting, you said you supervise 70 students. Incredible that I'm sure you can tell when something comes out of ChatGPT and isn't your student. So really interesting things around frontier, around what do we build contextually for us? And we can't avoid this people. People are at the heart of the work that we do. If we want to get to Vision 2050, we need to bring people along with us, and we need to have the capital to get there. The 2025 UNESCO assessment found that 60% of Tanzanians still lack basic digital skills, with R&D at about 0.5% of our GDP. And I'm going to say it again, that gap is very highly gendered. Women are just 4.4% of tertiary STEM enrollment against 21.6% for men. And I think, again, we think about Vision 2050, where we want to go. Vision 2050 targets 70% digital literacy. The draft strategy aims for 80%. And we're building from kind of the lower base of 60% in terms of basics. Where does the human capacity actually come from? Who's responsible for building it? Who's responsible for growing it? How fast do we need to be doing this? And how do we make sure that we're not just building it for the people already closest to the technology? Those of us in this room with 2 or 3 smartphones, a tablet, accessing ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or Copilot, right? Smart TV. So Daniel, can we come down to you now? Can we start talking about building the skills base and who it reaches? You've written quite a bit around the how, right? You've written about modernizing a workforce for the AI era. How does a country build an AI-ready workforce fast enough to matter when most people are really, quite frankly, starting with the basics? And crucially, how do we build it to be broader, like Dr. Mboni mentioned in terms of skills, rather than narrow, so that we don't deepen the gap between the connected and everyone else?
It's a really important question, because I think when we're talking about the future of AI, it has to be inclusive. Digital transformation for a country won't work if it's just benefiting a small group. One of the, I think, most powerful parts of AI is that it actually changes the way we interact with computers. You know, I remember, you know, back in the early 90s when we were just getting internet. And I helped teach some people how to use the internet for the first time who had never used a computer. And one of the biggest challenges, this was, for example, one woman I worked with, she knew how to type, she had used a typewriter, but she didn't know how to use a mouse, which, some Gen Z people, you might not use a mouse anymore, but, that was actually a big thing, just trying to understand, okay, I hold this thing over here and I move it and something's moving on the screen, and that concept, and then the idea you have to click and that opens things, it's very unintuitive for how we interact with technology. Typing commands and going to websites, a lot of that's very unintuitive. AI is changing all of that, right? Now you can interface with a chatbot through SMS. You can use voice to just talk to, Claude or OpenAI's chatbot, and you can actually have just a conversation if you have, high bandwidth. So it really actually changes who can make use of all of this technology. You don't have to even be literate to have access to all of this information, all of this expertise. And that's a really powerful concept. And I think that's a really underappreciated part of what this technology can do for populations. When we're thinking about the digital literacy, it used to be digital literacy required that you had literacy to begin with. It required that you had connectivity. It required that you had a computer before you could even make use of all that. And then you had to learn how to use the computer. Now, if you can communicate, verbally, that's sufficient, and that's really powerful. And so, and it's not just about accessing information. I mean, when you look at some of the trends here, if I don't know if people are familiar here with the term vibe coding, but it's the idea that you can develop a website not through going in and writing HTML or JavaScript, but just saying, I would like a website that displays this information, that can sell these products, that uses these images, and you just tell the computer what you want, and it creates it. And then if you want to make changes to it, you describe the changes you want to make, just like you would talk to a web developer who's working on your behalf. And so that concept is incredibly powerful. And you can start doing that for data analysis. You can start doing that for product strategies and marketing. And that is a way to actually make all of this technology accessible to everyone. A small business owner who just needs to use this technology for a very specific application, they don't have to learn AI. They just have to know that this is out there, this is a possibility for them to use, this is how they use it, and it has to be affordable and accessible to them. And so when we're talking about strategy, to me that's the most important thing. It's not about some of the guardrails and the ethics. I think all of that will ultimately be important, but it's hard to know how to do all that in advance. The most important thing is how do we get this technology into the hands of people and help them understand it's available and useful for them today. Once you do that, it opens the doors towards all sorts of innovations and uses that none of us could possibly conceive of because they're very personal, individual to the specific needs of everyone out there.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for saying useful, right? It's needed, it's useful, it's accessible. What is something Tanzania has done that probably we did it the fastest? Okay, let's not talk about our neighbors to the north, but we've done it the fastest, right? We took something that was brick and mortar based on human trust and transformed it. Does anyone know what that is? Anyone know what that is besides anyone working in the financial sector? Mobile money, yeah. How did mobile money start? We know there's controversy around that. We won't go into that. But we were sending money to Bibi in the village. How? By giving it to the Konda and trusting that he gets it to Bibi, right? We leapfrogged in terms of technology. Now I can do all my financial, everything on my mobile app. Tanzania is one of the first countries to have an interoperable wallet. We are one of the first. We're actually pioneers. Access, right? Inclusion. We didn't have to be digitally literate to go into that Nokia Tochi menu and send money initially, right? So Farhan, maybe you can share kind of an anecdote out of the work you've been doing and what that looks like, because I think it shows us that this is possible, right? We can leapfrog. We have that basis already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Farha Mohammed. I head products at Celcom. Just to brief you what Celcom is, we've been in the market for over 20 years. We were the tips before the tips. Maybe just to give you accent of what we do. So before Tanzania Instant Payment Gateway, Salcom is a pioneer of connecting mobile wallets and all banks in Tanzania. That pie was taken by Central Bank of Tanzania, which makes it much better for every Mtanzania. When you're in an advanced issue where your pie has been taken, you start thinking differently, right? Because we used to support all the 40 plus banks in Tanzania and all the mobile wallets, bill payments, bank to wallet, wallet to bank, and so on and so forth, and agency banking. We support about 20 banks in Tanzania for agency banking, right? So what leapfrogged was we bought a bank about 1.5 years ago. And when we bought a bank, we wanted to be a first digital bank. When you say first digital bank, we don't want to, our competitor is cash, not other banks, not mobile wallets, because still cash is very dominant in Tanzania. So cost is a huge thing when you're operating a bank or a fintech. How do we leapfrog the cost part to make it accessible from Tanzania to access mobile money? First thing is onboarding. When we went live with Selcompesa, our onboarding right now is less than 3 minutes. Tanzania can get a bank account within 3 minutes at their own space and time, whether it's 3 a.m. in the morning at Dodoma Kijijini, right? As long as you have access to internet and a smartphone. And when we went live, everybody was skeptical and said, oh, no, you can't. Mtanzania hawezi. Yani unamwambia sijui ajifungulie account mwenyewe. They cannot open account by themselves because we've connected to foreign affairs with passport and NIDA. So somebody can, so we have taken our cost of acquisition, which is normally about 25,000 per bank, to 0 because a customer does self-registration, right? And tukaambiwa haiwezekani. By the way, by end of this year, we will be hitting a 1 million customer base within 1.5 years, and that's our target. Right, so inawezekana, and we keep on saying that we don't have first digital wa Tanzania. We do have, and we help each other. We have that feeling, and 80% of our customer base, when we call them for onboarding, it's because of family and friends, not our marketing, by the way. Yeah, so inawezekana, let's say that way. Opening an account within 2 minutes, you can have a USD account in seconds. That's the leapfrog that we went through. Thank you very much.
Farhan, thank you for sharing the example. Again, your backend is powered by AI. And I believe your backend is built by Tanzanian developers. Yes. Yeah, so owned by and built by Tanzanian devs. Yes, there we go. So I think, so I asked Farhan to share the example, one, to show us that it is possible. We have leapfrog before, right? Of course, maybe the context is a little bit different. It's an AI-powered system. Again, you know, 1 million customers coming up in a village. Again, we're thinking the digital literacy needed to be able to open up an account. But how incredible is that? So, Engineer Zuberi, I want to come back to you on this because the National Strategic AI Framework has to deliver, right? And it's 3 parts. I think we're thinking capacity, infrastructure, and then maybe our elephant in the room is language, right? So let's break it down into kind of the first lever, I think, the framework. What regulatory flexibilities, if there are any, are currently being considered to encourage higher learning institutions like the one Dr. Mboni is with, and startups as well, to become engines of AI innovation? And can you speak to some of the efforts like that of the Tanzania AI community that's really been really instrumental in pushing for this as well?
Thank you, Catherine. So far, as I spoke before, we will push the issue of regulatory sandboxes, but we also collaborate with others to make sure even the researchers or innovators, they have access to financing opportunities. Like now, through the Ministry of Youth, we are going to open the window for application of soft loans to ICT startups, almost 5 billion Tanzanian shillings. So it's really, we know the roles of the researchers and innovators, in the country, and I'm happy. Dr. Mdembe, unfortunately, he's not here, but through him, we engage in the development of the National ICT Research and Innovation Framework. That framework is full driven from what are the gaps, especially in the academics and these entrepreneurs and ICT startups. But now also we have a project with South Korea. We are going to build a national digital technology institution. It will be in Dodoma, but it almost costs around USD 130 million, and maybe up to 2028 will be in operation. But why are we building the National Digital Technology Institution? It's part of that strategic move to ensure that our people are well equipped in terms of skills. We need to see our youth have hands-on skills, especially on area of emerging technology. So though we are building it as the ministry, but NDTI will collaborate effectively with some of the universities. For now, we have started with Mbeya University. We have SUSA, the State University. We have UDOM, as well as the University of Dar es Salaam. So for the question that my sister asked, we like to share the opportunity. We understand the issue of human capacity. It's not only the ICT experts, it's the all chain, all actors, from the policymakers, the ICT experts themselves, but also the public. They need to be well informed and engaged in this transformation. And this can be done only through skills, various skills program. And if she knows, we have a very much collaboration with Innovation for I, Dr. Eric, I always call Kitonga AI. He's doing a greater job to give this digital literacy, especially on AI, and to some of the ministry. So I'd like to welcome her, come to our office, and we can have conversation and see where are we going to collaborate.
Thank you, Engineer Zubair. Does the framework include anything around the enabling layer? Compute, connectivity, infrastructure, anything that allows talent to work here rather than leave? Does the framework address that?
Yeah, it do. Like I can say now, through the Ministry of Education, we are going to have, in partnership with ITU, we are going to strengthen on issue of connectivity, especially in schools, and maybe starting this financial year of 2027, around 500 schools will be provided with internet access. But also on digital content, we always collaborate through ICTC and other private company. We real much, as I said, the issue of digital literacy, it's a cross-sector collaboration. So for us, we have our role as policymakers. We also have a role to ensure we have adequate digital infrastructure, but we need to shake hands with other partners. Thank you.
I don't even have to turn around, Engineer Zubair, to see that Ikula Azara of Shule Direct has got the hugest smile on her face from hearing 500 plus connected schools. Don't even have to turn around for that one. Thank you. Before you put your mic down, we have an asset, I think. I think it's an asset, Kiswahili, right? And the framework is very intentional about language, not just computing language, but Kiswahili in that sense. So, and it treats Kiswahili as a strategic advantage, not as a barrier. A Kiswahili large language model would put AI in the hands of the majority who think and work in Kiswahili, not just a few English speakers that are connected, right? And this matters for gender, this matters for inclusion, this matters in terms of closing the rural gaps that we currently have, because language is often the first barrier. So practically, where's the Kiswahili LLM? How does it work? What does it need to succeed? And just out of curiosity, does building AI in our own language actually change who gets to participate? And is that language going to be something that leapfrogs for us and helps us to push forward like we did with mobile money?
Thank you, Catherine. Yeah, and I can recall maybe two weeks or 3 weeks ago, we had a meeting with various key stakeholders who we know they have much contribution in creation of these Swahili datasets. As I said, Bakita is leading, he's having almost 64 Swahili datasets, but there are some of the research institutions, they also own some of Swahili datasets. So for us at the ministry, we are planning to ensure that all these datasets are standardized and they can be open to people who want to develop this AI model. So that is our focus, and we are real open to collaborate to anyone. But to enhance that availability of Swahili datasets, as I said, we also need to create a shared infrastructure, the GPUs, to some of the research institutions. And we are looking for some financing so that maybe at least 10 GPUs can be available to research institutions so that they can be the source of generating these Swahili datasets.
Some of us in the room aren't techies. What's a GPU? For those of us in the room that are just thinking, okay, these acronyms are too much now.
GPU, jamani,
Yeah, but can you explain? Why is that important for us, though? Because it's a big ask, right? 10 GPUs. What is that going to mean for us practically? What is that going to mean for innovators?
Maybe explain in Swahili.
Yeah, sure.
Wakaelewa. Ni kwamba tunapozungumzia AI, data processing ni tofauti. Inahitaji infrastructure tofauti na zilizopo. Kwa hiyo hizi ni servers kubwa ambazo zitawezesha kuwa na hizo capacity za kuprocess AI data. Sasa ukija kwa sasa hivi unakuta some of the universities wanazo, lakini ni ndogo na wanatumia kwa matumizi yao. Kwa hiyo sisi inatakiwa tuwa capacitate wawezi kuwa na hizo infrastructure, kwa sababu wao kila siku wana generate data. Uwezi ukasema tunatengeneza labda AI models zinazotumia Swahili voice wakati hujamuwezesha huyu mtu kuwa na dataset ambayo nikiongea Kiswahili inaweza ikafanywa computation. Kwa hiyo they are just infrastructures, big savers, labda kwa lugha rahisi.
Thank you. Daniel, can I ask you to weigh in, coming in with your kind of like global knowledge lens also, and now having been in the hot seat for the last hour and 15 minutes around human capital development in particular, and also if you have something to weigh in around the Kiswahili LLM, that would be incredible.
Yeah, I was testing Google Translate on the Swahili, and I can see why you want to invest in a local LLM. First of all, I think it's incredibly important that every community is thinking about what are the data sets that we need to make available so that we can be empowered in the AI economy. This is actually work that I think predates the current conversation on AI, where we've worked on this idea of everything from data for development to this concept that we talked about in the United States of data poverty. Just like we have poverty across the United States, there were a lot of pockets where we saw data deserts, where basically there were areas of the country, of our country, where you didn't have communities well represented. And that idea, of course, is applicable globally, where rural areas, for example, sometimes don't have data collected about them. For example, you might see some initiatives for smart cities, but they're in highly populated areas and not unpopulated areas or less populated areas. And so when I think we're talking about, for example, language data, that's a huge part. We also think about all the other data sets that people need so that they can be well represented, whether it's health data that will enable advances in health AI to be applicable to everyone, geospatial data, weather data. There's so many areas where we have to think about how are we building the data infrastructure, not just the compute infrastructure, but the data infrastructure, so that we can actually apply this technology in ways that benefits everyone. So I think that's a key part. Another point I want to add in here is the importance of the industry and university partnerships for the innovation that we'll see in this space, especially if we want to see startups emerging. I think one of the most important things we've seen from some of these innovation studies as a field is that no matter where you're looking in the world, it's always this partnership between the educational system, the research system, and the industrial systems. There has to be linkages there. You want to make sure that research that's happening isn't happening in isolation, that's tied directly to workforce development, it's tied directly to specific local industrial challenges, because that's how you get those developing, growing innovation hubs where, again, it doesn't matter what the sector is, but you want the researchers to be figuring out how do we solve problems that industry needs solutions for, and how do we train the next workers, the students, so that when they graduate, they're equipped with these skill sets. So they're going out and they're either starting new companies or they're going and working in these companies, and they're helping these companies be more competitive. That's how you see these innovation ecosystems develop. And that's what you really want, I think, at the national level, governments to be thinking about. What are the core sectors we're going to be competitive in? So for example, it's clear that Tanzania has this leadership position right now in digital payments and mobile money. And so the question is, well, how do you grow that? How do you make sure that that's something that's not just used domestically, but can be something that's exported? And when you're talking about the sandbox model, that's where you add in not just industry and universities, but then of course government as that really important player to say, we're going to help make sure that as you innovate, we're changing the rules along with you to help support those types of growth. Because I think, at the end of the day, the question about will talent stay, it's not just, can you keep them here because they're jobs, but can you keep them here because they're excited to innovate here because government's working with them and they're not creating barriers. And I think that's something that's really important. And we see this kind of mobility all over the world where I think countries and even within countries, different cities, different states, they compete to say, can we attract that talent because government's willing to be an active partner. And so I think that's one of the areas where I think all countries should be thinking about what are we doing to make sure that you're drawing in as much talent as possible to be competitive.
Thank you so much, Daniel. We will open up for questions or comments. Awesome. Ms. Holmes? No, please do.
Thank you both. This has been actually a really interesting and enlightening conversation. One of the areas, Daniel, you talked about not even needing to be literate to use AI and using voice, which sparked some ideas in my head about how it could apply in this context. So I'm just curious, and it's for both of you, and maybe this is already happening here. But I think, we talked earlier this morning about how 70% of Tanzanians are in agriculture. And I think there's probably a lot of knowledge in the global universe of agriculture that is not necessarily accessible to a small farmer in a specific part of the country. So are there applications where somebody could just talk to their phone and say, how is El Nino going to impact my farming schedule this year? They may have heard about it, but then what kind of adaptations should I make to ensure a good harvest this year? Or, okay, fertilizer prices are up. What are some alternatives to what I've traditionally used? So I'm just curious of applications that, in that way, that could be useful for the sort of the smallest player in the market. Thank you.
I'm happy to start with a quick answer.
Yeah. No, I was just going to mention some that are in the market. Swahili AI is one of them. Kilimo AI is another. There's also Farmerline and Arifu as well. So there are some apps on the market. Interestingly enough, a large, no longer in existence American aid funding organization also put out 3 years ago a publication where they listed all the AI tools available for farmers, and that playbook might still be available online. Sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
I was just saying, in terms of specific types of applications that I've seen being developed, for example, are the idea that you can give a farmer or farm worker just a mobile phone, and they can snap a picture of a crop that appears to have some kind of disease or issue that they might not know how to resolve. And with that, they can send that to an AI system, it can process it, and not only tell them, what the issue is, but how to resolve it. And, help give them those steps about, here's the local person you can go to add this type of fertilizer, or this is the type of treatment you should do if it's a disease or a pest. And that type of intervention is, I think, incredibly powerful, especially when you think about, the type of impact that an unknown, crop disease can have on a farmer's income. So those types of applications really powerful, and also an area where, it can even be a shared device, right? You don't necessarily need to have a device that you own, you just need to have access to a device that you can send a picture of and get it in and get the answer. So those types of things, I think, are, again, really powerful.
Some interesting work, I think, in the technology space also, so in the health sector using AI. I think it's called Saratani AI, if I'm not mistaken, but working with doctors and health institutions to be able to detect cancer early on. Really, I think, cutting edge, kind of interesting things. So our university, if I'm not mistaken, has an online repository on agricultural tools, technology, and AI tools that probably goes back as far as 2015 or 2016. If that's of interest of anyone to look up, they have an online repository as well. Engineer Zuberi, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, but I would like to speak in Swahili because there is an opportunity.
Can we just wait for Daniel to turn on his translation?
Okay, are you done? Oh, kuna fursa. Ukiangalia tulivyoandaa mkakati wa AI, they try to highlight the potential areas where we as Tanzania we can transform. Kwa hiyo ukienda kwenye ile AI strategic framework, at the end of the pages, kila sector tumejaribu ku highlight potential areas where people can innovate and make that transformation. Kwa hiyo today here we are speaking about agriculture, but there are very green areas where these my young sisters and can make an impact. Kwa hiyo wajifunze kusoma documents because kule ndo kuna fursa nyingi. Kwa wakipitia mkakati, they will see the potential areas where for us we want them to innovate using AI.
Thank you. So two website, mawasiliano.go.tz is one you should be looking at. And then for the national guidelines on AI, you want to go to moe.go.tz as well. Anyone else with a question or a comment? Anyone else? Thank you. Please tell us, don't forget to tell us your name and what you do, and then your question.
Hi, everyone. My name is Goodness Thomas. And I think it's kind of a comment because when you're saying questions, I was like, it's not a question. So, so yeah, my comment is when we're trying to integrate the knowledge of AI and IT stuff. So from my experience, most of us, we learned computers in school or switching off and, we were drawing and stuff, but people do so much stuff now. But I think that's one of the places where obviously we have to start. It's the only way we could try to cover the gap of like letting people know everyday use of AI. So I'm thinking if we start maybe with primary schools and secondary schools. I was actually very happy to hear the internet is going to 500 schools, but now I'm thinking maybe you could have programs going to these schools as well, where you have students learning how to use AI in everyday life. I feel like that could be one way you could do it. And then we could go to university and we could have conversion courses, because I think most of us, we don't have the background, and most of the courses want you to have the background in IT, for example, if you want to do a master's, right? So I'm nervous, speaking too fast. But so I think one of the best ways is having courses where, okay, maybe you don't know anything about AI, but there's this master's course in AI you could convert from. Let's say you did a bachelor's in agriculture, but you could do agriculture with AI as a master's, just to make sure. Yeah, something like that.
Thank you, Goodness. Can I start with you, Engineer Zuberi, and then move into you, Daniel, if you have a response as well?
She is right, and I love your recommendation. That's why, first of the thing, even at primary level, we need to make sure that those schools, they have the infrastructure. That is what we are doing, that they should be live, they should have access to internet. So that is the first priority for us at the ministry. But we always do teach on training courses on AI. Through UCSAF, if you know UCSAF, the Universal Communication Access Fund, they usually run the ICT courses program in various schools. So she's right, and there are some of the efforts which we are currently doing.
Before I come to you, Daniel, maybe I can just add, there's a couple of sites you could go to check. So the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, when they looked at the National Education Strategy 2024-25, I think it to 2030, and then the national guidelines for education, artificial intelligence and education, lays out in the strategy actually some key areas. So there's 7 core pillars. I know Dr. Moses talked about 5 this morning, but MOEST have 7. So curriculum integration is really important from primary, emerging technologies, AI, big data, data analytics, robotics is another one we're looking at. Human resource capacity, so upskilling teachers. If you get a chance today or tomorrow, please talk to Engineer Zuberi, talk to Iku from Shule Direct. They've done, I think it's more than 10 years of work now, working with teacher training colleges to build capacity of teachers around digital and ICT skills. So a lot of learning from Iku and her team. And then digital infrastructure, content and assessments as well. And so there's a lot happening. Definitely go online. I can see we're going to give the last word to our guest, Daniel, who's come all the way from Washington. So Daniel, you have the last word.
Thanks. I agree with your comment there. I would say, part of this exactly is going to happen by comments like your own. There has to be demand for it, right? At the end of the day, when people are deciding where they want to get their education, they should be demanding that AI be part of the curricula. They should be demanding that AI and computers be used, throughout to help teach them. It'd be just like if you were looking at enrolling in a university and they said, well, we don't have teachers in our classroom, or we don't use books, and you would say, well, I'm definitely not going there. How am I possibly going to get the best education without that? You should be saying the same thing with AI. And I think right now, one of the challenges, to go back to one of the other comments too, was that there's so much focus on how do we evaluate the students and the risk that AI creates there, the challenges that AI creates there, as opposed to saying our primary responsibility as educators is to educate. It's not to evaluate the students. Like that is an important part, but the real, the competition in a sense in higher education or even primary and secondary education should be about what's the best way to educate these students? How can we meet different individual student needs? And how can we improve that over time? And AI can certainly help with all of that. And so I think if we embrace AI as a learning tool, instead of worrying about how it impacts evaluation, that's what we should focus on in the short term. In the long term, we have to figure out, of course, how do we differentiate from those who are the best in the class versus those that aren't. But that's a different problem. So let's use AI to improve education. I think demanding it is the first way to start, just like we would demand it in healthcare.
Thank you so much. Can we give our experts a round of applause? I just want to double check before we exit the stage. Are we taking a group photo? No? Okay, perfect.
Do you want a group photo?
Do we want a group photo? Sure, we'll
With
take
which
one.
group?
This group.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Catherine Barreto as well. Catherine, I truly am sorry. The other group is already out. Some will want to come in, and I believe most of us would also want to move on to the next agenda, but yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think in this room will be moderated by Navina. Is that correct, Austin?
Navina, are you in the room?
Is Navina in this room? Oh, sorry,
Lake
Navina is in
Victoria.
Lake Victoria.
Can I borrow that? Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now remaining in the room for those of us interested in the area of e-government and public sector innovation. You will remain in this room, but for those of us looking on to building a coherent national digital governance architecture, we are moving into the other side. Naomba sasa twende. Lake Victoria wanaenda kudiscuss building a coherent national digital governance architecture. moderated by Navina. And e-government and public sector innovation, you remain in here at Mount Meru. This is Mount Meru. Mount Meru looking onto e-government and public sector innovation in Tanzania. Number 20. Let's move. We shall... Iku remains in here. Iku, please, you have the floor. Catherine Barreto borrowed a lot of your time. I'm not sure if she is rich enough to pay back. Number 20, please, let's move, let's move. Let's move. Iku, you have the floor. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe we are all staying for the session. If you can hear me, clap once. Very few people can hear me. If you can hear me, please clap twice. Thank you. I would really love to ask those who are sitting behind so that we can have a warm discussion. Please, let's move forward. You can voluntarily stand up and move forward now, or I will still ask you to stand up at some point. So if you can please move forward, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. The instruction is to move forward, not to move out of the room. I'll give a minute for us to be settled down, because I think there's still a few conversations going on. But let's be reminded that we are behind schedule, so if we can conclude this conversation so that we get started, I would really appreciate it. Asante sana. Habari za mchana. My name is Iku. For this audience, I'll keep it short. That's my name, my short name. I will not say the full one. But I'm the co-founder, and I'm humbled to serve as the co-CEO of Shule Direct, a Tanzanian non-profit that works in education technologies. And my work for the last decade has focused on how we can transition agile digital innovations into national public infrastructure through strategic partnerships. So this is hard for me to be introducing myself, but anyway, as someone who's deeply passionate about digital technologies, and particularly humane technology and ethical AI, I am fascinated by this intersection of state systems and user realities, because sometimes we can talk about these national policies, things, but are not necessarily grounded to the user realities. So it's always important to find that common ground. And for that reason, I am honored to moderate this session today, because I believe that the future of Tanzania's digital architecture depends on bridging that very gap between institutional technology and citizen trust. So before I call my panelists, we'll do a quick pulse check in the room. So please stand up if you logged on to Jamii forums yesterday or today. Okay. Please stand up or keep standing if you're part of a WhatsApp group. Wow, okay. Family WhatsApp groups, they count. Vikoba. Neighborhood WhatsApp groups. There are still people sitting, okay. So please keep standing or stand up if you have actually logged on, whether you used a USSD or you used an app to pay for luku, maji, ulinzi shirikishi, control number parking fee, yesterday, today, day before yesterday. Okay. So there's still a few of us who are sitting, which is okay. It's totally fine, because this is our story. This is the reality. A big hand of applause to us, and I'll tell you why in a minute, and you can be seated, thanks. So according to the latest data on TCRA, Tanzania has an internet penetration rate of 84%, or over 80%. And we've heard in the report today that was being presented, we've had a less percentage of internet users, and we can understand that discrepancy, because when we're talking about internet subscriptions, it could be, I am one person with 5 devices. But what's that showing is we are engaged, we are connected, we are using some of these services or some of these innovations. And most interestingly, it was very interesting to see that there was only one person who logged on to Jamii forums today, but we are seeing the numbers are over 2 million monthly users on Jamii forums. And this is a good example of a civic space, a civic engagement space, where Watanzania wa kawaida can share their views, their pains, their frustrations, and their excitement. But what does all this mean? I think for me, this really hones in the fact that we are connected and we are ready to engage. Which brings us to the heart of our discussion today. We're looking at e-government and public sector innovation in Tanzania. And how might we reach that ideal citizen-centered digital state? So I am honored to introduce a panel that spans the entire digital architecture of our country. We have a lot of expertise, very diverse, but very important. And they'll be helping us to shed the light on how can we collectively move towards an interactive, citizen-centered digital state. I will introduce the panel, and please, in no way, if I call you first, it means you're more important than the others. They're all equally important. So first up, I would love to invite my brother, Mike Mushi, a brilliant mind, an entrepreneur who, at the age of 16, does anyone remember what they were doing when they were 16? Climbing trees, anything else? Listening to 80s music when you're 16. Oh, nice. Okay. You had a Walkman, right? Okay. I'm sure some people don't know what a Walkman is here, but anyway, it's fine. So at age of 16, Mike founded Jamii Forums, building it into a revolutionary online safe space for Swahili speakers in Tanzania. And I don't want to say how many years ago that was so that we don't expose his age now, but he's still young. Next up, Kennedy Murray. I hope he's in the room. Awesome. Oh, because of the pillars, I couldn't see it. Thank you. So Kennedy is a communications agency leader who has directed over 250 campaigns spanning digital transformation and public strategy. He is the founder and CEO of Serengeti Bytes. Welcome, Kennedy. Next, I would love to call upon Heri Mbiro, senior partner at Breakthrough Attorneys, president of the Project Management Institute Tanzania chapter, an expert in corporate commercial law and tech-driven legal practices. I think he's a personal lawyer for all startups in Tanzania. And it's also, I'm humbly to invite him here because he's also my board member, actually, direct. Last but not least, in the order of importance, and bear with me because I didn't get the confirmation if the speaker is here. We are supposed to have engineer Daniel Sarungi. So if you're in the room, thank you. Engineer Daniel Sarungi is a digital transformation lead at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. So I would love to ask all of you to give them a warm welcome. All right, so we started with, and please bear with me. You all understand right now, Dar es Salaam, there's this nasty cold going on, so please bear with my voice. Otherwise, it's usually very beautiful. I can attest to it. So, without further ado, we've grounded the realities of where we are in terms of the citizen engagement, especially when it comes to the digital innovations, the public innovations. We know of a few examples, we know of a few platforms that citizens engage with. So I would really love for us, and would really love to learn from all of you, from your expertise. What are your thoughts? We're trying to get into an ideal digital state in Tanzania with all its challenges, and many of them were mentioned throughout the day. We've heard from the report presentation, from the keynote speech by Dr. Nkundwe, and even from the last panel that I happened to attend. We've heard some incredible things, but also things that are sparking more questions for us. So to get us started, I would really love to hear from all of you. And if I didn't say anything in how you like people to know you here, you can start with that one-line introduction. But I would really like us to look at the theme for this particular forum. The theme is centered around governing the digital future. In this context, creating an interactive, citizen-centered digital state matters because it directly impacts public trust, it stretches public resources further, and transforms a passive taxpayer into an active partner in governance. So in your views, I would love to hear from you. How can the state deploy digital public services in a manner that genuinely increases citizen trust, accountability, and privacy? So we can start with Engineer Daniel, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very happy to be here with the panel for discussing, sharing the history a bit about our digital transformation journey in Tanzania. I can tell you that our journey started long way from the individual government processes towards the building digital state, which is interconnected together with the citizen at the center. So the best way to deploy that, what we as the government side, what we learned and we invested much on having the coordinated digital ecosystem, which was all governed with the Jamii Stack. We had the Jamii Stack, which is Tanzania Technology Stack, which is actually guiding the digital public infrastructure. And today, one of the things that we highlight is we are very, very much successful in a country, is we have managed to coordinate the digital public infrastructure, that all the, we have more than 30 million citizens with their national identities, and they can actually have access to various services. We have more than 1,000 services that are provided digitally with the government agencies. We have more than 800 systems that are integrated and doing the interoperability stuffs. We have more than 184, almost 184 local government institutions and local government authorities that are all interconnected together, and that is all because of the Jamii Stack, which is actually it is leading us towards the connected digital governments as we are building the digital state. But also, we as Tanzania, those initiatives have been recognized. We have been recognized and listed in category A of the GovTech Maturity Index by the World Bank, which is actually the highest category in digital maturity when it comes to government digital maturity. We are actually in category A. This is along with countries like in East Africa. Actually, we are leading in category A, but other countries include Egypt and Mauritius, some of the UK and EU countries. But again, what we have gone through, while we're going through the process, we have learned a very difficult part, which is one is that digital transformation is not just only ICT project, is the institutional reforms. So you might find some of the initiatives are there, but we are still waiting for the institutional reforms as well. This involves policies, it involves leadership commitment. It's not, all of them are connected all together to the perfect digital transformation. So toward the Jamii Stack is a great way that we all coordinated together to make sure that we are going to deliver. And our vision is the government is a digital society. When every citizen is on top, is at the center of every services, they are the one that can choose the service. They are the one that can see how their data has been moved from one step to another. And with the Jamii Stack, the digital consent mechanism are all in place. So citizens have the access. They can see how their data is moving, but they can also complain immediately to the data protection if their data have been moved without their consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Iku. A point of correction also. I'm a former president of PMI. Yeah, my tenure ended. I think they fired me. Thank you so much. To me, in summary, what citizen-centered digital infrastructure or digital development would be, number one, a simple definition. I think we've been struggling a lot and from a legal perspective, I think if you've ever read any statute, you'll see the first part of it is definitions. That's what lawyers do, we define. First of all, we need to have a universal understanding of what really is citizen-centered, but also if we're talking about digital economy, digital infrastructure, digital access, all these must be defined. That's the number one. But then again, why do we define? We want to define to see, again, for these citizens, as we are speaking about citizen-centered, is access there for everybody? Universal access. Is everybody covered with it? And from that, we'll get the benefits, profitability, ability to actually exploit, make use, create products, etc. But finally, that I would love to see, because all this technology, all this development, new trends, etc., they come at a price. Again, what are the protections that these citizens that we are saying the technology is centered on? How are they protected? So I will come and call them consumers as users. So what are the user protection of the system and the development in technology that we are doing? So for me, that's what I would love to see in terms of this discussion, and of course in terms of where we are going. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'd not like to repeat what my fellow colleagues have said. I think being able to witness at the time where the internet was for the few, the wealthiest, to the internet now is for everybody, they've made a transformation. And I think what I see is a missing puzzle is how do we transform all this digital infrastructure we talk about to link with the economy. How is it helping a normal citizen prospering in his life? I think we have made all these safeguards. We have made all this big infrastructure, but I don't think it has translated directly in how the livelihood of a normal mwananchi will improve. I see there's a very big gap between, you know, we have put all these criteria for how we govern these things, but we have not really put our hands down and look at how are we embedding private sector into this world, and how are they helping then create an entire economy around it. So, because that economy is what will keep this, you know, infrastructure safe. And without that, I can see all the risk, all the bubbles, all the lights, because we have not made a mechanism to keep it safe. And for it to keep it safe, it has to be an economy, and the economy to revolve has to touch every mwananchi. So right now, me having, for example, a Jamii number, how is it linked to me actually prospering, getting my life better? So I think if we are able to link those two, then we can create a mechanism to a safety net to protect this, because as we go on, cybersecurity becomes an expense. As we go on, data storage becomes an expense. As we go on, you know, all these things become an expense. And then who pays for that? If there's no mechanism, you know, that keeps it safe, then we are all at risk. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everything has been said, and it's unfortunate to be the last one to say. But I'll just say something very brief. I think the bigger question in conversation like this comes down to two things: inclusion and participation.
Sorry, could you move the mic closer to you?
Yeah, inclusion and participation. How many people, we can look at the numbers, and they're very impressive. Like the first speaker said, you have Tanzania sits in a class of its own in terms of government tech maturity. Basically second in Africa. But what is the percentage of citizens who truly understand even what their government is doing in terms of digitization, in terms of technology, etc., etc. So I think that's number one, inclusion. And how many of that population can really participate in such a transforming economy? And that's a very important part of it. So I'll come down to two things: inclusion and participation, because you can build all these technologies and platforms and systems, but if people cannot truly participate in a meaningful manner, such that it can, transform their lives as well as contribute to the overall economy, that's the issue. So the most important bit, I think, would be how we include more people, how we bring more people, how we enable more people to actually participate in such a transformation.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that. And thanks, Kennedy, for what you highlighted, you being last. So now I'll put you on the spot. You'll be the first. And I think there's something I'm hearing across the board. It's around the context. Yes, I think, Harry, you mentioned it. The connection between what is being made and the end user and the protection. And Mike, you talked about the value, like how do I as an end user see what is that value? So Kennedy, I would love to come back to you, and maybe you can reflect from your own experience. You are in the communication space. So what do you think happens? Because we have brilliant e-government tools, and I'm actually just before I come to you, Kennedy, I wanted to ask the room, how many of us are on Jamii that Engineer Daniel just talked about? By a show of hands. The stack? Do we know of it? How many of us have heard of it before today? Before today, you heard of it? Put your hand down if you're working for the government. I only want people who are not in the government. Okay, so we have CR, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Some people are not sure, like they're putting their hands up later. So. But yeah, coming back to you, Kennedy. So we see that there are brilliant tools that are being launched. There are brilliant initiatives and efforts that are being made by the government. But maybe sometimes the question is around the narrative. How is that narrative shared in the public? Do we all really understand? Or is it very urban-centric? Or is it very techy? So from your experience, how can we reshape the communication strategy of public sector innovation so that the everyday mwananchi can relate? A smallholder farmer, mamalishe, anyone in Tanzania can relate and can see what is the immediate value to them.
Thank you. I think from a communication perspective, it might come down to 2 or 3 things. I think there's a lot of effort in innovation and rolling out quite a number of services and platforms across sectors, especially public sectors. But I think there are a few things that are lacking. One, we innovate, we roll out services and platforms, but we do not onboard. So you're building a very beautiful product, a very functional one, but you don't take effort to actually onboard the citizens. And onboarding actually involves quite a number of things, including sustained effort to communicate about such services or product that we've launched. And I think, so we are likely seeing a lot of good products sitting in government ministries and departments without necessarily communicating. And this is actually leading to citizens still relying to the traditional methods of accessing public services. And I think that being number one. Number two, that means we have to onboard more. You're launching, for example, a car parking fees, which is a digital platform, but you are not educating people enough of how to go and pay the parking fees, right? So the debts accumulate and they're fined and everything in between. That is just one example of what is happening in the public space in terms of onboarding the citizen. But the second bit is also, I think, the government is still heavily dependent on very old models of communication, which is more of public information. So you put an information there, there is no information, feedback loop, and no engagement, and you expect people to actually adapt. So I think the way to go about it in this era, especially when we have digital platforms, is to actually encourage feedback loop, encourage engagement. So this would translate into two-way symmetrical model where you're communicating and you're getting feedback from your citizens. But as it stands, most of our organizations, the institutions within the government are heavily dependent on the model that worked 10, 15 years ago. And I think we need to actually evolve and adapt the way we communicate with the citizens. But also, I think the third thing would be to actually ensure that the innovation that we're putting out there are accessible to most people. Because, again, Tanzania is one of the most expensive, for example, countries in Africa. And not expensive. I would say it's inexpensive, but unaffordable. Let me put it that way. So it's not expensive, but it is not affordable to people. So if you're launching, for example, digital services or any innovation that requires some form of internet connectivity, you may say we have more than 80% of penetration. But at the end of the day, how many people can actually afford it? So one part of the reason why adoption is going on slowly is because most people cannot afford. So it's another way of looking at it, and I think we have to do better at it. That'll be it. Yeah.
Thank you, Kennedy. I think, I'm hearing the sustained communications and the feedback. I think that's really, really key. And maybe we'll bring it back to Engineer Daniel, because you're the government here. So this is the reality, right? This is the reality of the journey, what we're hearing. And on the same note, we are commending the government. There's a lot of massive strides that are being made when it comes to digital innovations. We've seen a lot. We've seen decentralized payment systems, for instance, that works. But listening to what Kennedy is saying, it brings me to thinking around, there's a lot of mindset shift that has to happen within the government. So maybe from your experience, you can talk about what has been the hardest systemic mindset shift that you've had to overcome within the civil service when moving from these traditional operations to digital-first approaches. We've just heard from what Kennedy was saying, that sometimes we are approaching these innovations with an old thinking. So there is an appreciation of, seeing the government rolling out a digital innovation. It means there's a lot of things that have happened behind the scenes. But maybe just for our benefit, if we can understand just very briefly, if you can talk about one of the hardest systemic mindset shift that you've had to overcome to get to where we are today.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, what I came to realize is the focus of digital transformation is not about systems, it's about people. And if you can see around East Africa, it's only Tanzania that we as citizens, we don't take the ownership of government initiatives altogether to push that as a country. If you can refer to our neighbors, even if a government agency has done a very good thing, they all take it the ownership to push that together as their own brand. So the national brand is actually not for the government, it's for the citizens, because the citizens engage more, they interact more, they can access more than any government. So this is a collective responsibility going together. So if I can just add some few notes on the Jamii Stack. Jamii Stack is not a system. Jamii Stack is a foundation. And everyone here has participated in Jamii Stack. For example, I can tell you, we all have mobile phones. You didn't fill a form to have your mobile phone, right? You just scanned your fingerprint. That is built on top of the Jamii Stack. Jamii Stack is a technology stack that lays the foundation for everyone else. So anyone who is coming, if you are, for example, you are building a new system today, maybe from the startups, you don't have to collect registration from people anymore. You just need them to put their Jamii number, which is national identity number, and you can query those data from NIDA. That is part of the Jamii Stack. Today we are having lots of foundation, and we are doing this because we are trying also to bring up the innovators so that they don't start from scratch. They actually build on top of what the government has laid already. So if you can come to the translation of the initiatives that we are currently doing, I can give an example of health. For example, in Tanzania, this is among the first countries where health data is portable. Health data portability means what? If I do an X-ray at a certain hospital, and now I move to another hospital or being referred to another hospital, I don't have to take an X-ray again, because the systems are interoperable and the data is portable. So what is needed is the more qualified doctor we need to re-examine or to assess the X-ray which was already taken with the same machines. So those is, and that is actually currently happening in Tanzania, and it is already in production. For example, and under the Ministry of Health, they managed to have that interoperability, including the private hospitals and the government hospitals altogether. So you are reducing a cost of financial cost to citizens, but again you are also reducing health issues, because a lot of X-rays, they have a negative impact. So the translation, we have lots of translations. So maybe what I can take is the communication to citizens. So maybe we can discuss, because I'm not a communication expert, maybe now that I'll take that to the the communication experts, that they can see how we can do this. But I can tell you that even the onboarding is becoming more easier. Even the adoption is even more faster. I can tell you this. Even the adoption, people will hesitate to adopt, maybe due to some restrictions related to technical parts of it, maybe inclusivity, some barriers related to internet connectivity, or what. But once everything is there, everyone would like to have, to remove the chaos of queuing to have the service at the certain office. They would like to have that center. And for the last year, an addition of that is, we have also launched the all post offices. We have the post offices all over the country, in all of 184 councils, that the post offices will now assist the citizens to the onboarding. That means whenever you need a government service, you don't have the internet access, but you have the smartphone, you can go to the nearby post office to connect to the Wi-Fi, or you don't have the smartphone, you can find the desktop help desk attendants. They can onboard you to any service. Let it be the passport renewal, let it be the loss report, let it be any kind of the service. You can just have it from the post office. But again, there is a portion of for self-service that you can even go to the post office and you can do the self-service machines by yourself. So all those are initiatives that are trying to bridge the innovation, this group divergent that we are discussing on the terms of inclusion, so that we bridge the gap to make sure that everyone is part and parcel and enjoying this digital transformation. But I take this opportunity to call up to the community of Tanzania and in general. All of us, we should take these initiatives as ours, not as these are for the government and this is for my own company. No, let's take this together so that we can move this as a country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I was seeing Kennedy smiling, and I imagine he was already designing some campaigns, especially around that post office innovation. I think that's brilliant. It just needs to be communicated right.
I want to ask a business question. So I can try to make up my point across.
Okay.
So for example, right now I start my company is Mike Service Limited. I go to the government. I tell them, listen, I can onboard people, passport registration, where they are. I'll take my laptop, I'll follow them at home, I'll help them fill the form, I'll submit, because a passport costs 150K. I need 20%. You know? And they don't need to do all this poster thing. I make money, people make passports. You see, so this was my point around how are we bringing this economy down, because this is what will link to his point about onboarding. We can make a business out of it. The government doesn't have to do all of it. I can follow you at home, help you fill your passport forms, because this business right now is done informally, all internet caves. You go there, you pay 10K, they'll help you fill the form of passport on the computer, they print for you, you go to immigration.
Yes.
But I can apply as an agent, like they did with telecoms. People follow people in bars to make them kuhakiki. How can I do that with passports and make money?
I hope you all remember when I was introducing Mike, I said a brilliant mind. This is what I meant. Karibu, engineer.
Thank you so much. So of course, that is where we are going as a vision. As you remember, we discussed about the digital society, and actually, what he's saying is what is currently happening in India. So in India, the same model that we are trying also to do here in Tanzania, we have to start with somewhere. So we started with the telcos, and it's perfectly working. And now we are trying to officiate those small vibandas that are not official through the poster. So once the poster has dominated or has the regulations and the procedures clean, the poster will now allow for registration of innovators and entrepreneurs to have the license to do that at the village levels and everywhere. So we are heading there, but at least we have started somewhere so that we can all align and then we can move to further steps. So that is also coming, my brother. Yes.
Thank you very much. So With what Engineer Daniel said previously, looking at the interoperability, health, I think that's a very sensitive area, especially for Tanzanians. This is where we love the innovations, but then we will become hesitant. How much of my information is out there? So coming back to you, Mike, I think from your experience, you've really looked at this identity versus privacy dilemma with what you were doing with Jamii Forums. So when we're looking at these innovations for public services, I think they do require that level of privacy, that user authentication to work. So how would you build digital public platforms where citizens can actually trust that their data won't be weaponized against their privacy?
Thank you. So I think right now the problem that we're having is, renewing your driving license equals to, filling up your medical bill, your medical details. You asked a lot of details. And again, I said renewal because I think these details are supposed to be asked once while you register. And then when you're renewing, it should be less. And we are taking more information than what we actually need. And we have a base case that, we need to transact, we need to know you. But I think how we're minimizing to only take the most basic details to help us gain trust so that we can transact, so that we can, give this, maintain our privacy as well. Because the issue with privacy here is in two ways. One, you might get a data breach where those information are actually, outside there. But you might actually be compelled by government to give those information. And I'm happy I've sat on both sides, whereas we had details, we had information, and we were compelled by the government to reveal the details, and we were taken to court about it. So it's not even, it's not something we could be proud of, taking a lot of people's data. So I think, good example, and I think Engineer Sarungi will agree with me on this. In Estonia, they have a data stack whereas a person fills out the detail once, and then they move through government services only on those specific data. So once I've registered, let's say with Jamii number, I've input all my details. And because every government has its own data, so when I move to the hospital, they will only take data that the hospital actually needs. And then you can track who had access to those data all along the way. So it's a trade-off. And I think how are we transacting with less, but with trust, so we can take less data and still complete the transactions.
Okay, but at the same time, I'm thinking, there's the one aspect of where we want to be protected, but there's the other aspect where we're giving information freely. So any thoughts on that? Because I think now with everything that we do, WhatsApp, it's your data, it's your information that you're sharing, willingly or unwillingly. But in terms of, from the government, what could you advise in terms of protection for the citizens?
Well, it's a very tricky one, because most of these platforms that we use that are free, actually we are the product. And we supply them with a lot of information. And if it wasn't free, then we were supposed to pay for it, which then we can afford to pay for these free things that we're consuming every day. So there's little that we can do unless we're also willing to pay for it. Like all this WhatsApp, Facebook, whatever we use, that are free, we are the product because we are continuously giving them information about ourselves, and they weaponize that information in terms of advertising and all other things. And that comes at the cost of them being free. So it's a bit tricky unless we tell people not to use them or they pay for it. But I think on the government side is how, part of the stack, how can they neutralize us giving the same information to different organizations of the same kind? If I go today to TRI, can I just give my number, and then they'll call Mr. Sarungi, like this is Mike, then tick, it's done. When I go to police loss report, do I need to constantly, give my details? When I go to renew my license, when I go to when I go to ask for a passport, they ask for all those details. And like you asked the same questions when I was applying for my NIDA. Why do you need this information again? To prove if I'm a Tanzanian and I have a card. So I think we have a task on how do we harmonize data within, so they only move based on the information that is actually needed. Can I just apply this thing once? And I think we did this with NIDA, so I don't know why immigration has to ask me again my birth certificate, my mother's, my father's, so because in this world, I think government is the biggest data holder, and they move across different departments. So how can they move, and how can we track, and how can they only get the detail that they actually want?
Okay. Thank you very much. How many of us were on ChatGPT this morning, 5 minutes ago? Okay. Coming back to you, Harry, the legal infrastructure. So we're talking about all these innovations, cutting-edge technologies. We might be talking about smart contracts, the blockchain technologies, and all this. From a legal standpoint, do you feel that Tanzania's current statutory framework is agile enough to legitimize these innovations?
Agile enough? Not yet.
Are we still on the paper and stamp reality?
Not there.
From a legal framework?
Not there. We are ahead of it. And
Okay.
I would definitely adopt, or rather make reference to Engineer Zuberi's presentation earlier when they were in the previous panel. And I think she said we're on level 3. So the truth is, in terms of adaptation, we are doing very good. So the legal framework, and now that's, again, as a lawyer, I would love to always hinge and rely on definitions. So perhaps the law is a specific instrument, maybe not, but adaptation and having these smart contracts, blockchain and digital technology in terms of application, we are basically there. I think most of us here tunadaiwa na boostisha right now. So we're already there. Whether we do have a law that specifically defines that, that's another thing. But are we applying and are we living the reality of that? Yes, we are. Yes.
Well, there's hope. Questions from the floor? Okay, I have 1, 2. That's it, okay. Oh, 3, okay. Could we have somebody please help us pass the mic? Do we have more mics in the back of the room, or should we use these ones? Please start over there. So we'll take all 3 questions and then we'll bring it back to the panel to respond.
Thank you. Naomba nitumie Kiswahili. I think we all understand Swahili.
Karibu.
Asante. Naitwa Rukaya. Swali langu linaenda kwa Mr. Sarungi. Mmeongelea kuhusu mifumo ya tehama kuingiliana ama something like that. Na ukatolea mfano kwamba mtu unaweza ukatoka hospitali moja ukaenda hospitali nyingine huku umefanywa vipimo na ukapata hivyo the same vipimo kwenye hospitali nyingine, from the government to the private hospitals. Sasa sijui kama ni swali ama ni maoni. Kwanza tungeanza kufanya vile vitu ambavyo kama nchi ama kama taifa, kufanya vile vitu ambavyo kila Mtanzania anahisi kweli nchi ina practice hiyo technology. Kwa sababu kwa mfano mdogo, mimi leo nitaenda migration kutafuta passport. Nitapeleka data zangu zote. Nikiwa let's say na miaka 10, nimepeleka data zangu zote. Nitarudi pale kwenda kurenew passport. mimi nitaenda kugewa tena form zote kuanzia picture, jina, nitaambiwa nilete affidavit, everything ambavyo tayari kama migration they have all those data. Maybe nilitakiwa tu kuombwa picture kama nilikuwa mtoto, sasa nimekuwa mtu mzima nipigwe picture mpya, something like that. Lakini sasa kitu kama hicho unaona unaombwa, it really doesn't, sorry, but it doesn't make sense, unaona. And then you hear telling us kwamba kuna mifumo ambayo inaingiliana. How do you communicate that? Yani Mtanzania wa kawaida anajuaje? Kwa sababu mimi leo ndo nimekuja kujua hapa kwamba naweza kufanywa kuchukuliwa kipimo cha x-ray, let's say Muhimbili, na nikaja Aga Khan nikakuta kipimo changu ama MRI. But ukija kwenye upande wa biashara, if you don't communicate that, means mimi nitapigwa MRI Muhimbili na nitakuja Aga Khan nitaambiwa tena nifanye MRI. But nikiwa na uhakika kwamba vipimo vyangu vipo, the same ones, means I can just go there and tell kwamba my name is this and maybe I can get my vipimo. So kitu ambacho nakiomba, nilikuwa nasoma profile yako hapa, kwa nafasi yako unachoweza kufanya, moja is to communicate whatever you're doing as the government to us. Lakini la pili is to practice whatever you're trying to come up with as engineers or professionals kwenye sekta ya habari ya tehama. Asante.
Asante. We had another hand here, please. If you can bring the mic over here to the front of the room here, and then we'll.
Thank you so much. What a riveting discussion. Rita Kaurananga, blessed also to be a board member, and very excited to see how these conversations are coming along. My question is, again, possibly to the gentleman here, and of course, sir, on monetization. If we want to enable and ensure that the regular mwananchi is able to start understanding how to register a business without going through BRELA, which is this big, how do we unpack amazing digital platforms that I myself am still needing to pay someone to advise me? How can we simplify or even, go back to traditional media, using the radio? It's so good that we're on a digital highway, lakini, is it possible that we have left behind the programs which I can reach bibi kule kijijini, aweze kujua namna kusajili a very small business? How do we use traditional media as well as the current amazing digital highway? But I have to say, many of the platforms from Nest, okay, God bless you. BRELA are very, do you register as an agent or I think some of you might have this experience. It is very complicated. Tahusi ndio kabisa. Imenishinda. Nasema ukweli. Respectfully, we can talk and then have lunch and go back home. But I'm currently struggling to go on some of these platforms right now. Simplification is what I'm asking. How simple, or can you give us programs on the radio, on TV? This is how to do. YouTube, crash course on registering on BRELA. Nikienda BRELA, samahani, in respect to BRELA, oh my goodness, the line is this big. By the time you get to the front, the lovely lady is tired. She'll say, come back tomorrow. Samahani, I took so long. But it's a critical point. If we're gonna go the monetizing, building the economy of the normal mwananchi, itabidi tuangalie namna kufacilitate hizi process. Asante.
If we could pass the mic to the lady. Asanteni akina mama, mmeniokoa. Hakika.
Hello, everyone. I'm Advocate Philomena from Youth, Environmental Justice and Gender Equality. My kwanza naomba ni uphold hongera kwa speakers wetu hapo mbele. It was very exciting to get some new information about a number of stuffs. Ila swali langu litaelekezwa kwa kiongozi pale, kwa sababu unfortunately kwa swala la mifumo ya afya kuoana na mfano wa kwamba ukichukuliwa x-ray hospitali fulani ukaenda hospitali nyingine, on the ground that is not the case. I have a real scenario, a true scenario ambayo ilitokea kwangu. Tulikuwa tunamuassist, tunatoa huduma and like kufacilitate mgonjwa ambaye alipitia ajali mbaya sana ambayo tulishuhudia ili aweze kupata matibabu. Sasa you cannot imagine, saa 7 mchana amechukuliwa x-ray pale Rabinisia, kwa sababu alichukuliwa vipimo vyote including hiyo x-ray. Alafu baada ile kwamba amechukuliwa first aid, amezinduliwa kwamba sasa yuko ile conscious state, tukasema sasa ahamishiwe Mwananyamala ili familia yake itake over kuendelea kufacilitate matibabu yake. Na imagine transfer ilifanyika the very same day saa 12 jioni. A difference ya kutoka saa 7 mpaka saa 12 amefikishwa Mwananyamala mida ya saa 1:30. Mwananyamala walitaka yule mgonjwa achukuliwe vipimo vyote vile vile ambavyo vimefanyika the very same day at Rabinisia. Mind you, Rabinisia kwa rankings za hospitali ile ni referral, ina referral status. Mwananyamala nayo ina referral status. Yani kulikuwa na complication kubwa sana ambayo it took us 2 hours Mwananyamala kukubali. Tena ni kwa kutumia connection ya kiongozi mkubwa wa Wizara ya Afya, ili tu ile familia isipitie gharama ya kulipa matibabu kwa yale ambayo yamefanyika huku nyuma. Jamani, mifumo ya afya haioani. Tena kwa wale wagonjwa, na I believe humu ndani kuna mashuhuda pia, na kwa wale wagonjwa ambao ndo wanatoka private kwenda kwenye public, yani kuna kama ka friction kanaendelea, if I'm being honest. Yani ukifika kule kwenye public walikuwa wanapewa hiyo attitude ni hakuna. Unaambiwa network inasumbua, data haziingiziki, anza upya. Imagine 2 hours mtu yuko pale emergency Mwananyamala, na ni mtu ambaye amepitia ajali the very same day. Kwa sasa swali linakuja, kama mtaalamu, mifumo ya afya mnaioanisha vipi kati ya private institution na public institution? Kwa sababu ingekuwa kwamba ni mtu wa kufa ile siku, yani yule alikuwa anatakiwa kwenda. Na sasa to make matters worse, huwezi amini, ile friction ilipelekea to the point about yule mgonjwa alitakiwa achukuliwe surgery, ilibidi kupita mlango wa nyuma, kumtipu daktari wa Mwananyamala aweze kumwattend huyu mgonjwa, afanyiwe hiyo surgery hiyo inayotakiwa kufanyika kabla ya kesho yake asubuhi. Kwa sababu angevuka asubuhi ambayo ilikuwa inakuwa proposed kwa hizi taratibu za kawaida, huyu yani sasa hivi tunaongelea kwamba hii enka hapa ingeshindwa kufanya nini? Kuwa repaired tena. Kwa sasa kuna vitu ambavyo ndio inawezekana kama viongozi kuna feedback mnapewa, lakini on the ground that is not the case. Yani at least labda tujaribu siku moja nyinyi kama viongozi mvae mavazi ya kawaida, mjitokeze kama wagonjwa, mwenye x-ray iliyopikwa toka hospitali moja kwenda nyingine, ama document moja peleka nyingine, uone kama hiyo kitu ita apply. Zile transfer forms zenyewe ilibidi ziprintiwe Rabinisia ili zifike Mwananyamala. Nazo walikuwa wana reject kuzi-admit kama ni medical report ya mgonjwa ambaye wanatakiwa fine aendelee kupewa huduma.
Asante. Asante sana.
Asante.
Asanteni for the questions. I think you'll all agree with me what we are hearing, some of these things, and we'll take it on advice. We talked about it earlier, feedback mechanisms. So had we had the right channels, or did we know where to put this feedback? And we know that it's being acted on. Hatukuhitaji kuongea some of these things in such a room. But this is the reality of the journey. So I hope we're all taking note, and respectfully, serikali pia ina take note of some of these issues, as we really want to move to that citizen-centered digital state, but these are the lived experiences za hawa citizens. So on advice, Engineer Sarungi, you may respond, but I think I do not want to turn this into a case-by-case discussion. Kwamba naanza kuongelea kesi hili kwa vile, kesi vile. So just, I think if you can just give us a big picture, that would be good, and also in the interest of time. So I understand we're about to go to lunch. Na amini Engineer Sarungi yuko bado, so we can also have time with him during lunch to endele ku air out what we have. But I'd really love to hear from you. It's been talked about, the interoperability, the privacy, the convenience of what we're saying can actually happen. And we also understand innovation is a work in progress always. So pengine kuna mikakati zaidi inafanyika, unaweza ukatupa mwanga kidogo kwenye hayo. And there was also a question around monetization. I believe, Mike, you're also here for lunch. So I was going to say to everybody in the room, please do not take this for granted. If you haven't met Mike, please make sure leo kaa naye lunch. Hautatoka bure, niamini mimi. So yes, we'll have Mike talk about the monetization as well, but naomba tu kwa ruhusa, nitaruhusu serikali kwanza ianze. I have another question for you, but anyway.
Okay, no, so, and I just want to put a good story around monetization, and I'll give an example of what has happened before, so that msoneli jambo mimi nalitengeneza tu kutoka kichwani kwangu. So when 30 years ago, when makampuni ya simu yalipokuwa yanaanzisha biashara ya simu, biashara ya simu ilikuwa ni postpaid, kwamba you use your phone, you pay end of the month. And then it was difficult kukusanya madeni, ndio ikaja hii prepaid. Sasa ilipokuja prepaid, kwamba unanunua voucher afu unakwangua, unaweka, pakatokea tatizo lingine sasa. Sawa, ni nzuri kwamba kila anayetumia anakuwa tayari ameshailipia, kampuni haina hasara. Nikija kugundua kwamba watu hawajui hizo processes sasa za kuingiza kangua voucher, kuingiza voucher kwenye simu, kucheki salio kama imeisha au haijaisha. So makampuni ya simu yakawa yana mawakala, super dealer, kuna dealer afu dealer ndo kuna wale ile miamvuli kule barabarani. So walipunguza bei za voucher ziweze kuwa benefit hawa watu, lakini kwa makubaliano kwamba wao ndo watakuwa wanafundisha watu kuweka voucher kwenye simu zao. Si ndio? So watu wengi ukiuliza umejoje kuweka voucher, alifundishwa kwa voucher na yule aliyokuwa anauza. Ndo anakukangulia, anakuambia star 102, star ngapi ngapi unaweka. So they did the onboarding, the education of usage ya system. Mpaka kila mtu akawa anaweza kuweka voucher mwenyewe. Zamani nakumbuka mtu akawa anasimia anambia niongezee salio. Then the education, those are the people who spearheaded education on how people are supposed to recharge. And the same thing happened when walizindua M-Pesa. The agents were the people delivering the education on how to use these platforms. And in return, these agents were given commission. The reason tunaona kupoka pana commission kwenye agents wasn't because of transaction, it's because of the knowledge. Password, una transfer vipi, unatumaje hela. So the government has built all this big infrastructure, those big systems, kama hizo hospitali na mambo mengine. But for it to trickle down, it will be difficult to just by education. We need people doing one-on-one, kumweleza kila mtu namna kuitumia kila siku mpaka anaelewa. Kwa sababu hakuna, there's no enough media, there's no enough radio, there's not enough TV that's going to help them unless people get interpersonal education. Sababu kujifunza kitu kipya kuna some sort of, the research says so, kwamba mtu wa kwanza anaanza kuona mimi ni mjinga, mimi sijui. So that one-on-one is what helps learning. And the reason they did not do all this massive campaign, there's a psychological term for it, nimesahau, lakini pale mtu anapoambiwa kwamba hajui na ni mshamba, inafunga kujifunza. Na ikishafunga kujifunza hawezi kuconsume taarifa mpya. Hawezi tunakwambia hatoelewa. So anakuachia hapo livo, atakufuata ofisini njoo unifanyie. So I think it's a mechanism that has been done before. It has been practiced, and I think it works.
Thank you so much. First of all, I agree with you, all of you, and because we are building this together. And before I respond to some of the issues and some of clarification, I would like to ask, how many of us have our JAMI numbers? National identity numbers. How many of us? You can raise your hand. Yes. NIDA is an institution. Yes. So, yeah. So NIN is national identity number, and we call it JAMI number. And how many of us have proof of residency from NAPA? Proof of residency.
Who is NAPA?
Very good. Very good. So that means every time that you want to, that your proof of residence is required, you go to the village executive officer to have the introduction letter. How many of us have tried to have the introduction letter for 5 years? Yes. So what I'm saying is transformation is a journey. Is a journey. Is not something to flip immediately. It's a journey, and it needs a lot of awareness, and change management is also a topic, and is actually a discipline in academic. Change management itself is an issue to have the mentality change to the new ways of doing things. So basically what I'm trying to say here is, we have the NAPA, National Physical Addressing System, which actually you can have your physical addresses digitally. You can have them, and you can use it anywhere. But almost like more than 70% of us, we don't have that, and we still rely on the introduction letter from the village executive officers. That doesn't mean that we don't have the digital physical addressing systems in place. But again, when coming to the health sector is very diverse, and there are a lot of administrations, especially when you involve private sector. So with private sectors, the government is there to create the platform and the environment ready for private sector hospitals to connect on that. And you cannot just force, like, you need to connect by this week. It is a process. So you might find you are being attended by a private sector hospital, which is not yet connected to the interoperability platform, to the health interoperability platforms. So you might find like your data is still there, and because you don't know, you are just having there for service. But it is a process. It will come a time when all the institutions from private sector have joined. The same as right now, we have the national identity number. But when the national identity number was issued, the banks were still accepting other IDs as well, accepting the voter's ID, accepting whenever you need to open an account, you can also provide any other IDs which were legal, because it was part of the process that we still use these IDs, but will come a point where you will not use any other ID but the national identity platform. So that is a process, and I accept all of us. This is also an opportunity for the innovators. Like, we have a gap in mass communication. This is an opportunity. I would like us to take that as an opportunity, so that you can see how you can help the government to engage with the citizens. It's also a very good opportunity. Other countries are using that as well. Maybe on the summary for the highlights, I can just highlight on the simplification. That is okay, we accept that. It's a very valid point, because some old traditional ways like radios, TV, we still need them because we have a very diverse society, and the gap is very difficult. But again, there are some few issues. For example, we have the new passport, which was offered, I think it was 2020 something, and the expire date is maybe 10 years. I'm not sure if someone have already renewed the passport from this new system, because the first one, the system, this is the smart passport. The first one was not smart. So even with the driving license, this is the address, is the new system, the complete new system. There are new fields that we are not part of the old system. So with the transformation, when it comes to the upgrade, or phasing out of the old legacy system to have the new system, there are some of the things that may require to refill, but I'm very sure that after this, if the same systems continues, you will not have to be required to fill those again. But if I can finalize on what my colleague said earlier, is one's only principle, that is what is being used in Estonia, as he said. And that is our vision as the government, to have one's only principle. If your data being collected to a certain government agency, you don't need to submit those data again. And we have started somehow. For example, right now, you can remember when you open an account BRELA, it could take some middlemen to have the TIN number. Those who were registered the companies, those years, they know. But right now, you register the company with BRELA, the same registration number, is the same TIN number. We are moving, we are going somewhere. So if I can finalize this, is let's all unite together, and we have the platform for feedback. It's called iMrejesho. With iMrejesho, you can just Google it, iMrejesho. With iMrejesho, you can even provide feedback anonymously. If it's a whistleblowing system, you can provide under wherever institute, wherever ministry, even at the president's office, you can still comment, and I can assure you that all those which are being put there are being followed, and the feedback are being returned to them if their identity was visible. But if it was anonymous, they will just see the steps have been taken. So please, I would like to comment on that, and then maybe we need a lot of these sessions, because yes, I see the time is not enough.
Yes, so the time is definitely not enough.
Yeah, thank you.
But now I'm wondering, this iMrejesho, how anonymous is it if you have my IP address?
maybe for the comment again, please, at your own time, go and read the US Cloud Act. It's someone was discussing about those free services that we are using with the WhatsApp and other social media platforms. That act actually requires every American company in tech to be able to provide access to government, even those companies or those data are hosted out of the United States. So even if the data is hosted in maybe in United Arabs, is an American company, the US government have the access. You can just go, it's very clear written in the US Cloud Act. So please, at your own time, I would like to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm seeing hands even from my own panelists. But yes, I would allow you to make a comment on that. And Harry, I have one more question for you. I would really love your insights for startups in the room. So, but first, please. Okay, I'm being told our time is up. We're wrapping up. Thank you. Kennedy.
Dakika moja tu. Conversation kubwa hapa, unajua tunazungumzia sana miundombinu. Ipo. Lakini tusichanganye kati ya miundombinu na matokeo, kwa sababu hivi vitu vinakaa kwenye end of the spectrum. Kila moja kinakaa kwa namna yake, kwa sababu unaweza kusema tumejenga minara 1000 Tanzania nzima, lakini watu wangapi wamekuwa connected? Watu wangapi wameweza kutumia? Ukisema tuna iMrejesho, watu wangapi wanafahamu ipo, na watu wangapi wanatumia kweli kutoa hiyo feedback? Hilo ni jambo la kwanza ambalo nilitaka kulizungumza kwa haraka sana. Lakini la pili, kuna Mike na wengine hapa wameshazungumza. Kuna swala la kwamba tunazindua kwenye ngazi ya taifa, lakini tunafeli locally, huku kwa watu halisi. Na mifano midogo ya kufikiria ni namna ambavyo tuliweza kuendesha kampeni ya miaka 5-10 ya nyumba ni choo. Kila sehemu tulipita, tulikwenda kwenye grassroots level, tunawaelimisha watu, tunataka tuone matokeo. Lakini tunapokuja kwenye mifumo ambayo inajenga uchumi wa sasa na baadaye, inawaleta wananchi kwenye uchumi halisi wa sasa na baadaye, hatuweki effort ya kutosha kwenye kuwaleta kwenye huduma kama hizo. Kwa hiyo ni kitu ambacho lazima tuzingatie sana tunapokuwa tunajenga miundombinu ya aina hii. Lakini mwisho tunafikiria sana kwenye kupima reach. Wanasema kwa mfano tumefanya media campaign, tumefanya press releases, tumeweka kwenye mifumo yetu, kwa mfano tovuti na kadhalika, si ndio? Tumeshasema launch ABC, ni mfumo mpya. Sasa kuna swala la kulaunch na kuweka kwa umma, lakini pia kuna swala la kupima uelewa wa matumizi. Yamezungumzwa hapa haya. hilo ni swala ambalo kiongozi wetu hapa kutoka serikalini tunapaswa kuizingatia. Na kwa sekunde 15 nilizungumzia swala la feedback. Tunaimrejesho lakini mimi ningefurahi kila mwananchi anapohudumiwa kwenye specific service turuhusu mtu akaweke star 2 au 3 pale aseme kwamba mimi bwana hii huduma unaona hivyo ndio inavyofanyika duniani kwingine kwamba bwana mimi nimefurahia huduma hii na nimepata huduma nzuri star 5. Huduma hii haikuwa nzuri, ilikuwa ni ngumu kwa sababu zipi na zipi. Kwa kuna swala hilo from a communication perspective nafikiri tunapaswa kuliangalia namna tunavyoweza kuboresha. Tusije tukawa tunatengeneza infrastructure lakini tuna fail katika execution au localize. Asante.
Okay. Asante. I will allow Harry and while you're responding, naomba pia utatupa to just very quickly, you've reviewed the Tanzania startup policy. So what tips, advice do you have for startups who want to sell to the government?
Thank you. Kabla sijafika kule, na mimi kwa nataka ni weigh in katika the same subject that we have been speaking. Na mimi my recommendation, and I think we have been speaking this a lot when we are speaking about reforms, ni kwamba I would verily ask the government, number moja, ku walk away from regulatory revenue. Wakili umeongelea kuhusiana na issue ya mifumo haisomani. Sometimes it's by design. Because tunavyoongelea kwamba MRI ya Rabinsia isomeke Mwananyamala, Mwananyamala si MRI as a revenue, not as a service. Kwa hiyo most of the time we have that problem, especially huku kote tunavyoongelea BRELA, whatnot, kurenew data. It's a revenue generating factor, but a government agency should be focused on services, not on generating revenues. So you focus on that and you have a solution. Now that's a big problem that we have, and I think we need to work on that. Quickly on startups. We've fortunately, as a firm, Breakthrough Attorneys and myself, been fortunate to sit katika process ya kufanya startup policy and act on the mainland side. And currently, we also sit katika committee ya kudevelop, kudraft Zanzibar Startup Act as well. Now, the biggest problem that we have seen ni number moja. I'm saying this for third time, definition. Kwenye startup policy, wakati tunaongelea baseline study iliyofanywa, we found kwamba number one ni kwamba hakuna consensus with regards to what a startup means, or even the word itself. Iliappear maybe as start up, Zahor is here. Start up as 2 words, making one. It also appeared start dash up. It also appeared startup as 1 word. Semantically, that is an issue in itself. Secondly, there are still people that think a startup should and is and a small scale or a medium scale organization. No more, no less. When you have that issue, you cannot support it. So among many things that we have been doing and what we are seeing and what we are saying that should happen, number one is to simply identify what it is as a creature. When you identify it, you can help it. Secondly, we are talking about to make sure kwamba kuna procurement quotas za startups katika kupewa kipaumbele. Number 3 is about, and by the way, these we have seen in various countries that have already enacted laws. Number 3, there is partnership. So procurement quotas, you'd say that among government procurement in innovation, the government should give maybe 40%. There are countries which say 40% of innovation contracts will go to startups specifically. Okay. And we have seen countries which are doing this in Africa. Number 3, and which is very practicable for me, the way I see it, even measurable compared to the procurement quota, is the partnership between global firms and startups. A global firm will not be awarded until it partners with a startup. This also ensures knowledge transfer, technology transfer, and also practicable because innovation is also capital heavy. And if you can grant them a contract, in a normal case, sometimes they fail because it needs a lot of capital. But this one ensures that partnership, knowledge transfer among many. Number 4, you have the issue of sandboxes. And it has been spoken in the first panel,
the previous panel,
in the second panel, etc. And that ensures innovation from within as well. Number 5 is the issue of piloting before procurement. This is also an area that startups can really be fostered and thrive. But last, these are all regulatory, legal, blah, blah, blah. It's mambo jumbo. In a manner of speaking, if you don't have political will to support it. Last government, there was a regional commissioner here who was implementing a law that people cannot drink alcohol in the afternoon, if you remember. That law is 40 years old. It was there. Nobody was implementing it. When that regional commissioner came, he just picked it from a shelf and implemented it. What am I saying? We may change the laws. We might put them in colorful laws for startups, blah, blah, blah. But if we don't have political will to implement, it will not be it. There are countries which do not have any laws for startups, but the political will is making changes. Kenya doesn't have a startup act. However, it's racking up #1 for startup financing in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I believe you'll all agree this was a masterclass in building a digital Tanzania. Thank you very much to my panelists. A big round of applause to them. Karibu Kels.
Sasa kwa sasa inamaanisha lunch mna nusu saa tu. Just so that we know. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, we wanted a group photo.
And tunaenda kwenye group photo. We're going to do a group photo. To those who don't know me, my name is Khalil Amboy. We will meet later. But for now, we are going to lunch. Lunch is going to go from now all the way to 2:20. So we're going to be back in the room at 2:20 to begin the conversations. I do believe everybody has a coupon. Yes, wonderful. So you don't have a coupon yet? So we will head on outside. We have ushers out there who will be able to show you where to go to. Please head out. We will be back at 2:20 for our discussions. We have back-to-back panels in the afternoon as well. They're going to be as invigorating as this one, so please do come back on time.
Kuna safari moja nikajikuta nazo nyingi nikagawa napeleka vitu kwa hizi ndizo mikutano kwamba niko daraja lile mwenzangu umepanda Salaam wapi sababu kwani wewe ukiniambia tu njoo tunywe kahawa shida inakuwa ni wewe hapo ukiniambia tunywe kahawa
wanazo anania
Hello, hello, welcome back. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. If you have somebody that you know is here and probably hasn't come into the room, may you please support by maybe letting them know that we are to begin. The team, the protocol team is working hard to get people back in the room. So we can let people know that tumeanza. We have begun the afternoon session. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good afternoon. This afternoon, we have 2 panel sessions that are going to be happening back to back. We have one that's going to be happening here and another one in Lake Victoria, right across the hall. And then, of course, we're going to hopefully close at exactly 4 p.m. and convene again tomorrow. We've got a panel session at Victoria, and then we will be coming back here. The panel session at Victoria is moderated by Miss Lillian Madeje. Regulation as an enabler of innovation, what startups, investors, and industry need from policymakers. And the speakers there are Mr. Zahora Muhaji, CEO, Tanzania Startup Association, Dr. Mboni Kibelo, PhD, founder and director, Darasa Tech, as well as Farha Mohammed, head of products at Cellcom. That's happening at Lake Victoria. In this room here, we will have a panel led by Ms. Neema Magimba, CEO of Sharia Kiganjani, and it will be on the rise of African data centers and cloud infrastructure, building the backbone of the digital economy. Now, given the time, and we are working very hard to get people back in the rooms, we'd probably give it about 3 more minutes, and then we will begin. Feel free to call up your panelists and move. I will go outside and work with the ushers to bring people back in the rooms, and we will convene right after. It is not your conventional restart in the afternoon, but of course, because the previous panels were very involving and engaging, they went a little bit overboard. So forgive us for going a little bit over time before beginning, but we will make sure that we hopefully finish on time. Karibuni sana. people will keep dwindling in as just so that we don't go too much over time. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the room. For those sitting in the back, we are an intimate crowd because we have broken up into breakout sessions already. I'd like to encourage those in the back to move forward so that we can begin. Those in the back, please do move forward. We do not have to spread out the way we are. We could have a much more engaging session when we are closer together. Thank you for those who have taken the leadership to move forward. Asanteni sana. Asanteni, mtuwapigie makofi ya kwa encourage wasogee mbele kwa kweli. Wamefanya kazi kubwa sana. Asanteni sana. Unajua ile kwamba umeamua kitu alafu unabadilisha mawazo. Mambo mazuri. Ndio ume-innovate wazo lako la kukaa nyuma ya chumba. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, the panel conversation is going to be an exciting one led by Neema Magimba. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of Sharia Kidigitali, by the title, The Rise of African Data Centers and Cloud Infrastructure, Building the Backbone of the Digital Economy. Tumpigie makofi. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes to moderate her panel. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Kels. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to everyone who took the step to come and sit in the front. I love that. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's digital future will not just solely depend on the applications, innovations, and all the softwares that are designed in Africa. As investment in data centers continues to grow, African countries are faced with a very critical question. Are we going to take ownership of the infrastructure in which these softwares are being hosted, or are we going to be merely consumers? Now, to unpack this conversation with me, I've got an amazing lineup of expert speakers who are going to share their knowledge, their expertise, and we look forward to having an engaging conversation with them. Now, without further ado, allow me to invite my panelists for the day. To begin with, Dr. Angelina Miso, who is the Assistant Director of ICT Systems and Compliance Services at the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. Karibu sana, Doctor. Thank you. Our second speaker of the day is Mr. Sebastian Marondo, the CEO of BTX Tanzania Limited, who is leading the integration of ICT solutions into key productive sectors of the economy. Karibu sana, Sebastian. And our third speaker for the day is my learned sister, Advocate Fatma Songoro, who is the head of technology and IT at Victory Attorneys. She's an expert in technology law, fintech regulation, and digital compliance. Karibu sana, Fatma. Right. Now, to kick off our conversation, I'm going to throw a general question, and any of our panelists can decide to take up the question. Now, as I've said before, as multi-million-dollar data centers aggressively expand across the continent, how does this physical localization of the infrastructure shift the geopolitical power dynamics of internet governance and data sovereignty? In short, as Africa builds more advanced, local data centers, how does keeping the infrastructure inside Africa change who has power over African data? Any of my panelists can decide to take up that question. I see Dr. has decided to be the first. Thank you.
Maybe I'll start.
Thank you.
A lovely good afternoon to you all. As I've been introduced, I serve as the Assistant Director for ICT Systems Development and Compliance Services at the Ministry of ICT in Tanzania, but I also coordinate the establishment of an institution called NDTI, National Digital Training Institute, which is to be built in Dodoma. This will be spearheading digital transformation, but also capacitating our people, especially the youth, in digital technologies. Well, to answer your very good question, well, I think the key word there is digital sovereignty. When you're able to build your own infrastructure, especially digital, you're now shifting from being a user or a consumer of digital services to being the one who makes the decisions. Africa has come a long way. Let me speak about Tanzania. We have Tier 3 data centers in the country. Actually, we have the one hosted by NIDC and another one by IGA. These are hosting government services. They well equipped, and so we are able to host our own services but also provide for government institutions, especially, for example, IGA offers software as a services. So us as government institutions are able to use uniform. There are some services, for example, e-office, government mail, which are being hosted by IGA but are also used across the services. What does this mean? Data is very, very important. There's a version, data is like blood to the human body. Data is the new gold. So when you're able to host your own data, store and process it, this is very, very critical. Gives you power. So I'll put it that way. Thank you very much.
Sovereignty.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Do any of the other panelists want to take up that question? Thank you, Sebastian.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. So first of all, Neema, we just need to put everything clear because I have heard the conversation here and many people are confused in a lot of things. We have data centers, but we don't have a really at that level that we are looking at. If you count the data center that we have in Tanzania and the data center we are talking about, Tier 3 level here, I think we have less than 5 in Tanzania. But we can have about 15 data centers around Tanzania. But with the actual capacity, we have less than 5. And I want to break it for somebody who has came here today to understand exactly data center. We are talking about the ability of a room to power particular machines. And for a standard data center that we are talking today world, we measure it by using what is called megawatts. The megawatts simply is like 1,000 kilowatts. It means that the house is able to power a machine that can consume about 1,000 kilowatts. And for a simple way, one server, for example, one server, it uses about 500 watts if it's powered on. So if you are talking about 1 megawatts data center, you are simply talking about 2,000 servers which can be plugged in to that room. And those are the old debate. This is a national economic development debate. Because now data center, they carry the same level with ports, same level with railway, same level with airport, as what we used to see in the past. If you have a railway, airport, then you can now speak about how you control the world. So today, who has the data center of the standard? They control the tomorrow's wealth. And that's why you see our neighbors, they're struggling on how to pull in this really investment on data center. Let me pause there first. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Sebastian, for just that breakdown for us. But also, I'm seeing potential. You know, with the growth in demand, there's also a potential for us to also take ownership in there. But are we ready to take ownership, as you've said? What's required to even expand on the data centers? And just to sort of unpack that a little bit further, especially in your field. I know that your firm integrates digital transformation into traditional sectors like mining and agriculture. Now, how is this localization of the local infrastructure directly impacting your operations and the efficiency of your operations in these industries, especially the heavy industries?
Yeah, thank you. Apart from this government data center, basically, we are talking about commercial data centers that they need to empower the digital economy. Let's forget a little bit about the government data center. We are talking about heavy data center to power the digital economy, not only for government services. And to add on that is that even if these investors who are coming into Africa, the issue is not whether the server is in Tanzania, the issue is who controls the server. Because you can have the data in your house. You can have the data here in Tanzania. But actually the GPU will not sit here because it's very expensive as you grow and as the demand increases. And the second thing is that even the model for the AI, you have to buy it. Who programmed the thinking, again, controls you. If you buy 100 robots from China, and they work here, physically they're here, But who is controlling this brain? Who is updating this? Who programmed the thinking? So the question is, it's even beyond. It's not just physically that we see the data here. It's actually now about more than that. But speaking about localization, that gave us a little bit of ample in terms of, costs. There's a number of things which shifted to us. And I will unpack it in this way. In mining, for example, in logistics, for example, in agriculture, here we speak about big data. In mining, you speak about 1,000 to 10,000 sensors that they need to work in real time. So that's prediction, maintenance. You need to be ahead of time, in terms of maintenance and decision. Decision need to be fast. And when you have local server that is hosted here and working here, that means you reduce the latency. They call it latency. Simply is the time it takes to request from your phone when you request something to the time that the response comes. This normally takes around few milliseconds. So if the server is in US, it will take about 150 milliseconds. If it is here, it will take about 5 milliseconds. So this decision in mining is very critical. It's about life. It's about 100,000 of saving of money in terms of that decision, because you need to work on preventive maintenance and in real time. So we are looking on if the data, they are here in Tanzania, you save the time, you save the quick time turnaround, but also you save the issue of availability, because now you will not depend on the fiber. If it's cut, at least you can continue, because the server will be here. So these are the localization will enable us to be able to have even decision, as she said, my colleague here. But actually the most important is that if it's here, it's managed by who in terms of application and the infrastructure itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian. Now we've seen that how efficiently localization affects real-time operations, and Mr. Sebastian has tried to break that down for us from his experience. Now let's look at the legal side, Advocate Fatma. With physical infrastructure expanding, and we've seen the need to continue expanding that, especially in Tanzania, what commercial and legal frameworks must be instituted to govern local data hosting agreements and ensure SLA compliances?
Thank you, Nema. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying your evening. So maybe before I respond, anyone in the room maybe who has worked in a data center or no? Okay. So when it comes to your question specifically, currently in Tanzania, we have, I would say, 3 statutes. We have the Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority, brackets, public center rules that provide for public data center. We have the minimum technical standard for data center, and then we have the minimum standard for public data center. And so if you look at this, I would say, regulation, they give you an insight of the standard, the requirement of this data center. If you look at the rules for public data center, I think under Rule 8, it mandates that anyone who is licensed as a public center, they need to have a service level agreement with the people who they're providing those services to. I think to your question, normally from the regulatory perspective or policy, the law would not prescribe or give like a template for the agreement. So there is normally room for the parties, but there are standards that are set there. And if you look further into that rule, it provides for certain aspects that you can say would normally need to be in the agreement. So I feel like that will be the template for it. There's a part that speaks to, 1, liability and indemnity. And I think this is one of the clauses that is normally tricky. So if you're a lawyer and you're reviewing a service levy or a master agreement for with regard to data service, normally as lawyers, you either be on the data center or your client is the one getting the services. So there's always looking at which side you're in. But the law says that if, and unless otherwise agreed, the data center carries the liability for any damage or loss that occurs out in providing their services out of their own act. And so this means that if you're doing any agreement with a data center your client is getting, you need to, if now I'm the data center, I think I will need to ensure that maybe I keep a limit to that, because that's a wide liability clause. But that is how. So if it's not stated otherwise in the agreement, it means that the data center will carry that liability. And then the law also speaks about making insurance disclosures. So the law says that if someone comes to get maybe hosting services from you, if you have an insurance, you need to tell them maybe if your insurance, the exposure that it covers. So someone is able to understand what is the risk maybe that they will be exposed, or if they can take another insurance, or if they can take another measure. And so the law also keeps that as another requirement. But then the other thing that I like, and these rules for public data center, I think they came out in March 2026, so they're still new. And I think in the past, when I had clients getting services from public data center, we would always have back and forth on so many things. One being how the data is treated. So there's a provisional for personal data protection in the rules that says if you're a public data center, you do not have the right to to access or to use that data unless you have the consent from the data subject. And so this clearly keeps the personal data protection framework in between the service provider and the entity that is providing data to these data centers. And I think part of, when we speak about this agreement, most of the time, I understand they're normally standard form that most public data centers would have. But I think it's important to really go clause by clause to review them. Most people have a master service agreement, and then they'll have a service level agreement. So the service level agreement will speak to like the uptime, because as the previous speaker said, most of the data centers, they're like 4 tiers. So there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And I think in the country, we don't have a tier 4. But each tier has specific technical requirement and standard, and so normally they'll provide for those in the service level, like the downtime, the availability, and all this. So it will be in the service level, and then they'll have an access maybe user agreement, and then they'll have an extra for like data protection. So normally it can be a master service agreement with all these other annexures in it. And I think that's just briefly what I would say, but there will be a lot. The agreements are normally very well detailed. You'll find those small words, so it will be a very long contract, but it's quite good to always read through every clause. And I think just recently I had a client, they host certain sensitive data, and so we had a lot of back and forth, almost 2 weeks of going back and forth, but we managed to change the clauses. And so for anyone who is either getting the services from a data center, or if you're a data center, you just need to ensure that the agreement is framed in a way that protects you and you're aware of your liability and your exposures. So maybe I'll pause there.
Yeah, thank you. I have a follow-up question on the efficiency of the updated rules, but I will come back to you. Now, moving back to Dr. Angelina, as Tanzania advances its digital transformation agenda, what role do locally hosted data centers and cloud infrastructure play in strengthening national digital sovereignty? We talked about that, security, but also economic development.
Thank you very much. I would say the role is basically on as a strategic enabler. How should I put it? This enables for sensitive data systems and applications, for example, financial systems, digital identity systems, health records, to be hosted and stored within the country's borders and everything. So this, for example, let's say NIDA hosts data for digital identity. And through that, public and private sectors are able to do KYC, know your customer, for example, when you're registering for your SIM card or your bank account. So imagine if we didn't have that data center here, where are we going to store such information? So that is very critical and sensitive information. So having these infrastructure is key. But having data centers alone is not efficient, that's the whole thing, no. We also need to strengthen our infrastructure. We need to have optical fiber backbones to ensure, because you have data somewhere here, but how do you ensure last mile connectivity to the end user? So still the government is doing efforts to ensure that we have all means of communications, whether it's communication towers, optic fiber, we also have submarine cables to link Tanzania to the world, and so forth. So this goes hand in hand with other initiatives in the ecosystem. Furthermore, things like regulatory frameworks. How do we ensure the private sector works with us, also helps in improving service delivery? Because actually, one of our mottos is to ensure enhanced service delivery. Because when we talk about interoperable systems, how does the last citizen, the citizen who uses, experience that interoperable system? It's through having enhanced service delivery. There were people here during the morning sessions who were saying that you have to submit your documents over and over again. So when we have servers, data centers, and everything, which are communicating now with reliable infrastructure between different institutions, then we can definitely have that. And also the principle of once only that was also mentioned, like you're able to share your data once, and after that, everybody else can source your data from that single source of truth, we call it. So it's a couple of things that work together. We call this concept of whole of a government approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of things that are interconnected to ensure the success of it. But coming back to Mr. Sebastian, I know you've talked about the efficiency of localization, but if we could expound it a little bit, in what ways do you think sovereign data centers act as fundamental enablers for the broader physical economy, but also national export competitiveness? You talked about comparison with different countries.
Yeah, I'm very worried about this. This is a very serious debate. This is not ICT. It's actually national development and economic issue.
Absolutely.
I've been in the industry for 26 years, I would say, probably. I have got an opportunity to see how infrastructure is actually enabling the economy of country. And this is not a joke. Actually, we can talk data center. I went through the life where I was using floppy. Anybody may be, you know, floppy, 1.4 megabits MB. That was a storage. We were proud, like, I have a big storage. You know, and my computer, which I was using to code by then, it was 128 MB storage. You can imagine. So I went from seeing that and actually seeing that server room, from the server room to a data center, and now I have seen how economy has transformed. Now, when you speak about AI, actually I'm getting scared, because whoever will control the infrastructure tomorrow will control the economy. This is a danger. This is actually a big discussion. And it's not a discussion about ICT or a particular sector. It's about national discussion. We want to take a stake about the economy across Africa, across America. We need to be able to protect and to build it now. Let me say something. Maybe you remember when, if you studied your history in the past, you remember that people, they were building infrastructure in the past. Railway were built to carry goods from Africa to Frankfurt, carry goods from Africa to somewhere. Ports were built to ship goods. They were never built to bring goods to Africa. If we are not so careful, we may also build today, but yet to carry our intelligence and our experience away from Tanzania. And that will mean that we cannot compete. You get my point? So even if you say you're going to have physical data center here, sovereignty that you are talking about, we need to go beyond the data. And this is what the doctor has said as well. Look here, when we speak about the AI, we have three components. And I will give this good example for somebody who is not technological to understand. Any country in the past which used to have fuel, used to be known to be like, is a wealthy country. But if that fuel is just oil, crude oil underground, they are still as poor if it's not extracted. So our data, even if you have your data stored here, it's like a crude oil underground. When you bring about AI, it's just like you're bringing about refinery, you see? And that AI platform is not something simple to run, because the GPU they were discussing here, it's costing millions of dollars. I want to say this. It's cost millions of dollars. This GPU they were discussing here the other time. And those are set of machines that when you ask AI today, your chat GPT, the server that runs that decision and give you the answer is the one that run under what is called GPU. You get my point? Which is very expensive machine. And for you to get a very clear real-time intelligence, it needs to sum a lot of knowledge and information at the same time. That's why we say capacity of this machine. So whoever have this processing power actually has ability to drive the decision of the data. And on top of that, what we say the AI application and whatsoever, it's like when you do the delivery on fuel and you play the data, is not here. I just want to say this. It's not here. Because of the computing power, they need to hire it from somewhere else, and data should be locally. And now, you know, when we say we are building data center here, we need to consider a number of things. One, are we African owning this data center? It's not the, let's put aside the government data center, please, because this is a little bit different. This carries the e-government activity, which actually interconnect with the digital economy that we talk about here. But if you want to talk about the private data center that will be able to drive the demand of everybody else, then we need to look on how they're being built and how are being owned. Because you can have investor building the data center here. Physically it's here. But actually the key decision maker is not, you know, these people here. It's not African. And second, even the staff that they're operating, they're not to say. We need to make sure African are owning. They take ownership of this infrastructure. Whoever controls the railway, whoever controls the port, whoever controls the airport, actually control the economy of a place. Tomorrow, if we don't have this kind of capability of this data center of the level we are talking about here, I want to tell you, we will keep buying and buying and buying, paying a lot of services outside there because we won't be able to handle the demand locally. And what does that mean? If we go by protecting our borders and not open to this competing power that is available somewhere else, our economy will not be competitive. And that's so important to consider and to discuss even now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian. And I love your historical analogy that whoever owns the railway, whoever owns the port, owns the goods. So again, a repeating theme around the discussion from our panelists is that sovereignty is important, but are we ready and capable to actually promote that sovereignty of our local data centers? Now, let's talk a little bit about international corporations. Fatma, I know that you work with a number of international corporates. I'm inclined to believe that majority of your clients would be international corporations. You correct me if I'm wrong. Now, how do they navigate the intersection of Tanzanians' national data protection laws, but also at the same time they are involved with, they utilize global cloud. So how do they navigate the two?
Hello? Okay. So I think when it comes to international entities, the good thing I would say is that most of them already come with an awareness of or understanding of the need to protect data. Whether you're coming from EU, there's GDPR has been there for so long. Whether you're coming from America, there's quite an understanding. And so it's normally an easy process when you tell someone that you need to do 1, 2, 3, rather than a company who is operating maybe from here. This is normally a new concept, like they've never had it. And so most of them, of course, when it comes to data protection specifically, they are willing to comply. They understand the risk and they understand the need to comply. And I think when you look at how the data protection framework is, there is no a clear requirement for data localization, like your data has to stay here. However, they're just key compliances that you have to do. So the law requires you, let's say, to have, if you want to transfer data outside Tanzania, you get a cross-border approval from the Personal Data Protection Commission. You need to have your data protection policy. It's a requirement of the law. They're always willing to do that. You need to take into all these other requirement or the data protection principles. So when it comes to security, do you have the technical and organization measures in place? And they are always willing. I think for most of the time, international organization, when they're entering into a sector with the requirement for data localization is normally where it becomes tricky when you tell them that you have to locally host your data. So talk about the finance sector, because there is a clear requirement to localize data. And I think the law says, if you read the law, that you need a primary data center to be here in Tanzania. And so that is where maybe most of the time the international entities, they doubt the centers that are here, and they would normally prefer to have that data sitting in the cloud or in other data centers that they use. But because if you're an investor coming into the country, you have to comply with the law. There are no exemptions to that. BOT is quite strict. I think the other sector is health. I don't know if there's a law that says that data has to stay here when it comes to health data, but I know in the sector that is the standard that is there. And so even when investors are coming into that sector, that is where they would normally consider. And so data protection being new in the country, I think it's quite easy for someone to come in and jump in and get into compliance. There are several, maybe some part of compliance that seem to be very different from other jurisdictions. If you read the law, there's a requirement to file quarterly reports. That is something that would normally shock most of the international entities, that I need to file quarterly reports every time. The requirement to have a data protection officer, because in some jurisdiction, maybe it's limited to entities with certain turnovers or certain operations, but here, everyone needs a data protection officer, so that's another compliance I would say that normally maybe they would, it will be new, and so maybe that's also something that they will speak about. But I think also because some of them would come here and get the comfort that we have. I think Liquid has AWS like as here in Tanzania, and so when they realized that they could get someone who from the international space, but they have partnered with Liquid here, then they get that comfort of, okay, would maybe opt for this. And so I would say for international entities, there's always willingness and quite eagerness to do the compliance. So it's not as difficult as for most entities who are locally maybe here.
Right, so it's just a matter of balancing it, ensuring that they are actually compliant with the national laws, even though they're utilizing global cloud hosting platforms. Right, now going back to Dr. Angelina, from a systems development and compliance perspective, I know that Fatma has talked about a number of guidelines and laws that are there to govern or set the standards, but then what policy, regulatory or technical standards do you think are still necessary to create a trusted environment for investment in data centers and cloud services across Tanzania?
Thank you very much. Let me start with the overarching policies. We have the Tanzania Development Vision 2050. In this document, it is outlined that by 2050, we should have 80% of public services being offered through digital systems. It also outlines that by 2050, 70% of the population should be digital aware, savvy, and competent to be able to use these digital systems. So what does this entail? We should have human-centered or systems that can be easily used by our people. So we need to develop systems that can be easily accessible and used by this generation of people that we are creating to be competent. We also have a Tanzania Digital Economy Strategic Framework, which is a 10-year strategy launched in 2024 by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. It goes from 2024 to 2034. This document has 6 pillars. The first pillar actually, and one of the most important, it talks about the infrastructure. it talks about the ICT infrastructure, including data centers, but also communication infrastructure. But it goes further. It not only outlines the ICT infrastructure and telecoms, but it also talks about the energy and powering systems, because these are very important in order to have the ICT ones in place. So it also outlines the strategy on how we are able to achieve this. And it's not just about power, but also green technologies. Because when we talk about AI, as has been previously mentioned here by my colleagues, a lot of power will be needed. So where do we get this power? How do we able to get this infrastructure and technology that we want to have in our country to be effectively used and utilized by our people? So yes, having those overarching policies and documentations, but narrowing down, like has been previously mentioned, we have the Personal Data Protection Act of 2022. This is very, very important. When we talk about trusted systems, I, as a citizen, need to be able to know and feel safe that when I share my health data, it's safe where it is. Nobody else will be able to know about my health status unless I give my consent. So we need to build systems also under the regulations and guidelines that protect citizens' data. And of course, we need these systems to be interoperable, but also sharing data. But what data is it being shared? Am I aware? Am I informed? And do I know where it is being used? Yes, because when I feel safe, then I can easily share my data. Again, we also the Cyber Security Act and regulations are also in place. So all these, among others, are very, very important to ensure we have a resilient, robust, safe ecosystem where we have ICT systems in place, but they are also secure. Let me just outline one important thing. I think my colleague, because we work from the same ministry, Daniel Sarungi, mentioned about the Jamii stack and everything. So just to outline, I'll further explain a bit. The Jamii stack is like a roadmap where us as the government shows our steps on how we are able to reach the promised land when it comes to ICT. So we outline what are the steps, and this isn't like our own just innovation. It's something that's being done globally. For example, Europe have GovStack. We have India. India has India Stack, and they have outlined important things. It has a number of layers. So in our Tanzania technology stack, also known as Jamii Stack, we wanted to have a Swahili name for it, Jamii, because it means community, because everybody is involved. So on the bottom layer, we have things like, we call it the enabling layer. Why enabling? It includes issues of infrastructure, it includes policies, regulations, and guidelines, but it also includes human capacity development. Because we might have all the infrastructure investment and everything, but if our people are not well informed, we'll have to import people from outside. So we need to invest in our own people. And then we also talk about issues of innovations, very, very critical. And then we have another layer where we talk about DPI, digital public infrastructure. Here is where we have digital identity, we have digital financial systems, we have digital platforms for data exchange. So this middle layer is where we have things like TIPS, Tanzania Instant Payment System. When we have the DPI in place, that's where we have the collaboration, for example, the public and private sector, where we can share and exchange data, for example. And then the upper layer, that's where we call it the application layer. This is where we have different applications across sectors. Because now I have my DPI in place, I have my infrastructure in place, I have my policy and guidelines, I have my infrastructure in place. How do I use a combination of all these things to create user-centered services? That's where I'm able to use as a citizen, for example, a portal to access services from the government or the private sector. So this is the upper layer, which directly now links to the final citizens who will be using the system. So apart from all these initiatives, we thought it is also important to include a roadmap to show where we are and where we're going. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I would say that we are well ahead in our way to creating this, the policies and the regulatory standards that really create trust to the even the ordinary citizen. But then let's go back to the infrastructure, Mr. Sebastian. What do you think are some of the infrastructure deficits, especially as a player in this field, that are currently hindering the development of advanced ICT tracking and logistics solutions in cross-border trade? I know you've touched a little bit in some of your responses, but let's dive into that. Transparency.
But you mentioned about logistics. Now I need to speak in more of interest of economy. So having been working on ICT for the past, and now I became like a business person, I look to IT infrastructure as, not just as a project. I look at it as, they really roads. There's no difference between data center we are talking here with the road from here to Tunduma. The same investments you are talking about the road, it should be the same discussion that the country should be discussing about the data center. That has the ability to carry our data and our decision on timely. And that's number one. So when you talk about logistics, as we mentioned, our transportation to go to other countries, they need speed. They need a lot of data. In fact, there are so many data that goes around, and there's so much cost that goes around. And now this challenge does not become the logistic, it becomes the national economy challenge. You see now, because when you speak about GPS, for example, these are the sensors, a lot of number of sensors. You need to have a time decision. You need to have borders which actually have a single sign on. Not just theoretically. You need really, if a truck lives here, by any assumption, you have just cleared document at a point A. You need to go all the way. You don't need to wait in all the borders that we are still here. So we speak about AI, speed, economy in other countries going so fast, and we are still on mechanical, despite of saying we have automated level A and B. This is not the discussion how much of automated. It's how much the rest of the people are now moving. Because here you find with the logistic, despite this, a lot of systems, there's no integrations. Tanzania border to Zambia border, these are different countries, different systems. To Congo border, different systems. But we find that it is our role to take advantage of automation, not just road, automation of these neighboring countries. Because if we can control the automation, we can really control the economy. So I would say, I don't want to talk about touch my government and the data center. But let's speak about how do we power Tanzania in terms of infrastructure. And to the level that, as we speak about ports, we should speak about data center. That's power the neighbor countries. I tell you, people with the ports today, they will not be as competent as people who will have the real data center by next few years. They will control everything. So we need to wake up. And this is not just government, it's about all the stakeholders to look on how strategically we are able to get advantage of these neighboring countries to open the infrastructure, not just the roads and the railways, but now technology. I heard one company that was about to launch a data center here in Tanzania. They say in 2026. I haven't seen them launched yet, but they promised to come up with a 6 megawatts data center. That sounded really like a serious, a little bit, to speak. That means we're going to have around 9 to 10. Yes, we can now host this GPU that we are speaking about. And that's a serious investment. It's a serious investment. My worry is not that it's coming. My worry is who is going to own it. Because if we don't have even stake to control the board, it means, again, another problem. Another problem. So these are the things that we need to speak because they take a really investment cost as we speak about the rest of infrastructure. So when you speak about the corridor, open corridor, you cannot speak it without open infrastructure. And this, we are speaking about the GPS, the sensor, the cameras. We move, for example, I will give you an example. Let me speak a little bit for somebody who wants to understand clear. What does the border does? A truck coming from Congo, for example, normally carry what is called copper, the copper cathodes, for those who have gone to chemistry. These cathodes, they are like 30 tons. Normally, this truck is worth around $500,000 US. This is the truck. It has a driver who is a Form 4. The truck itself is around 2 million to 3 million Tanzania shillings. So this driver has a lot of has cameras, and sometimes he has a lot of GPS, because if this consignment is taken, it means the owner of the truck needs to pay, or rather the insurance company needs to pay. And there's a lot of risk. And you find that they will stay somewhere waiting for a border to cross border for about a month in a bush. You find a truck also even leaving Tanzania here, going that side. They will remain in Tunduma for 7 days and so forth. So if we try to work around on real-time data, we need to make sure, as you leave Dar es Salaam, Tunduma knows, Zambia knows, Congo knows, so that if you check, like we are saying, the single information identification, you go there, you say, this is my ID or my document number, then just proceed. What happened now for your information, despite all the noise that you are making? You go by document to a particular border, Tunduma, that is cancellation. You start another process to another country. So I see this is where now the really automation comes in and big data comes in. Because without having this ability to make quick and real-time data, you won't be able to move. And actually, there's an additional information coming. I think EU has passed another act to track the minerals. So as the mineral moving around, there's a lot of data that need to be added on it, and even agriculture. So the agriculture also need to be tracked. So we have a lot of data that is coming up. So we don't want, I don't want to see we buying the infrastructure service from another country today or tomorrow. Because if we start like that, it means that we will keep becoming a slave. Our economy will go out. And this is about $80 million projected market share in next few years. It means that we will have to consume $80 million for these services of AI. So it means if you don't tap it now, it will go out. And it's even going out. If you're using AI and you have just commercialized, you have paid for license, it means that it has gone to America. That's what you are paying. You are paying for that decision. Even if it's $10 per week, you are paying for that decision to somebody who has hosted that GPU somewhere. So let's not talk about the houses and the few computers. We are talking about infrastructure that power the country and give us, number one, negotiation power. If we want to talk with the investor and these people across our region, if we control computing ability and data, we can negotiate better. And we can have trust of the investor coming here because now we have infrastructure. We won't be checked like maybe, maybe. No, they will come. And the rest of the things, job creation will come. Because again, if you have this infrastructure and people are working remotely to drive this infrastructure, it doesn't make any sense. Job creation will come. And now, the issue of bringing the application and actually preparing our people not to just do the normal application, but to take advantage of AI, the intelligence. Because one thing that we need to take care, Neema, is that there's confidentiality information. This is a national security. There's a confidentiality information of Tanzania that gives us the advantage to compete somewhere. Are we together? So if you have a mining sector doing exploration somewhere, and they have a lot of mining research, which are really confidential, and they need to put it on a particular server, if they put it outside and somebody got access to that data, it means they lost all the exploration project because all the data has gone. And a lot of data now are on the cloud because they need a lot of knowledge to analyze, to do everything. So if we become strategically investing on this infrastructure, the trust would be so heavy. And even we can control so much which leaves our country and which come to our country. And we can negotiate heavily. So I want to see Africa and particularly Tanzania not depending, because now we have a stage to project next 2050, right? We are talking about. So we can even project 10 years and see where we're going to tap on the AI technology. Otherwise, we will be having still the infrastructure, but we will still depend on other people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian. I see that we have a lot of work in terms of improving in our infrastructure to promote sovereignty, but also to ensure that we're becoming competitive on issues even like automation, improving efficiency in these projects, but with things that also affect our nation's economy. I hope we've also all taken the challenge as all stakeholders, but also even the participants as well, and we hope to see the future of growth in our infrastructures in Tanzania. Now, coming back to the regulatory side and the legal side, it's also a very important aspect in terms of localization. You talked about the fintech industry being one of the most regulated in terms of localization and data management and handling. Now, how can these fintech regulations, especially when you said that the BOT mandates hosting of that data in Tanzania, how can these regulations evolve to mandate local data hosting without increasing the operational cost, which is ultimately usually passed down to the consumer?
So I think to that question, I struggle to to have a reply to it. When you talk about fintech and the requirement to host data locally, taking into account that the infrastructure, all these data centers, they sit with another ministry, another regulatory body. And so if we have data centers locally whereby hosting is expensive, maybe I would say the regulatory fee for those data center up, what makes the cost up? Can we lower those costs? That is one way I can look. But I also have a question. Maybe Sebastian would have an answer. Is it always expensive to host data locally than outside the country? Like, is it cheaper? Or is there an assumption? I don't know the numbers, but maybe he does. But so I would say, one, let's look at the regulatory framework when it comes to licensing and the operation of these data centers within the country. I don't know if there is a difference in fee between the centers, data centers that are run by private entity or the ones that are under the government. I don't know if there's a difference in cost. Maybe the government has lower prices. I don't know, but maybe that's also something whereby the government can work towards providing that services, maybe for startups or fintech in order they have lower costs, and so the consumer doesn't carry out more cost. I also think just a few weeks ago, we were discussing about the East Africa AI strategy. And so they were talking about infrastructure. And if you read through the strategy, it speaks about building regional cloud computing centers to kind of build the capacity within the region. It speaks about having a data center that within all national, each country, the national data, like cooperating and keeping in regional data center with the hope that maybe it might lower cost. It might allow us to have a tier 4 data center and all this. And so maybe at a regional level, we also need to look beyond just country level, and maybe that law needs to require data localization within the region. Maybe it would help, but I would say that's one way in which we can explore. And I think for the fintech who are in the country, because they can also look at it that much as the law requires data localization, not all their information and data falls within that spectrum. You'll probably have other data that can sit outside the local data center, but normally most people would, if they have their data center here, they'll have like a replica, a backup center in another jurisdiction. And so part of it, or part of strategizing for the fintech, is just also, I would say, taking that hybrid approach whereby part of the data sits locally, other data that doesn't have to sit here doesn't sit here if it saves cost. But I think when we speak about cost, it comes down to the actual figure in numbers and the cost for each option that you want to explore. So yeah, but I'd like to hear from maybe Sebastian or Doctor if they have any input with regard to the cost, and if it's actually true that it's costful to host locally than outside.
I would want to believe it's cost-free. I don't know if Sebastian would want to chip in with the numbers that you were mentioning.
Yeah. So I will just do a normal example to make it clear. Because we are coming from technology. It's easy to speak technology, but I believe there are some young girls here, they are coming from a very normal background. They told me either they studied procurement. We are talking mystery. You see, we are talking a lot of jargon because we need to break it down. You see, so think about this. You know China. Okay, China, their products comes from China, right? We also produce some products here in Tanzania. What is happening is that we have so many number of products from China despite we also produce the same product here. And if you compare the price, what's happening? You find the Chinese is more cheaper than what you are producing here. You get my point? Despite being here, but somehow it's more expensive than what is coming from China. Sometimes there was even tilapia coming from China. It's much cheaper than the tilapia coming from Mwanza. You get my point? So still, I would say, what they are trying to avoid, a lot of fintech and there are other people, they won't buy a server from National Data Center. They'll buy one or two just to tick the compliance. But the processing capacity and other things, they will buy from AWS or Azure or somewhere. Why? Because it's expensive still. Why? Because electricity is expensive, infrastructure is expensive, cooling is expensive. And of course, the data center that we have here, because of the smaller in size, they are yet to have what we call the multiply effect, that to be able to lower down the price. So the price will be more expensive here than how it is outside there. And this is for all the sector. They would like to host outside. But for the fintech, they have to do it locally. That's when they do some, secondary data center here and there to just showcase. But if you ask them, like, what is our wish? They know where to get the machine because they know what's the price of the machine and how much it costs. But I want also to add on top of where we are going, because now we speak. I want to speak this because I happened to meet Dr. Moses. It was 2012, Dr. Moses. I met Dr. Moses at British Council. We were teaching people about cloud computing and virtualization. I reminded him today, and he was laughing. He said, we were ahead of time. And we were unable to comprehend how will that server within the server will come to happen. You see, now you buy a server which is very small of this size. We used to have a server that came from down to here. That was called the server. And now you have a server of this size which has 100 server inside. And you ask a person that there will be a time that you will have machine inside the machine. And people, they were saying, no, you are just talking mystery. People, they used to mock us. Today we are here and say, we were ahead of time. I mean, even himself doesn't believe. I want to tell this. Now we are talking about Jamii Stack, right? I appreciate what our government is doing. With all due respect, they are doing a lot. It's not easy to do these things. To develop a country depends also the mind of the people. You cannot go ahead than the mind of the people themselves. So there's a lot of things to pull, the people, the process, the regulation, and everything. But here is what I want to say. Today, if you take your AI, you take your data for your financial, in your office, by the way, if you have a company, if you ask your AI to give you financial statement, it will give everything. It will ask about the TRI. It will ask all the laws of TRI, the pay rates and everything. It will create the profit and loss. It will create the balance sheet. You see, we are going into so much of activity that we're going to feed this machine. Are we together? And everybody wants to use this advantage. Ask the AI, what is happening? AI take that knowledge to whoever that control the AI. That intelligence is gone. So it means they know how many numbers in Tanzania company which are making so and so. You get my point? Have you ever asked the AI and later it tells you about you? And if you question like, how did you know me? He say, I don't keep the record about you. But you say, you know me. How did you answer this? So they retain some information about everything that you give. So what I'm saying here is that if you measure ChatGPT when it came in, and now it is more educated than before, right? So where it's take this information to somebody in China also, if he asks that chat, it will tell a lot of things about Tanzania. This reach about something that is, more serious. Do you get in terms of economic competition and advantage? Because some of this information are intellectual properties. There are some patterns, there are ideas that are also supposed to be secret. And that's why I'm saying we should not reach a point whereby we still build our infrastructure back to the colonial. You get my point. You get my point. We have to think, otherwise we should not just dance every song. We need to be really serious to position ourselves now for the next 10 years. Because if we don't do that, as you wonder now, by next 10 years, you will be shocked what would have changed in this country. So what I want to say is that let's appreciate everything the government is doing at their level we call e-government, automation and everything. But we need to be able to build, data center, the infrastructure that power our digital economy, our sandboxes, our AI models, where we host the things that are local but at almost less cost, so that we build our intelligence. That's where the money is. Our intelligence is retained here and not exported. Because now this infrastructure is exporting us, slowly. And tomorrow we'll miss the competition. So I think I'm trying to speak from the selfish point of view, because if we don't protect what we have, tomorrow we're going to lose everything because of the sake of infrastructure. So for that case, we need to build our own infrastructure. So this call for the government, and we are here. And I'm very blessed to stay with the ladies in this panel. So this call for the government to think strategically about this issue of governance, the governance of data center. Any investor that we're going to do investment in Tanzania, the governance of the data center is critical. I mean, they need a lot of critical eye. Why they do that, and how do we control that? Otherwise, we're gonna, you understand what I mean. And then we come back to the pricing. If we are able to do it at a lower price, everybody will be in the local data center. Means the brain of Tanzania will be hosted locally. The entire brain of thinking will be hosted locally and not being exported. And that means we will have our own way. It's called organizational culture. Our culture, the way of handling things, which all goes into the ability of company. We call them intellectual property rights. Because the business secret is even how you do things. So if we export everything, it means even Chinese will be able to export us. Because they know each and everything. You have no competition, against them. So I think we need to take this more serious and even critical. So it's not just a project that Aisha here come and say, let's talk technology and we think it's technology. It's more than that. It's a digital economy. It's a national issue. This is an issue of a national assembly. It's an issue of a cabinet. It's an issue of boardrooms. It's an issue of whoever inside their home. At university level, people, they're talking about how now the research is difficult. The same about hospital, the same about agriculture, the same about mining, the same about weather. This information, if we release them all to somewhere, we have nothing we are left with. So I think this is a big issue.
A really big issue, and I know that we are laughing, but it's a very, very serious issue with a lot of repercussions across so many different fields. But again, the common theme, data sovereignty and localization, is super important. Now, I know you together with Fatma have mentioned a couple of ways in which the government and regulators can look into seeing how they can make it more effective, but also easy for people to host or localize the data in the country. Now, just to finish off our conversation and to throw this question to Dr. Angelina, it's evident that with the costs and the expenses currently, many organizations continue to rely on foreign hosted services. Now, what measures, in addition to what the previous panelists have spoken, what measures can the government continue to take to encourage greater adoption of local and regional cloud infrastructure while maintaining global interoperability and competitiveness.
Thank you very much. So that's basically a trade-off between digital sovereignty and global competitiveness. So how do we position ourselves in the global markets and ecosystem? When we started our conversation here, Mr. Sebastian mentioned about the number of data centers which are in Tanzania versus what other countries have, and probably you can just establish our position there. So yes, a lot has to be done, but a lot has also been done, because digital transformation is a process. We just don't get there overnight. So yes, there are things that have been done with respect to the infrastructure development, policy and regulation guidelines, and among other things. But I would say it's also important that we ensure issues like regulatory frameworks and guidelines, because this is what determines the playing field rules. So how do we ensure our regulatory frameworks attract investment, but also establishes the rules and guidelines to ensure that our data is safe, like what has also mentioned, the issue of security of our data and how this data is being used, but whoever stores this data there, because they'll know just so much about us. Where do we draw that line? So it's also very important. But there's something I also mentioned prior about human capacity development. This is very, very important and critical. When we have people like my colleagues here in the panel, you can see how they talk. They are well informed. So imagine if we have a massive population of people with similar knowledge in our rooms, in our board meetings and so forth. You can just establish the level of decisions that will be made, because this also has a multiplier effect in so many things, from the private sector and even the government. So it's very, very important to ensure capacity building to our people. But also infrastructure development. Like I previously mentioned, the government has been doing a lot. We have installed optic fiber national ICT broadband backbone throughout the country, because we want to ensure we have reliable communication within our country, but also improve last mile connectivity. But we are also expanding. We want to ensure that we are able to establish communication to landlocked countries, because we are privileged. We are bordered by this ocean, so we have submarine cables landing in our country, so we can be able to support other countries, and this is business, it's investment. Yes, yes, yes. So yes, but also we are also ensuring communication throughout the country through communication towers. We don't want you, when you're traveling, for example, in an SGR or a bus, somewhere in between you lose communication. We should have seamless communication throughout the country. So yes, efforts are being done by the government to ensure communication in rural and remote areas is being done. This is part of inclusivity. We don't want to leave anyone behind. So I would say it sums up. There are a number of efforts that needs to be done, from the regulatory, investment in digital infrastructure, capacitating our people, all with in collaboration. I would say collaboration is one of the key factors. Us as the government alone cannot do everything. We need the private sector on board. So these joint efforts are very critical to ensure we reach the promised land. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Angelina. I think you've wrapped that the conversation for us very well. I think from our experts' insights, I think it's very evident that data center localization is very, very important, but there's a number of things that we still need to do as a country, we need to do as stakeholders to ensure that we do really arrive at the promised land. Now, before I thank my panelists, I don't know if we have any questions from the audience. 1 minute for a round of questions. Okay, thank you. 5 minutes for questions.
All right. Do we have, where did we have a hand? We had a hand right here.
Hello. My name is Gloria Kabendela. My name is Gloria Kabendela. I am a public health analyst, and I'm also working with youth with East Central and Southern Africa Health Community. So everything that was mentioned today with the panelists. It's very crucial and important. I can confirm, even I didn't know a lot of things. I just heard them here. But my question is not only to the panelists, to everybody who is in here. Like, how are we going to improve the awareness, especially to the final consumers? Because me, as a final consumer, I really need to understand the legal issues. I mean, the localization. I was shocked, actually. I was very shocked with the localization issue. So, can you guys make us aware in that? Thank you.
How do we enhance awareness? Can we take one more question and then any other hand? Do we have any other hand right here? Thank you very much. I'm going to ask you to stand up, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the moderator. Great job. Panelists, my question is straightforward. As we are speaking about the rise of African data centers and cloud infrastructure building, and of course, my friends say that the government is doing a lot, and we have to praise what the government is doing. I agree with you. They are trying, but I'll have to pose this question to all of us, especially to the panelists. If you can rate the pace, not Tanzania, I want to generalize it to the African countries, investment to the rest of the world. Because I know now the things are moving very fast, and we'll have to think beyond our capacity. Because I think we are all witnesses of what had happened between America and China. And I think we were together with Asha, and we posed this question to the Americans on the DeepSeek issue and how Americans were prepared to counter the DeepSeek. And then coming into Africa, thinking the way we think, the way we see the world is moving, how are we well equipped? How ready are we to go with the rest of the world? So if you can just rate the pace of African countries vis-a-vis the rest of the world. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you take one last one?
Yes.
Or should we take the two
Yes.
and then we move?
We can take one last one and then we can.
The last one is from me.
Okay.
I was just basically going to talk about the rise of data centers and what we're seeing as a backlash in some of the Western countries with regards to environmental and health sensitivities, and also connected to the awareness question that she raised in terms of where the data centers are actually being placed and planted. How involved are those people to understand the repercussions of data centers being in those places? Especially now, of course, we understand it's lower bandwidth than they can generate. But as we are advancing, how are we now analyzing and informing the people about the repercussions of having data centers in those spaces? Or what are we doing to mitigate those specific challenges that might cause a lot of harm in the future because we don't necessarily have the methods in place to navigate as well as to mitigate those specific harms in the future? All right.
Thank you. So we've got 3 questions. One on general awareness of all this information, especially for the end consumer. And then we've got someone who wants us to rate the African continent against the global market. But also, last but also I think very, very important is that, yes, we've all said that it's very important for us to localize. We need that data sovereignty, but have we talked about the environmental repercussions and then the awareness of the people around these places where the data centers are? Wow. Any of my panelists want to take up these questions? Feel free to pick any and share your insights with us. Thank you.
Maybe I'll start with the one for awareness. I think when it comes to what we're discussing, most of the time as Doctor was saying, there's quite a few people who actually understand the technical expertise. I think as a consumer, as someone at the end, you don't have to have all the technical aspects, but if you're in the sector, you need to understand. So if you're in the health sector, you need to have a clear understanding of that sector. But when it comes to public awareness, I would wish for awareness to start at school level, for people to be trained, for them to have understanding. I think Noel is here from PDPC. He's just shared in another panel that he went around doing awareness to ICT teachers in the country. And so starting at that critical point whereby people are learning, going to university, but also public sensitization. And I think every one of us actually should be able to create this awareness. It's not just the government that should do it. It's not just maybe Tech and Media Convergence. This is part of the awareness platform that they're doing, but we all need to say, I would say, like, be vigilant, like build that awareness to the people around us. If you understand the repercussion of your data, giving access to that data, educate your family, it starts there. Like, that is how we're able to have that ripple effect. And of course, then build onto that to schools, to university, and especially to university, because I think by the time you're at university, you're able to comprehend a lot of things. You're able to take a lot of things. I'll also wish for awareness to go for every ministry, every institution, for them to take that awareness within their respective ministry when it comes to technology, when it comes to data, when it comes to AI, and for every ministry to have some sort of awareness in their respective sector. That would help. I think I'll give an example. The recent BOT did the certified financial educators. And you have seen the ripple effect. You open your social media, unakutana na CFE telling you about investment. It was just a simple initiative, lakini the effect has been seen. So similar, each ministry, I think, should come with a way on how they can build public awareness. Because as a ministry, they have country level, I would say, overview, and they're able to pass that awareness easily. And maybe with regard to the other question, Halila spoke about climate and the environment and health and the people around. So I think, yes, currently I think, as you say, that we don't have maybe much happening at currently. However, I think as we're going into the future and we want to have this data centers that have that ability. I think I recently saw one of the video in social media saying that maybe the future of real estate investment is in public data centers. That is where the money is going to be. However, most, I would say currently, there is quite a number of framework when it comes to green ICT and how data centers need to be. However, I think as a country, we have the rules that I spoke about. Some ways speak about some aspect of it. And I think recently I read a report by TCRA. They have I don't know if it's a magazine or called report, but they say they're adopting or they're pushing for green ICT data centers in the country. However, I'm not so sure. Halila is shaking. I'm not so sure the implementation, but I would hope that there are proper regulations in place when it comes to the communities around, when it comes to ensuring that people do not suffer impact, much as we're pushing for development of data centers, but we don't also frustrate the communities around. And I'm sure that is something that can be worked on. Halila, we can try to work around it. And when it comes to climate, I think Sebastian spoke about data center requiring a lot of energy, water. I think in South Africa, there are a lot of data center, and there is, I think I had like a video in a certain specific, I think, region. They were complaining that the data center is consuming a lot of water, just that for the cooling, and water is becoming a problem. And so it's going to be important to have clear planning and strategically, I would say, like strategic areas whereby we're able to keep these data centers. I think we had in Kenya, Microsoft wanted to keep a data center. It didn't happen because energy seemed to be a problem. I think it's only said in Ethiopia, where they have the Renaissance Dam, is where you could keep that level of like data center. And so as a country, I would say we need to plan ahead, have policies that speak to that, identify strategic area where we are able to keep the kind of data center that would need this consumption, and keep proper governance in place.
Thank you. Maybe I'll just touch a bit on the awareness part, and then I'll go further to the issues of data centers and its impact. On one, the awareness part, I think, yes, the government, we have a lot to do in terms of informing our people on the digital transformation initiatives, one, but also how are they able to use and benefit from the existing initiatives. So that we can have campaigns, we can use mainstream media, we can use social media, but yes, we need to have more programs that can reach more people, especially in rural and remote areas, so that they are aware that there are these systems that have been developed and they can actually facilitate their way of life. And this can also start even in schools, have programs for digital awareness. Yes, I'm aware there are initiatives by the Ministry of Education in terms of ICT, but yes, more can be done to improve, yes, the awareness. But moving to the impacts of having these data centers, as we move and transition to AI data center, maybe I'll narrow down to two important things. One is the energy, which has already been spoken. I think this has to be overemphasized. A lot of energy is being required to process this data, because with AI, just goes hand in hand with data processing. Now, when you need this more power to process your data, you also need more energy for cooling. It uses a lot of energy, it produces a lot of heat, and in turn you have to cool it. So overall, there's a lot of carbon footprint being left. So how are we able to build energy efficient systems, green systems, to power, as much as we want to invest more in these data centers, but how do we set the frameworks and also invest in energy that is very supportive to our global ecosystem? But something else I wanted to mention on the same, someone talked about rating, on rating ourselves. I would say, as much as our, I wouldn't mention numbers, but no, I wouldn't go there. I would say as much as our rating might not be high as other developing countries, we should also reflect where we're coming from. We didn't start on the same level playing field as the rest. So we are coming up, we are catching up, but the good thing is we are leapfrogging actually. There are some steps we have skipped to reach where we are. So I would say, just because we aren't there yet, that we should be, yeah, we're moving forward. And I would say one of the important things is that we have an advantage of having a youth population. And the youth of today isn't the youth of back then. It's well-informed, competitive, and aggressive. Yes, so definitely our growth rate will be up there, up there. So I'm very optimistic, very, very optimistic of the future of Tanzania and Africa in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Mr. Sebastian?
Yes, thank you very much. This afternoon we had a meeting at the lunch side, and we are talking with some youth, and we were talking about this mindset, and I appreciate that today's youth, they don't think as we are. In fact, they say, you guys, it's like you failed and we want to repair where you were. So they have their own language, and they, you know, some of them, they're here, and I really appreciate them because they correct us. In fact, she told me that they are looking to mentor us. These youth, they think we have problem, and they, instead of we mentor them, they want also to be given chance for them to mentor people like us. That's how far they have gone. So am I right or not? Yeah, they're here.
We're always open to learning. Thank you.
So Yeah, so just to add, I don't want to repeat on what has already been said. Fatima said it well, and Doctor said it well. On the construction, actually, there are a number of considerations. One, we have some acts which are very enough for the environment in terms of building and where to build. This guide even if you want to build the industry. So that is what guided the environmental assessment. That's environmental impact assessment. Number one, that will give you the clearance on location and the resources which are needed and the rest of the impact. That's number one. But number two, for a data center, there are a lot of, to have tier 3, because here we talk data center and we talk tier 3. These are almost two different things. So tier 3 is actually very heavy data center requirement. It requires a lot of redundancy. You need 2 TANESCO sources which are not coming from one center. It's like you have 66 kilowatts at least connecting to that house from different stations. And also you need to have at least 4 generators, you know. That's parallel linked so that if this fail, that starts. So, and the cooling, everything is redundant. Everything is redundant. Fire suppression, everything is redundant. So it's actually a heavy factory. It's not a data center. It's actually a factory. Let's take it like a factory. So inside the way it is built, there's a lot of compliance checklist which rates you now. The DSS, the PCI, these are the compliance which rates to say now you are okay to be called tier 3. And this take a lot of consideration in terms of the safety, the impact, the neighborhood, and everything. So at least this has already been addressed. I just wanted to add on top of that. But of course, to also mention the power. You see, the data center we talk is what they spoke in our neighbor country. I don't want to mention them to give them attention anyway. You see, that was the deal where the president will go. These are the deals when they are coming to your country. The person who go and talk about these deals are the president. Because these are the heavy investments. 1 megawatt will cost $11 million. A gigawatts data center, it's about $1 billion. So it's not a small deal. And that's why you find some of the neighbor countries, they fail because of power. You can imagine they have enough power, but they want to put a data center. And then they are saying the country cannot supply enough power. So you can imagine what are we building? It's like a port. It's like we are building another TPA. You get my point? A 1 gigawatts data center will power a city. Its power output will power the city, the entire city. So this is something which is very heavy. It's a huge discussion. So normally, I think on this kind of discussion, and I just want now to go back to the question that I say on rating, and the doctor has already said it. Yes, we are starting here, but we don't want to be behind every time. The rating is 1%. We are 1%. Do you know 1? Entire Africa, our data center, take all the way from South Africa to Nigeria to wherever other country to Kenya, combined, it's 1% of the global. So we are still consumer by far. You get my point? So if we are to do it, we need to do it strategically so that actually we are able to go where they are not. And why it is still a good business, and I want to say this. And I will tell a little bit of how to rate it. So if you want to rate, say 1 by 99% outside. But this is a point, and don't quote me. If you the return on investment on real estate is about 8% to 15%. Okay? The bank will be around 10% to 18% return on investment. On data center is around 12% to 30%. Data center business. Return on investment is higher than bank. On AI is 20 to 50% return on investment. What does this mean? And this is where now, if I will be somewhere, this is the deal I will do. I mean, investors out there, they are looking where to invest. They are looking where to invest, which market to control. One of the panelists said here earlier that we have about, almost 70 million, is that right? Of population. Because this infrastructure, they need the population. So if we take the landlocked countries and so, if we are to strike a deal, the investor would likely to invest in an area where policy, cost, and everything, and environment, they're okay because of the economy of scale and the return on investment. But they need assurance of investment because it's a huge investment. That's why they are running out with money. They go to some other country, I don't want to mention them. They're moving around because they're looking at this parameter. So I would think it is time for us to put a tie and go out there and catch them and say, hey, we can improve whichever you want, and we can work together. Why? Because we can mobilize the rest of the market out here and actually being able to get advantage of this. What will this mean? Even if we give them at very fair cost now, without putting the rest of other investment criteria, we call it is like a national strategic project. Because we are not looking today, we are looking after. This will position us now in where to say and where we say we need to jump. Because after that, we will have a strategic position just like we have a port here and the rest of the 8 countries, they don't have. So we will control the next era of economy if we are able to build now. If we don't build, other people they build, we won't be able to replicate because it won't make any sense. If another African country has already achieved that, it will just become a consumer. So I think if we are to rate, I would say yes, 1 by 99%. We are too far. That's entire Africa. So Tanzania, we can do better, I believe. If we work around the investment policies and attraction, we can, and power and everything, we can adjust and attract these investors and manage them well. And of course have this infrastructure, which is very critical infrastructure for nation. Let me pause there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian, but also to all of our amazing panelists. I know this conversation has been very interesting. Feel free to continue this conversation amongst yourselves, but also with the panelists after our session. We've taken about 20 extra minutes of your time, but I hope it was worth it. Thank you very, very much to our expert panelists for driving this conversation, moving it beyond theory, sharing your practical expertise and experience, but also giving us actionable insights. Thank you very much as well to the Innovation and Tech Forum and Tech and Media Convergency for hosting conversations like this. I think having the ability to be able to speak about these things is taking us one step further to a secure and sovereign digital future. Thank you also to all the participants for your engagement, and I hope you enjoyed the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and also a round of applause to the moderator, Ms. Nema Magimba. Please do stand right in the middle of the panel, of the stage for a group photo. Tutasamama katikati ya stage for a group photo. You know, this is a very interesting conversation. When we look at what the African countries have gathered last year, in the beginning, we had African leaders gather at JNICC with the World Bank, together with different global partners, talking about Mission 300, an ambitious project to power over, it was 6 million Africans by 2030. And we're talking about eradicating energy poverty. Now, we're talking about eradicating energy poverty, and data centers were not in the mix of the conversation. Now that we're speaking data centers, that conversation now actually expands even further. So then, Asha, this particular panel is a forum on its own. Is a forum on its own, surely, where we're getting the Ministry of Energy and so on and so forth really in a room to talk about, okay, this is where we need to go. So we see in Innovation and Tech Forum, mambo ni mazito, mambo ni makubwa. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the final part of the day. That was the last panel. And right after that panel, we are free to network, to head on outside. There are refreshments for each one of you, and we will convene tomorrow morning starting from 7:30. We will meet here starting from 7:30. The first presentation today is from none other than, again, we'll get to hear from Mr. Daniel Castro. Ladies and gentlemen, he will be speaking on strengthening Tanzania's cybersecurity ecosystem, building capacity, institutions, and national resilience. It's going to be a great presentation, so do make sure that you're here on time so that we can begin on time. You had Mr. Austin Makani with you this morning, and in the afternoon, in the afternoon, I, Khalil Mboy, took over. From us to you, have a beautiful evening. Keep engaging. Please, whatever you have gotten, share it on social media. Let people know that the Africa Innovation and Tech Summit, Forum is on board. Conversations are heavy. Mambo ni mazito. Back to back, Asha Abinala, hongera kwako on your team. Let's give them a round of applause. Tech and Media Convergency, from the board members present here as well, the leadership team, to all the staff, and a powerful first day. Every single panel in itself was a forum. Every single panel was a forum. You do not see that every day. Ladies and gentlemen, also a round of applause to yourself. Mpigie jirani yako makofi. Thank you for being here all the way to the end. We will see you tomorrow morning at 7:30 to start with the first presentation from Mr. Daniel Castro. Have a beautiful evening. Bye-bye.